Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You mean this? As he said this, Ash took out the GS ball from his bag, and Dark Ligia nodded immediately after seeing it. Yes, it is this. Can you tell me where it came from? I don't know. Ash was telling the truth, but Dark Ligia mistakenly thought that he didn't want to say it, but he didn't force it, just shook his head helplessly. I really don't know. I got this thing from a professor. She also picked it up from somewhere, and still doesn't know how to open it. Ash reelected it. Well, I believe you. Dark Ligia obviously didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Put it on the ground. I have a way to open it. Put it on the ground? Although he didn't quite understand, Ash still did as he was told. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Dark Ligia actually slapped the GS ball directly. Bang! This palm was really earth-shattering. The marble floor of the square suddenly sank a large piece, and the G-dollar ball in the center had turned into fragments. Wait, how did you do it? Ash suddenly felt that his brain was a little bit unresponsive. Although Dark Ligia's method was indeed simple, crude, and effective, it was obviously not very reasonable. I remember that when I was at Professor Ichiki's place, her 3 assistants tried all kinds of methods on the GS ball, and even exaggerated it to use a steamroller to press it directly. The surface of the ball was not even scratched, and now Dark Ligia just slapped it and broke it into pieces, which was really incredible. It's normal. This is not an ordinary physical attack. It contains divine power, but now is not the time to talk about this. Dark Ligia's face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, Ash, tell me honestly, have you provoked Ho-Oh? Huh? How is it possible? Ash has never seen the appearance of Ho-Oh, but only heard its cry from afar, so how can he provoke it? Then why is there Ho-Oh's life energy in the energy ball in addition to my sea energy? There is even a trace of Shalebi's space-time energy. You ask me, who should I ask? Dark Ligia's words made Ash feel puzzled. Although he had used waveguide to detect the sea life energy in the GS ball, he could never have imagined that it was a mixture of sea energy and life energy. What's even more troubling is that this life energy actually belongs to Ho-Oh. You know, in the memories of the successive Sea Kings, Ho-Oh is not an easy person to talk to. If anyone offends it, death is the least of it. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Ash, quickly put the energy ball into the device and reactivate the defense system. Dark Ligia urged. Okay. Ash responded, squatted down, pushed away the fragments and rubble of the GS ball, and held the transparent ball of light in his palm. This ball of light emits a bright and gentle blue light, which makes people feel very warm, as if their hearts have calmed down. Then, he and Latias set out to rush back to the museum, but at this time, the huge tsunami had already appeared in front of everyone. It seems a little too late. Let me buy some time. As he said that, Dark Ligia let out a loud cry, and then his eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, and he used the psychic-type trick extrasensory. As if time had stopped normal, the huge waves in the distance were fixed in place, and this was naturally the masterpiece of Dark Ligia, and only the god of the sea could do such a miracle. Great, so amazing. The tsunami was stopped in an instant. Everything that happened today was really unbelievable. Dab. Not to mention the appearance of the legendary Pokemon. This scene alone was enough to shock the common sense of everyone present, especially Latios and Latias, who had never left the Water City, and they could never have imagined that the power of the mythical beasts was so strong. Wait, Lord God of the Sea, why don't you just quell this disaster? You obviously have this power. Canon asked puzzledly. Because I'm only using my power to forcibly stop it. If you want to really calm it down, you have to start from the source so as not to cause hidden dangers. Although this is a simple truth, few people can do it. After all, in this era, efficiency is important. As long as the symptoms are treated, few people will consider the root cause. On the other side, Ash returned to the museum and put the light ball into the position of Soul Do before. After regaining energy, the system began to work again. Or to be more precise, the control of the system was reset because the energy of this ball of light is much stronger than that of the Latia's brothers and sisters, which is equivalent to formatting the entire system. In fact, the Latia's brothers and sisters are special because of the energy in their bodies. Only they are qualified to make the system work. The rest of the Latias or Latios cannot be replaced at all. But compared with the life energy of the sea, it is a small witch compared to a big witch. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Outside, the huge tsunami finally calmed down and slowly entered the water city at a much calmer speed, refilling the river channels that had become dry due to the low tide. In the end, the result of this tsunami was just to help the water city clean the streets, and almost no damage was caused. Most of the residents in the city didn't even realize that they encountered such a big crisis when they were resting. Great, Ash, thanks to you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. After successfully saving the city, Latias hugged Ash excitedly. But for some reason, she turned back into a human again, which made Ash a little embarrassed. He was about to pull Latias away, and suddenly heard a system prompt in his ear, "Master, because of your behavior, Latios' sacrifice was avoided, and 10 pieces of destiny fragments were obtained." But the matter was not over yet. At this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from the distance, which immediately startled Ash slightly. He had heard this cry before. It was Ho-Oh without a doubt. Why did Ho-Oh come here suddenly? Last time in Azalea Town, although Ho-Oh and Dark Ligia didn't fight, the atmosphere between the two sides was obviously not so harmonious. Ash had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly pulled Latias to the square. Looking up, soaring in the sky in the distance had been dyed red, and a big red bird was vaguely seen flying quickly towards this side. Although he had never seen Ho-Oh with his own eyes, Ash was sure that the big red bird must be Ho-Oh. Just looking at it gave people a sacred feeling. It was midnight, but the whole soaring in the sky was dimly illuminated by the fire on Ho-Oh. It stopped in the air and looked at each other from a distance with Dark Ligia. "Phone, Lord Ho-Oh." Seeing the figure of Ho-Oh, Ben Gray and his grandson were completely dumbfounded. How could they not have thought that one day they would be able to see the legendary master with their own eyes? The legend of Ho-Oh is widely spread in Johto region, and its image is not unfamiliar to the residents here. As long as they are locals, almost no one does not know Ho-Oh. Latias and Latios are better, but they are also very puzzled. Why did Ho-Oh suddenly come here? Is it also to stop the disaster? Among the people present, only Dark Ligia knows the reason. Although Ash is not very clear, he has guessed something. After a long silence, Dark Ligia spoke first. "Don't you hate showing up in front of humans? Why did you run out this time?" "It has nothing to do with hate or not. Humans' opinions are meaningless to me. Don't play dumb. You know why I am here. Ho-Oh is as arrogant as ever, but it does have the qualifications. As the god of life in Johto region, there's almost no threat to its existence in this world. I know you are after that life energy." Dark Ligia nodded, "But I have a question. Do you know who stole your energy?" Hearing this, Ho-Oh was silent for a while and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you. In fact, it was not that it had any resistance, but simply wanted to save face because it didn't know when its life energy was stolen. If it got out, it would be ridiculous that Ho-Oh's energy was stolen without knowing it, which is why it came from afar to find out. It's a pity that the result was destined to disappoint it. Sorry, I picked up that thing, and I don't know where it came from. Now, it is used as a new energy source for this city. You should go back to where you came from." Dark Ligia did not tell the truth because it was afraid that Ho-Oh would cause trouble for Ash, so it took everything on itself. "You picked it up?" Ho-Oh stared at Dark Ligia, as if trying to see if he was lying from his face. After a moment, he slowly said, "Forget it, I don't want to pursue this matter, but the energy ball must be destroyed. If it were someone else, Ho-Oh would not be so easy to talk to, and would definitely investigate thoroughly. But facing Dark Ligia, who possessed 4 priesthoods, he still had some concerns in his heart. This is impossible." Dark Ligia refused. "I said, that thing has become the new energy source of this city. If it is destroyed, this place will be swallowed by the tsunami sooner or later." "Umph. What happens to this city has nothing to do with me. I only know that my energy was stolen by a shameless villain, and now I want to take it back. Ho-Oh said tit for tat. As an isolated island on the sea, Water City should be a tsunami-prone area, but for many years, it has been good weather, not to mention tsunamis. Even typhoons are rare. The reason for this is that the defense system in the city has contributed greatly. Now that Seoul Dew has been absorbed by ash, the energy ball has replaced its function. Who do you call a shameless villain? Dark Zhiye was also a little angry. Although Ho-Oh did not name him, it was obvious that he was talking about him, which made him unbearable. Ask for flowers. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, do you want to give in or not? Ho-Oh asked lightly, with a tone that meant that he would take action if he didn't agree. But unexpectedly, Dark Zhiye took the initiative. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the soaring in the sky of the Water City suddenly rolled up with dark clouds, and it rained heavily in an instant, and Dark Zhiye flapped its wide wings, rolling up small water tornadoes in the water curtain, sweeping towards Ho-Oh. You should know that I'm asking for water. 0. Faced with the sudden attack of the Dark Zhiye, Ho-Oh didn't seem to be panicked. A look of surprise only flashed across his face, and then he returned to a blank expression, emitting a burst of flames from his body, and evaporated the water tornado in a casual manner. Since you hate it, why don't you get out of here? Despite this, the Dark Zhiye did not stop attacking, and once again launched a transparent wind blade shock wave at Ho-Oh. This move was extremely powerful, and the piercing sound of sonic boom resounded throughout the Water City. The speed was so fast that the Phoenix Lord was hit before he could even support the protective class. After being hit by the air explosion, even though Ho-Oh was not feeling well, it was just not very good. In fact, it was now completely irritated. It seems that after taking away the priesthood of your subordinates, your temper has also become worse as your power increases. Ho-Oh said sinisterly. In fact, it's not just Ho-Oh. Ash also feels that Dark Zhiye seems to have become a little irritable. At least before this, it would not fight over a disagreement. But Ash doesn't think it's because of the increase in power. After all, when they met last time in Azalea Town, Dark Zhiye was still the same. However, Ash then thought of a possibility. It's not because of the previous negative emotions. At this moment, Ho-Oh could no longer hold back. It let out a long cry, and then its body suddenly emitted a rainbow-like golden light. Its entire body began to burn, and the gorgeous, colorful flames immediately enveloped it. /ZX4 *1907. Dark Zhiye detected this trick at a glance. This was Ho-Oh's divine power, holy fire. This kind of fire is said to burn everything and kill anyone who touches it. However, as the god of the sea, how could he retreat in front of fire? Faced with this terrifying attack, Dark Zhiye did not retreat, but advanced. It roared and spread its wings, rising from the ground, and rushed straight towards Ho-Oh. Reckless, Ho-Oh cursed disdainfully, and then began to flap its wide wings. With each flap, a pillar of fire leaped out of its body. 9 pillars of fire woven into a burning net, heading towards the Dark Zhiye, leaving it with no escape. You're still the same, only doing these flashy things. As he spoke, a layer of black protective shield suddenly covered the Dark Zhiye's body, and then he crashed into the flame net and was swallowed up without a doubt. Humph, idiot, you dare to challenge my sacred flame? You are simply... Before Ho-Oh could be proud for long, the Dark Zhiye suddenly rushed out of the flame. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two behemoths suddenly collided with each other, and the shock wave even caused a small tsunami, washing the entire Water City again. Now, the residents of the Water City were finally awakened, and people leaned out of the windows and checked the situation outside the house nervously. And this look immediately made them stunned. What do they see? The legendary Ho-Oh actually came to the Water City. This is great news for them, because in the legend, whoever is lucky enough to see Ho-Oh will gain eternal happiness. At this moment, people cheered at the same time, and some elderly people even bowed down to Ho-Oh in soaring in the sky, and burst into tears with excitement. However, all this is different from Ho-Oh has nothing to do with it. Just as it said, no matter what humans think of it, it doesn't care at all. This is also the attitude of most mythical beasts towards humans. Whether they regard them as gods or demons, it is irrelevant to them. At this moment, Ho-Oh has only one goal in mind, which is to defeat Dark Zhiye. The annoyed Ho-Oh roared, and a dazzling red light suddenly emanated from his body. The rainstorm created by Dark Zhiye greatly restricted its ability, while the other party was like a fish in water, so it planned to regain control of the weather. "Are you planning to act now?" Dark Zhiye sneered. "You have always regarded yourself as a god, but you still have to succumb to the power of nature. In this rainstorm, you can't beat me." Hearing this, Ho-Oh immediately snorted. "Stupid, I am a god. Even nature has to obey my orders." As soon as the voice fell, the red light on Ho-Oh's body became even stronger, and it was obvious that he had increased the power of weather control. However, it was still pouring rain and soaring in the sky, and there was no sign of clearing up. "You are still so self-righteous." Dark Zhiye ignored Ho-Oh's increasingly ugly face and said with disdain, "This is all sea water, is completely my home court. Do you really think you can turn the tables? Then let's give it a try." Ho-Oh shouted, "Let's see if I, as a god, will win, or if you abandon your identity as a god and degenerate into an ordinary species, you will die." All along, Ho-Oh regarded Dark Zhiye as a shame. Obviously, they are both noble beasts, but they chose to abandon their immortal bodies and transform into ordinary Pokemon. And the reason is just because of love and family affection. How childish and ridiculous. It seems that you still don't understand that immortality is a curse for me. I just got rid of the curse. Dark Zhiye shook his head. He didn't expect anyone to understand him. He just wanted to live a happy and relaxed life. He didn't like other mythical beasts to talk about him. "Humph, then I'll let you be free forever," Ho-Oh said coldly. "You can try." Dark Zhiye was not to be outdone. At this moment, two legendary Pokemon fought soaring in the sky. The Guardian of Kanto and the Guardian of Celestic Johto region. This battle was truly a battle of gods. And Ash and Latias could do nothing. They could only watch from below. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in. "Ho-Oh, sir, come on, defeat that demon. Please win. Ho-Oh, sir." However, the residents of Water City who didn't know the inside story mistakenly thought that Dark Zhiye was the legendary demon, and Ho-Oh came to subdue it. In fact, from the appearance, the Dark Zhiye is really scary, and with the change of color, no one recognized its true identity for a while. As for why it was not like the legend, where the Latios brothers and sisters faced the devil, no one would care. Some people even imagined that the devil must be too strong, so it forced Ho-Oh to take action personally. Hearing these words, Ash couldn't help but feel annoyed, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't explain it to them one by one, and even if he explained it, most people probably wouldn't believe it. After all, the legend of Ho-Oh is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the Johto region. The so-called lie becomes true after being told 100 times, not to mention that it has been circulating for hundreds of years. "Ash, what happened here?" At this time, Lena and Annabelle finally came to meet up, and when they saw the scene in the sky, their reactions were almost as incredible as others. "Nothing," Ash said lightly. "It's just that they don't like each other, and they are full of energy, so they want to fight." After hearing what Ash said, both of them looked at each other, and then Annabelle smiled bitterly and said, "Look at what you said. How come it sounds like a street fight between thugs?" "More or less. I'll tell you the details later." Ash was in no mood to explain. His attention was now completely focused on the battle of soaring in the sky, the battle that had already entered a white-hot stage, and the winner was almost decided. At this time, the two beasts no longer used energy to attack each other, but instead simply engaged in physical combat. Both sides almost simultaneously used the divine bird and crashed into each other fiercely. Boom! This collision was truly earth-shattering, and both sides were directly bounced away by the huge rebound force. Even 10 huge whirlpools appeared on the sea surface due to the impact of the collision. However, on the surface, it seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, Ho-Oh was slightly at a disadvantage, and it felt that its blood was churning all over its body, and it was extremely uncomfortable. In terms of strength, Dark Zhiye is slightly stronger than Ho-Oh. After all, it has integrated 4 priesthoods and has the upper hand in terms of quantity. But Ho-Oh is the god of life. This kind of godhood is powerful because it can give the beasts vigorous vitality. In simple terms, it is an indestructible cockroach. It began to flap its wings violently, rolling up one big fire after another and hitting the Dark Zhiye. The flames evaporated the rain in the sky with a sizzling sound, and bursts of white smoke rolled away. This is Ho-Oh. If it were other Pokemon, just releasing a big fire would consume a lot of physical strength. It is impossible to release it like Ho-Oh for free. But the problem is that the home advantage is too great. Dark Zhiye was too lazy to dodge and let these big fires hit him. Not to mention burning him, nothing happened. It was almost like Tickle. Seeing this scene, Ho-Oh was almost mad to death. The trick he had worked so hard to perform was severely limited by the rain, and his mood became more and more irritable. Although the opponent could not kill it at all, it was too aggrieved to fight like this. Ouch! Then, the Dark Zhiye spread its wings and spun around, emitting a layer of black light, and flew towards Ho-Oh. Unprepared, Ho-Oh was hit by the Dark Zhiye's bird again and was directly knocked out of the sky of the Water City and stopped far away. At this moment, Ho-Oh could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. It immediately let out a sharp roar, and the terrifying pressure contained in it covered hundreds of kilometers around. All creatures that felt Ho-Oh's anger were turbulent and uneasy, and even the weather did not dare to breathe. But this obviously does not include Dark Zhiye, who laughed wantonly. Why are you yelling? If you have the power, come and defeat me. God of the Sea, you will pay the price for what you did today. Ho-Oh looked at it coldly, but did not take the next step. What a joke, I am afraid of you. Even if he gave up his immortality, even if he faced an enemy that he could not kill, Dark Zhiye would not be afraid at all, and he had already prepared for this. But unexpectedly, Ho-Oh seemed to be just making a stern remark, and turned around and flew away without saying a word, which almost made Dark Zhiye suspect that he had seen it wrong. That Ho-Oh, who was desperate for his reputation, actually just ran away like that? After seeing Ho-Oh fly away, the residents of Water City were dumbfounded. Could it be that the legendary Ho-Oh was defeated by the devil? Was he beaten and fled? For a moment, panic spread throughout the entire Water City. Everyone looked at the figure of black in the sky with horror, fearing that it would rush down and kill people the next moment. Fortunately, the Dark Zhiye sensed people's mood, and in order to avoid too much trouble, it simply chose to leave directly. On the contrary, with Ho-Oh gone, the crisis here was resolved, and there was no point for it to stay. Ash, I'm leaving first. After using telepathy to inform Ash and the others, Dark Zhiye was about to leave, but was stopped by Ash. Wait a minute, Zhiye, the negative emotions you absorbed from me before didn't have any bad effects on you, right? You don't need to worry too much, Dark Zhiye said softly. Although it makes me feel a little irritated, it's not a big deal. I don't like Ho-Oh anyway, so it's a good opportunity to teach it a lesson this time. Okay, since Dark Zhiye said so, it's meaningless for Ash to continue to worry about it. And at this moment, Latios suddenly said, Lord God of the Sea, can I follow you to practice? Hearing this, Canon looked at Latios in surprise, not understanding why it suddenly came up with such an idea. But Latias vaguely guessed her brother's mood. Just like what Ash said, as the guardian god of the Water City, he couldn't even beat 2 mere female thieves, which was really embarrassing. Although Latias felt wronged and wanted to cry when Ash scolded her, she thought about it carefully afterwards and found that what he said was really reasonable. Therefore, although Latias was a little reluctant about her brother's choice, she still supported it. Follow me to practice? Are you sure? You may die. Dark Zhiye thought about it, and felt that Latios's qualifications were still good, but he had been living in a peaceful environment, so his strength could not grow. But if he followed it into the unpredictable deep sea, Latios would definitely get enough training, but it would be accompanied by great danger. Even the god of the sea could not protect Latios in that environment. I'm sure, Latios said firmly. As a male, it naturally likes to pursue strength and has long wanted to go out for some training. But in order to continue its parental duty to protect the Water City, it can only stay here. Now that Soldu is gone, the Water City no longer needs the protection of their brothers and sisters, and Latios can finally pursue his own dream. Looking at Latios's firm and covetous eyes, Dark Zhiye finally decided to accept this student, which can be regarded as making up for the regret brought to it by the three sacred birds. In the end, Latios followed Dark Zhiye and left the city where he was born to pursue his own dreams. Ash and his group returned to the hotel, first took a nap until noon, and then set off to leave Water City. They had originally planned to have a good time here, but because of that incident, they were in no mood to stay here. At this time, the whole city was in chaos. Many shops were closed, and even many residents began to pack up and plan to flee. Fortunately, Alliance responded in time, sent special personnel to appease, and spared no effort to prevent the spread of rumors, so there was no large-scale migration. After all, Water City is a tourist destination. If it becomes an empty city, it will cause a serious blow to the economy of Johto region. After a quick lunch, Ash and the other two came to the dock, released Lapras, and prepared to leave. They planned to go to Whirl Islands first to inquire about Zhiye. Alas, it's so unlucky to come to such a beautiful place. Sitting on Lapras's back, Lena looked back at the Water City that was gradually minimizing behind her, her tone full of regret. It can't be helped. Annabelle smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that there would be a battle between the mythical beasts, but that kind of scene is rare in 100 years. As she said, many people may never see the true appearance of the mythical beasts in their lifetime, let alone witness the battle between the mythical beasts. In a sense, they're very lucky. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. Ash, wait for me. Asterisk 2 Lena and Annabelle were startled. There was sea water all around, so how could there be a fourth person talking to them? And the voice sounded a little familiar. Latias. Ash heard it right away, and he turned his head and saw that it was Latias who followed from behind. Latias quickly approached them and then protested to Ash. Really? Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Fortunately, I ran to the hotel to find you, otherwise I would have missed you. I don't know where you live. Ash gently rubbed its neck. You can tell me where you want me to go, but thank you for coming to see us off. Latias squinted his eyes and looked very enjoyable, but after hearing Ash say that he came to see them off, he quickly shook his head. No, I want to travel with you. Travel with me? Do you want to be my Pokemon? Hearing this, Ash was a little surprised. Normally, even without a priesthood, the legendary Pokemon would not be willing to be conquered by humans. In fact, this is easy to understand. With an IQ that is not inferior to that of humans and strong strength, how could they be willing to obey the command of humans? Yes, that's what I think. Since my brother has left, it's boring for me to stay there alone. I might as well go out for a walk. Latias answered honestly. Aren't there still Mr. Ben, Gray, and Cannon? Ash asked puzzled. That's different. They all have their own things to do and don't have time to play with me. Ash, just take me in. As he said that, Latias began to rub his head against Ash and got into his arms. This scene made Lena's eyelids twitch. I thought too much, I thought too much, I thought too much. Lena kept hypnotizing herself with this sentence, while Annabelle next to her smiled and said, I can feel that Latias really likes Ash. Well, although Ash is sometimes fierce, he is really a good person. Latias immediately agreed. Okay, I'll take you in. Ash felt a little complicated after receiving a nice guy card for no reason, and the object was a Pokemon. He took out a Pokeball and gently touched Latias. Bang! With a slight sound, Latias turned into a red light and entered the Pokeball. The capture process was smooth, and the Pokeball hardly shook. Let's go, Lapras. After Latias joined, Ash and his group continued their journey. Their next destination was Kuga City, one of the 10 cities in Whirl Islands. Whirl Islands are mainly composed of 4 large islands and more than 10 small islands. The 4 large islands that constitute the main body are Qinyan Island, Huangyan Island, Qian Island, and Inyan Island, and Kuga City is located on Qinyan Island. Qinyan Island is the gateway to Whirl Islands and the island with the largest population. It is not far from Water City, so they set foot on the harbor pier of Kuga City in just a few hours. Before Ash could stand firmly, Latias immediately jumped out of the pokeball. This little guy was traveling far away for the first time, so everything he saw was new, and he looked at the surrounding buildings curiously. Fortunately, this little guy still had some common sense and knew to stay invisible, or more accurately, he was used to this when he was in Water City. However, this city seemed to be holding an event. Ash and the other two walked on the street and could clearly feel the strong festive atmosphere. There were lights and decorations everywhere, and the walls were covered with colorful posters. Even the pedestrians on the road were discussing something with great interest. While helping Lapras recover his strength at the Pokemon Center, Serena asked Joy and soon got the answer. It turned out that the Whirl Islands Competition Village was being held here. The so-called Whirl Islands Competition, as the name suggests, is a competition unique to Whirl Islands and a major event that has attracted much attention from local people. This event is held every 3 years. Due to the geographical environment, there are a large number of water Pokemon living around Whirl Islands, so the competition held here can only be participated by water Pokemon. Because of this, the Whirl Islands competition is regarded as an important event that cannot be missed by trainers who like water Pokemon in various regions. For Ash, this event is also very attractive, just right for him to Lapras gain some combat experience. But the main reason was that the prize after winning was very tempting, a mystic water that could increase the power of water-based special moves. After learning the rules of the Whirl Islands competition, Ash immediately decided to sign up, but the venue of the competition was on Red Rock Island, and there was only 1 day left. Without further ado, Ash and his friends left the Pokemon Center and boarded Lapras to Red Rock Island. Fortunately, the distance between the 4 main islands was not very far. After just 2 hours, the group arrived at the harbor pier of Red Rock Island. As the second largest island in the Whirl Islands, Keiko City on the island is no worse than Kuga City, and the Pokemon Center here is very large, which is to provide accommodation for the contestants. Relying on the map instructions, Ash and his friends came to the Pokemon Center on the top of the cliff, but maybe they came a little late, and there was a long queue in front of the registration counter. Wow! There's so many people. Lena looked at the long queue in surprise, almost extending to the door. After about half an hour, it was finally Ash's turn. Registration here only requires birthplace and name, and does not require Pokédex. Nurse Joy, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Ash from Pallet Town. Joy's fingers clattered on the keyboard. The preliminaries will be held in 16 venues. Please take the 527 map of the venue. As she spoke, she handed Ash something like a certificate and said, "Okay, the entry procedures have been completed. You are in Venue A. According to the number of people participating in the competition this year, you have to win 2 games to enter the final tournament." "Thank you, I understand." After Ash thanked him and took it, the group left the Pokemon Center and prepared to find a hotel for the night. But at this moment, Annabelle suddenly said, "Ash, you only have 1 water Pokemon Lapras, right?" "Yes." "What are you going to do?" Annabelle frowned slightly. "The official competition will start the day after tomorrow. Is there enough time to prepare?" The preliminaries are one-on-one battles, but the official competition requires each player to send 2 water Pokemon. Annabelle has no doubts about Ash's strength. Song is worried about whether he can make up the zone. "It doesn't matter. Just catch one to make up the number when the time comes," Ash said indifferently. Although Lapras is still young, he has gained a lot of combat experience during his time in the Battle Tower, BDFH. More importantly, its ability is water storage. When facing Rival, which is also a water type, this ability is undoubtedly extremely powerful, and the battle venue is still in the water, which is extremely beneficial to Lapras. Although the water storage ability only says that it will be ineffective when attacked by water-type special moves and restore one's own physical strength, according to Ash's observation, it is not just that. To be more precise, as long as you are in the water, you can continue to restore your physical strength. This is easy to understand. After all, the essence of water-type special moves is water. It is precisely because of this ability that Lapras can sail in the sea for several consecutive days without feeling tired. Therefore, Ash thinks that Lapras 1v2 is not difficult, and Whirl Islands is nothing else, but there are a lot of water-type Pokemon, and at least a Magikarp can always be caught. After a night's rest, accompanied by the sound of salutes, the much-anticipated Whirl Islands competition finally officially opened. The preliminaries are in a pool divided by artificial docks, with several round floats for Pokemon to stand on. At the A venue, Ash's first rival is a hedgehog-headed boy. He released Lapras early and waited, and the opponent also sent out his own Pokemon after hesitating for a while. A Seal. Seal used the Freezing Ray. Normally, Lapras is so big that he can't miss no matter how wrong his aim is, but it just hits the head. Therefore, Lapras just bent his neck slightly to avoid the opponent's Freezing Ray, and then spit up with a water gun to kill rival. Seeing that the opponent was so vulnerable, Ash suddenly felt that it was a very wise decision for the organizer to hold a knockout match outside the main competition. Since there were no conditions for registration, many people came to try their luck and see if they could squeeze into the official competition by chance. And the second match of Rival made Ash speechless. The opponent actually sent a Magikarp. This was no longer a chance, but purely to join in the fun. As expected, you can't have too much hope for this kind of unofficial competition. While sighing in his heart, Ash ordered Lapras to use a water gun to kill the jumping Magikarp and successfully enter the official competition. After the ridiculous qualifying match, Ash and the other two immediately went to the Pokemon store in the city to buy a fishing rod. However, when it comes to fishing, the three of them are veritable novices. Faced with various brands and models of fishing gear, they are completely dazzled and have no idea what to do with it. Just when Ash was about to buy the most expensive one without thinking, suddenly an uncle called him. "Brother, are you going to buy that super powerful fishing rod? What does it have to do with you?" "It has nothing to do with you, but that thing is very expensive." This time Ash did not say anything, but just glanced at him impatiently, complaining in his heart. "I don't want you to pay. What's your business?" If it were someone else, they would have walked away tactfully, but this uncle who looked a little wretched didn't. He said sneakily, "Brother, are you buying the fishing rod to catch water Pokemon? Then why do you fish yourself?" The uncle looked around like a thief with a guilty conscience. "You could just ask me to buy it. I guarantee it's much cheaper than this fishing rod." Annabelle, who was standing by, heard this and quickly stopped him, saying, "Hey, uncle, what are you talking about? You're breaking the law." "How am I breaking the law?" Although the other party seemed to be asking knowingly, Annabelle still patiently explained, "Alliance law prohibits any form of Pokemon trading. I advise you to stop it quickly." "What about the new Pokemon?" the uncle asked with a smile. "It's called sponsorship fees, but in fact, isn't it just exchanging money for Pokemon? Can Alliance make money, but I can't support my family? This is too unreasonable." Annabelle was speechless immediately. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell why. She had to ask for help from the two people around her. "Ash, Lena, don't just stand there. Help me say something." The two looked at each other, and then Lena forced a smile and said uncertainly, "This kind of thing shouldn't be good. I don't really understand it." In fact, after the uncle said this, Lena really felt that it was true. Not to mention anything else, you can use tokens to exchange for Pokemon in the amusement centers in major cities. Although it is not a direct cash transaction, the nature is exactly the same, it's just a fig leaf. Ash was even more straightforward. "Uncle, let me see it first." "Okay, follow me. There are too many people here. Let's go to a quieter place." The uncle was overjoyed when business came, and he asked Ash and others to follow him. Annabelle saw that it was useless to dissuade him, so she could only sigh and ignore it. The group came to a remote alley, and the uncle took out a glass jar from his space backpack and covered it with a piece of cloth, making it look mysterious. Listen carefully. The uncle deliberately lowered his voice. This is a rare water Pokemon. If it weren't for the fate between me and you, my little brother, I wouldn't be willing to take it out. Okay, stop talking nonsense, Lena urged. Okay, open it. As he said that, the uncle lifted the cloth, and what appeared in front of everyone was a Magikarp. However, Ash and the other two did not show any rage's color of being fooled, because this Magikarp was actually golden, which means it was a Flash Pokemon. How rare are Flash Pokemon? Take Professor Oak's experience as an example. He has seen countless Pokemon in his life, but he has only seen less than 10 Flash Pokemon so far. And this has to include Ash's Metagross. It's actually a Flash Magikarp. Annabelle was a little surprised. It's really rare to see it. It's a pity that you are willing to sell it for money. Hee hee. There is nothing I can do about it. I have a family to take care of. This kind of Pokemon is useless in my hands. It's better to transfer it to a powerful trainer. While crying poor, the uncle also took the opportunity to flatter Ash a little, but seeing that Ash did not say anything, he added, in fact, this Magikarp is not only a different color, it can also lay golden eggs. Lay golden eggs? Is it true? Lena thought it was a lie as soon as she heard it, but seeing this golden Magikarp, she was a little unsure. After all, it is such a precious Pokemon. Maybe it really has some special abilities? However, Ash suddenly remembered that it was no wonder that he looked so familiar to this uncle. Isn't this guy the Magikarp uncle who has been cheating James in the original book? And now this guy dares to cheat him. Does he really think he is as stupid as James? Thinking of this, Ash immediately got angry and said expressionlessly, Annabelle, can you lend me your phone? Sure, what's wrong? Nothing. Ash glanced at Uncle Magikarp. I just want to call Officer Ginny and ask her to come and take away a scammer. Wait. Hearing this, Uncle Magikarp was shocked and stopped immediately. Were we just talking well? Why did you suddenly turn hostile for no reason? For no reason? You really have the nerve to say that. Can you really lay golden eggs? Of course. Honesty, 10 times the penalty for fakes. Uncle Magikarp still insisted. You are such a shameless B******************. Ash got even angrier. You think others are fools, don't you? If it can really lay golden eggs, would you be willing to sell it? We are destined to be together. What the hell? Annabelle, lend me your phone. Seeing that Ash seemed to really want to call the police, the Magikarp uncle was a little panicked and had to change his words. Okay, I'll tell the truth. Actually, I don't know if this Magikarp can lay golden eggs. I just heard from others that golden Magikarp can lay golden eggs, but I haven't seen it myself. TSK, this cunning old man. Ash didn't believe a word of his words. It was obviously a lie he made up, but he insisted that he heard it from others. His face was really thick. Please give me flowers 0. However, this golden Magikarp is really rare, and Ash couldn't help but be tempted. Although it is a bit difficult to train a Magikarp into a Gyarados, it is not an impossible task. As long as you spend a little time, you can always succeed. Red Gyarados, just thinking about it makes him look cool. Therefore, Ash didn't really intend to call the police, but just wanted to take the opportunity to bargain. At the same time, he also turned on the wave guide and secretly sensed the other party's psychological changes. But strangely, from the wave guide feedback of Uncle Magikarp, there was a feeling of guilt. Well, why is this? Ash felt very strange. Logically, it might be because of the sale of Pokemon, but Uncle Magikarp was obviously an old hand and would not be nervous about such things at all. While he was wondering, the Magikarp in the glass tank suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, and Ash was stunned at first, and then he became furious. Hole. How dare you put gold powder on Magikarp to deceive me? Ash grabbed his collar and shouted loudly. You. Seeing that he still dared to be stubborn, Ash sneered disdainfully. You want evidence? Fine, go to the police station and you'll have everything. As he said that, Ash dragged him out. Although Uncle Magikarp was an adult, his strength was really not as good as Ash's. Just looking at his body, you can tell that he was a complete piece of ribs. Wait, I was wrong, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Seeing that Ash was serious, Uncle Magikarp was really panicked. If he went to the police station, he would not only be fined, but he would probably have to go to jail. Hey, Uncle, you're going too far, Serena said angrily, and even Annabelle, who was always good-tempered, glared at him. It's fine to lie, but he actually treated Magikarp like this. This is beyond the scope of profiteers and is completely a black-hearted merchant. Lena and Annabelle agreed to send Uncle Magikarp to the police station, and Ash was also very dissatisfied with this guy for daring to play tricks on him, so he was ready to take him there immediately. Wait, Uncle Magikarp shouted. I admit that I was wrong to lie to you, but I had no choice. I am actually a victim. Humph, you lie with your eyes open. What kind of victim are you? Lena stared at him dissatisfiedly. It's true. Miss, let your boyfriend let go first, and listen to my explanation slowly. You don't talk nonsense. Being said to be Ash's girlfriend, Lena felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time, a little happy. She secretly glanced at Ash, but disappointingly. Ash's face didn't react at all. However, Ash still let go, and he said expressionlessly, Give you 5 minutes. This time come up with a better reason. This time I'm serious. Uncle Magikarp protested, but after being glanced at by Ash, he immediately stopped. Then, he described the whole story in detail. Originally, Uncle Magikarp really had a Flash Pokemon, but it was not Magikarp. It was just that when he was selling it to someone, Team Rocket took it away, so he tried to make up for the loss in this way. After hearing his words, Annabelle immediately questioned, If that's the case, why didn't you call the police? I just thought that would be better not to bother the police with such a small matter. After all, Officer Jenny is very busy. This sounded so fake that even Lena couldn't be fooled. Bragging. I think your things must have come from a bad source. Anyway, I am really a victim. Uncle Magikarp avoided talking about this. This is all Team Rocket's fault. If they hadn't stolen my things, I wouldn't have come to lie to you. What? You are obviously making up a story. Having said that, Lena and Annabelle were not as angry as before. It seems that Uncle Sturgeon's experience successfully aroused their sympathy. However, Ash was unmoved. He was more concerned about another thing at this time. How did Team Rocket suddenly appear here? Where did you meet Team Rocket? Was it this island? He had a bad feeling in his heart. No, it was when we were on Silver Rock Island. Uncle Magikarp shook his head and replied. Ash frowned slightly. He remembered that in the original book, Zhiye and her son lived in seclusion near Silver Rock Island and were discovered by Team Rocket. If that was the case, Ash would have to take care of it. Lena, Annabelle, I'm going to Silver Rock Island. Now? Yes, now. Ash nodded. You stay here and wait for me. I should be back soon. He didn't dare to delay any longer. If Zhiye and her son were captured by Team Rocket, he felt that he would not be able to face Dark Zhiye again. Are you going to deal with Team Rocket? Count me in. Annabelle volunteered. No, I think it's better for you to stay. Ash pointed at the Magikarp uncle and said, Can you and Serena urge this guy to clean up the Magikarp? Of course it's no problem. Annabelle looked at him worriedly. But it might be dangerous if you go alone. Yes, we'll go with you. Serena also advised. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. Now that the power of the Sea King has returned, and with the blessing of the Sea God, Ash is very confident in his own safety. In addition, with Pikachu and the others, Team Rocket is not to be feared at all. He immediately took Lapras to Silver Rock Island. The distance between the 4 main islands is not far, so it didn't take long to arrive. Walking on the streets of the city, silver trinkets are sold everywhere, most of which are brooches in the shape of silver feathers. Is this an imitation of silver feathers? Ash stopped in front of a store, picked up a brooch, and looked at it, and found that the shape was exactly the same as Zhiye's feathers. Oh, I didn't expect that you, a tourist, also knew about silver feathers. You are quite knowledgeable. The shop owner was aroused by Ash's words and began to talk endlessly. In fact, there is a legend here. A long time ago, a ship suddenly encountered a hurricane rain and unprecedented sea waves attacked the ship. Just when everyone was desperate, a dazzling twister appeared from the sea. Piercing through the soaring into the sky was dark, and then the sky cleared up immediately. The sea surface also returned to its original flatness. At this time, a silver and shiny feather floated down from soaring in the sky. People firmly believed that the sea god with that feather saved them. Since then, silver feather-shaped decorations have been considered amulets that bring happiness. Ash listened to the story patiently. Although it was just a legend, it further proved that Zhiye was very likely to be near this island. Thank you, it's a very good story. In return, Ash bought 2 brooches and planned to give them to Lena and Annabelle. After all, this thing looks pretty and Stephanie should like it. Then, he asked the boss again and learned that there was a small island called Oki Island nearby, which was connected to Onion Island. You can reach it by passing through 10 caves. Following the direction pointed by the boss, Ash easily found the cave, or more precisely, it was an underwater tunnel connecting the 2 islands. After passing through the underwater tunnel, Ash successfully arrived at Oki Island. The area of this 1.9-meter island is very small, and you can reach the end in a few steps. Moreover, the island is deserted. Except for a few weeds, there's endless sea water around. Pika! At this moment, the Pikachu on his shoulder suddenly called out. Ash followed its gaze and saw a yellow figure swaying in the grass not far away. At first glance, it should also be a Pikachu. Could it be? Ash suddenly had a bad premonition. After a closer look, this Pikachu had a tuft of bangs on its forehead, which means, Ryan, you are here. Hearing this familiar voice, Ash suddenly felt that the world was so small that he actually met him again. Yes, it was Richie again. When Ash saw Richie, Richie also noticed him and showed a surprised expression. Ash, why are you here? Looking for someone. Ash replied. Richie was stunned for a moment, looking at him with a puzzled face. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for on this deserted island? It's okay to find you. Ash rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Why is this guy so nosy? Who he is looking for has nothing to do with him. But just when Ash was about to leave, Richie stopped him and said firmly, I know, you must be looking for the mysterious Pokemon too. Hearing this, Ash frowned slightly. He could guess that the so-called mysterious Pokemon referred to Zhiye, but since even Richie could analyze it, it was estimated that Team Rocket would appear here sooner or later. I checked a lot of information. Richie continued. Based on the testimony of witnesses, I sorted out the location and whereabouts of the mysterious Pokemon. I found that the area near Okinawa Island was very suspicious, so I came here. 13, have you found it? Ash asked. Richie paused. Not yet, but I believe sooner or later. Before he finished speaking, Ash interrupted him. Don't say sooner or later. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Ash was just reminding him kindly. After all, there is a high possibility of fighting with Team Rocket later. It would be bad if innocent people were hurt. Unfortunately, Richie misunderstood. What? Do you want to drive me away? That won't work. I will definitely find the mysterious Pokemon before you. Looking at Richie's confident look, Ash didn't know what to say for a while. He sighed helplessly and prepared to confirm it one last time. Are you really not leaving? Of course not. Okay. Ash glanced at Richie speechlessly. Since he refused to listen to advice, don't blame him if something goes wrong. Then Ash took out a sealed small box from his backpack, which contained the black feather that Dark Zhiye gave him last time. As the god of the sea, Dark Zhiye's feather has a unique scent. As long as it is taken out, the nearby Zhiye will definitely be able to detect it. Wow, what is this? Seeing the black feather, Richie's eyes were immediately attracted, and even Ryan was the same, staring at it without blinking. But this is also normal. Ordinary Zhiye's feathers can be auctioned for nearly 1 million on the black market, which is enough to show its value and beauty, not to mention the god of the sea. Just look at it. Ash held the black feather in his hand and stood there quietly without moving. Richie couldn't figure out his intention, but he didn't dare to disturb him, so he had to wait patiently. Not long after, there was a sudden movement on the sea surface. A silver-white Pokemon emerged from the bottom of the water and stared at the black feather in Ash's hand. What is this? Richie rubbed his eyes desperately. So the true form of the mysterious Pokemon is Lugia. Finally seeing the appearance of the mysterious Pokemon, Richie was very surprised, but he couldn't figure out how Ash did it. You are finally here. Ash knew that this young Lugia baby must be nearby. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the black feather. He waved to the Lugia baby and asked it to come over. After hesitating for a while, the Lugia baby swam over slowly, but at this moment, an anxious voice came from a distance. Silver, where are you going? You can't just walk around. Looking over there, it turned out to be a flat-headed boy, followed by a lantern, swimming quickly towards the Lugia baby. Who are you? The little boy looked at Ash and Richie with a vigilant face. Richie quickly bent down, tried to slow down his tone, and said gently, Don't be nervous. We're not bad people. We just want to meet the mysterious Pokemon. There are no mysterious Pokemon here. Go! The little boy shouted, and he and Lantern used their bodies to block the baby Lugia. Seeing his action, Ash and Richie were both amused. What is this? Do they think they are blind? Stop lying to me, Ash said unhappily. I ask you, who are you? My name is Joshua. It is Lantern. I live in Okinawa Island, and I often come here to play. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Ash and the others, Joshua immediately changed his attitude and begged, I beg you, don't tell others what you saw today, otherwise Silver will be in big trouble. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Richie assured him. Ash nodded. It seemed that Joshua and baby Lugia were friends. Although he didn't know how they became friends, it didn't matter. The important thing was that Zhiye was so willing to think about his friends, so he must be a good person. This made Ash feel relieved. 620. I came to Lugia this time because I wanted to give it something. Ash handed the black feather in his hand to Silver and whispered, You should know what this is? Your father asked me to give it to you. Huh? Silver's father? Richie and Joshua were both shocked, especially Joshua. He never knew that Silver had a father. He only knew Silver's mother. How could a father suddenly appear? But if you think about it carefully, since there is a mother, there must be a father. It's just that this father doesn't seem to be very responsible. He has never appeared once. Woo! Silver looked at the black feather that exuded a familiar smell, and his eyes gradually became moist. In fact, he had never seen his father, but the blood connection made him recognize his father's smell at the first time. At the same time, behind a rock on the sea, two Rocket Team men, wearing dive suits, looked at the Lugia baby that suddenly appeared not far away, and their faces showed shock. One of them took a camera to take pictures, and the other said to the intercom, This is the Search Team D Group, Professor Dambwa. Please answer. Deep under the sea near Oki Island, there is a huge dome-shaped building hidden. This is the underwater base built by Team Rocket specifically for capturing Lugia. In the command room of the base, a short old man was sitting in front of the command desk. After hearing the report from his subordinates, he was so angry that he blew his beard. It's not Dambwa, it's Namba. The man from Team Rocket who was in charge of the contact was startled by the shouting and apologized quickly. Excuse me, Dr. Namba? We found the Phantom Pokemon X. The old man called Dr. Namba looked like a mad scientist in the movie with a dirty and wrinkled white coat, a nervous look, and a bald head. He looked funny when he was angry. However, after hearing the latter sentence, Dr. Namba was immediately ecstatic. After days of searching, he finally found the target. He suppressed his excitement and urged, Spread the image immediately. Yes. Dr. Namba stared at the big screen in front of him with a focused expression, not blinking, for fear of missing any picture. The screen showed a silver Pokemon and a few children nearby. The two sides seemed to be talking about something. That's it. Dr. Namba stood up suddenly. Phantom Pokemon X. It turned out to be Lugia. But then his face became a little strange again. But this Lugia is too small. Is it a child? Just as Dr. Namba was observing carefully, a member of the rocket team came over and said, Professor Sambo. It's not Sambo. It's Namba. Dr. Namba yelled reflexively. Sorry, Dr. Namba. The rocket team member apologized quickly and then asked, What should we do about the plan to capture the Phantom Pokemon X? Dr. Namba touched his chin and thought for a while. Be safe. Start with capturing Plan A. Understood. After confirming the plan, the rocket team immediately took action. A hatch under the underwater base slowly opened, and a small submarine quickly drove out. At the same time, Ash and others did not know that the rocket team had discovered them, and were still discussing about the Dark Ligia. You mean, you know Silver's father? Zhiye asked Ash. Yeah. Ash nodded. You should know that Ligia is not known as the god of the sea. But in fact, there is only one Ligia who can become the god of the sea, and Silver's father is the only one. Since it is so powerful, why doesn't it live with Silver and its mother? This father is not very responsible. Joshua shouted dissatisfiedly. God knows why. Ash really wanted to say that, but considering Silver's mood, he had to lie. It's like this: Silver's father is the god of the sea. He is responsible for protecting the safety of the sea, and for the sake of Silver and his mother, they have to hide. It must be said that this bragging is really bad, but unexpectedly, Tu showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Because that's how it's played in the movies. You mean Silver's father is a hero? Joshua clenched his fists excitedly. Because he was afraid that the bad guys would threaten the safety of Silver and his mother, he had to reluctantly separate from his wife and children. This is really great. Hashtag 138. Ash was a little embarrassed. It seems that Hollywood-style plots are also very popular in this world. However, there's really a Hollywood in Kanto and Isha region, but the one in Kanto has closed down. Woo! After hearing that his father was a hero, Silver's face suddenly showed a yearning look, and the grudge in his heart that his father had not come to see him for many years also weakened a little. After all, they are still children, and the word hero is too lethal to them. Click, click. At this moment, there were two sounds of guns being loaded. It turned out that the two rocket men who were in charge of surveillance before stared at Silver with the fishing net launcher and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Stop them, Pikachu, or Birdtail. Fortunately, Ash reacted in time and immediately asked Pikachu to rush up and cut the fishing net in half, and Joshua, after a moment of hesitation, also ordered Lantern to attack the two rocket men. In fact, Ash had already discovered these two guys with the help of the wave guide, but he did not make it public in order to lure out the rocket's large forces. As he expected, a black submarine surfaced from the bottom of the sea. Richie immediately shouted when he saw it. Who are you? Then, Ash heard the line he hadn't heard for a long time. Since you are asking sincerely, Normal will not answer. However, it was not the trio that appeared this time, but the trio's mortal enemies, Cassidy and Butch. Like the trio, they like to recite a long and meaningless opening speech before each appearance. Unfortunately, Ash is not a person with a nostalgia complex, so when the two stood on the platform and slowly emerged from the submarine, he immediately ordered, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Wow! The two were startled by the sudden attack, but just as the lightning spear was about to hit them, a protective shield appeared on the platform where they were standing, blocking it. After finding out that it was just a false alarm, the frightened Cassidy immediately became angry and shouted, Hey, you rude little brat. Don't you know to listen to others before fighting? That's right. That's right. Butch on the side also echoed unhappily. Sorry, I don't want to waste my time on minions like you. In Ash's impression, Cassidy and Butch are idiots comparable to the trio, and they often do stupid things. Especially when they meet the trio, their IQ will plummet and become the same level as the trio. The final result is that they are defeated by the trio with rich experience. However, the trio was not present at this time, so Cassidy and Butch's IQ did not drop, and they immediately took action. We're going to get that Ligia baby. Cassidy's personality is similar to Jesse's. They both emphasize like a big sister and speak irrationally. As soon as she finished speaking, the submarine under her feet immediately shot out a large net, and the target was naturally Silver. Metagross, you go. Thanks to the portable transmission device, Ash can change Pokemon anytime and anywhere. This time, in order to deal with Team Rocket, he also brought Metagross out specially. Facing the unusually large net, Metagross's eyes flashed a dazzling red light, and then the net just stopped directly in the air. What? Cassidy was shocked to see this, but Butch said excitedly, "Look, the color of that Metagross seems to be different from the ordinary one." Really? After being reminded, Cassidy also noticed it. I actually encountered another Flash Pokemon. It seems that today is our lucky day. Another one? 123 after hearing her words. Ash couldn't help but guess. Could it be that they stole Uncle Magikarp's Pokemon? Seeing their greedy look, this possibility is really great. After all, although Team Rocket is committed to transforming in front of the public, various dirty deeds are still carried out in secret, and the quality of the bottom staff is uneven, and occasionally they will do their old business. Guest role as a robber. Go, Houndour! Kill them, Coplin! Cassidy and Butch sent out their own Pokemon respectively, but their strength is really not enough. One is intermediate and the other is advanced. It seems that they, like the trio, have not put their minds on training Pokemon, and are thinking about bad ideas all day long. However, these two Pokemon are wearing a strange headband with a signal light in the middle, which looks like a mechanical device to enhance their strength. I advise you not to underestimate us. As if she had noticed Ash's contempt, Cassidy sneered, took out a remote control from her pocket and pressed it, and then the signal light on the headband emitted a burst of light, turning from blue to red. Roar! As the signal light changed, Houndour and Coplin roared at the same time, clenched their teeth tightly, and stared at Ash and others with their eyes fixed. "What the hell are you doing?" Richie asked loudly. He felt that something was wrong. "Aha! You'll know it soon." Cassidy power trip laughed. "Houndour, use flamethrower." Roar! After receiving the order from the trainer, Houndour immediately spit up a blazing fire from his mouth, and Ash finally understood where the other party got his confidence from. This pillar of fire was very thick and could be compared with his Charizard. Is it the effect of that device? While thinking, Ash also let Metagross fight back autonomously. To be honest, he was not worried at all. Although the other party relied on the weird machine to improve his strength, his foundation was too poor, and no matter how much he improved, it would be useless. And Metagross did not disappoint him, and directly used mental interference to firmly imprison the two Pokemon in place, unable to move at all. What? Cassidy was shocked. She didn't expect that under the effect of the strengthening device, her and Butch's Pokemon were still so vulnerable. She hurriedly shouted, "Houndour, get angry. Get angrier. Corporon, rage. Remember, rage is the source of your strength." Butch also shouted a bunch of inexplicable BDFB words. 14. Ash was almost speechless. From what they said, the headband should be a device that can make Pokemon angry, that is, relying on rage to increase strength. Although I don't know who came up with it, Ash thinks this is definitely a stupid idea. Indeed, when you're angry, your heartbeat will speed up and increase blood circulation, so it will temporarily increase strength, but in the long run, it will cause great damage to the body. Enraged Pokemon can easily lose their minds and may even attack their trainer in return. Forget it, Metagross, kill them. Ash was too lazy to bother with these two guys, but this casual remark made Richie and Shosher tremble in their hearts. Kill them? Could it be? Ret! With Metagross's roar, a blue light suddenly emanated from his body, especially the cross pattern on his face. The dazzling golden light was even more eye-catching. Then, the surface of the submarine also emitted a faint blue light and began to slowly rise from the sea surface. This was obviously controlled by Metagross's mental interference. Find an uninhabited island and throw it over there. There are many uninhabited islands in the sea near Oki Island. Ash doesn't need to worry about hurting innocent people, but he doesn't know if this is considered littering. Metagross's confusion suddenly erupted, like an invisible giant hand throwing the submarine out fiercely. Wow! Cassidy and Butch were naturally scared out of their wits. They could do nothing but scream. They thought they were doomed. But at this moment, the sea suddenly rolled, and then a huge silver-white Pokemon broke out of the sea, flew quickly into the air, and caught the submarine accurately. It was another Lugia. This is Silver's mother. Joshua exclaimed in surprise, and at the same time, he was relieved. Although the other party was a bad guy, Joshua still didn't want anyone to die. After all, he was still a child, so he naturally had a little more unnecessary sympathy. Zhiye gently put the submarine back into the sea, letting the other party flee in panic, and then it looked at Ash. King of the Sea, why do you do this? Compared to Silver, this Zhiye can communicate with people through telepathy. It seems that all legendary Pokemon can do this trick, and Silver is still young, so he can't do it for the time being. Woo! Seeing his mother coming, Silver called out happily, ran to Zhiye happily, and rubbed his head against its wings affectionately. Zhiye also looked at her son lovingly, then turned to look at Ash and smiled. King of the Sea, although I don't think you need to do that, but thank you for protecting my child. I think it is necessary, Ash retorted. You should not know that a dark organization has set its sights on you, and those two guys are just here to explore the way. However, Zhiye's answer was beyond his expectations. No, I know. I have long discovered their base hidden in the seabed. Hearing this, Ash was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly asked, Why don't you take action? Take what action? Zhiye asked with a smile. Kill them? But in that case, it will only cause a more intense revenge for humans, and it will not fundamentally solve the problem. Ash disagreed with Zhiye's point of view, but he didn't want to say anything more. Zhiye has her own ideas, and it is not easy to persuade with a few words. Ash, do you know Zhiye? Richie was surprised to see that both parties seemed to be familiar with each other. It knows me, but I don't know it. To be precise, Zhiye didn't recognize Ash as a person, but his identity. Ash actually saw this Zhiye for the first time. Yes, that's true. Zhiye looked at the black feather in Ash's hand. It seems that you know my husband, and you have a good relationship with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't give you the feather, but what happened to it? Then, Ash briefly recounted the whole thing. After listening to it, Zhiye's face was not happy, but rather a little worried. That is to say, it has integrated 4 kinds of priesthoods, and its strength has increased dramatically. Yes, now even Ho-Oh is not its rival. Alas, that is not a good thing. Zhiye shook her head and sighed softly. If the powers increase too quickly, it is easy to be addicted to it and lose yourself. That's unlikely. Ash comforted. Your husband is the god of the sea, and his mind is unusually tough, not to mention that it is not weak in itself. No, you don't understand. In some ways, we're the same as you humans. Ash always felt that Zhiye was referring to something, but unfortunately the other party didn't seem to want to talk about it. After saying this, he began to change the subject. By the way, it should be the time for the Whirl Islands competition recently, right? Zhiye's words were so jumpy that Ash almost thought he had heard it wrong, but Joshua on the side quickly replied, Yes, I wanted to participate, but I was afraid Silver was lonely, so he didn't go. Sorry. Thank you for playing with it. Zhiye smiled and thanked Zhiye. No. I should thank you for saving me at that time. The reason why Joshua met Zhiye and her son was completely a coincidence. One day, he and Lantern were playing on the sea, but suddenly encountered hurricane rain, and it was Zhiye who saved him. Just like in the legend, Zhiye is a kind of helpful Pokemon. For life, they will always try their best to save it. Actually, I want to participate, but I don't have a water Pokemon, so I can't sign up. Richie also said, I see. Zhiye nodded knowingly. What about you, King of the Sea? Did you go to participate? I just finished the preliminaries today, and will participate in the official competition tomorrow. Ash replied, In that case, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if you can agree to it. You're welcome, just say it. Ash agreed immediately. Dark Zhiye has helped him a lot, so he can take this opportunity to return a favor. However, Zhiye said something shocking. It's like this, I hope you could take Silver to participate in this competition, okay? Ash was stunned. In fact, not only him, but also Richie and Joshua were the same, all thinking that Zhiye was talking to herself. Asterisk 10. Wait, do you know what you're talking about? This is not a private competition. There will be a lot of spectators. Ash said anxiously. I know. Zhiye smiled softly. I just hope Silver can have more contact with humans, and I hope humans can understand us a little more. so I ask you for help. What do you know? You don't know anything at all. Ash almost didn't know what to say. You are the legendary Pokemon Zhiye. Do you know how many people are targeting you? Let's not talk about anything else. There's an organization called Team Rocket watching you right now, and you still want Silver to show up in front of people? 0-0. I have heard of Team Rocket, but do you think they can do anything to me? Even without a priesthood, ordinary Zhiye can reach the strength of a second-level legendary beast after adulthood, which is the champion level according to human standards. If it is determined to run away, even a champion of the Alliance will not be able to stop it. Through communication with other Pokemon, Zhiye is not unfamiliar with the situation in the human world. Although it is kind by nature, it is not a fool. Many things are known in the heart. 03-2510-213, Philo 101562030. But there is still Silver. Those people are capable of anything. What if they threaten you with Silver? That's why I'm asking you for help. Zhiye smiled slightly, and seeing Ash's puzzled expression, it continued. You are the king of the sea. As long as you want, the power you have is enough to influence the attitude of any human or organization, and it is more than enough to protect Silver. You think too highly of me, but why do you have to let Silver come into contact with humans? Ash couldn't figure this out no matter what. Because it will inherit the title of God of the sea one day. Zhiye said earnestly, word by word. And I hope it can become a god who loves all life like its father, so some experience is necessary. 3-inch. But only water-type Pokemon can participate in the Whirl Islands competition, and you Zhiye are not water-type. Ash argued. It doesn't matter, we Zhiye are called the incarnation of the sea. Who would think we are not water-type Pokemon? As it said, although Zhiye is a psychic-type and flying-type Pokemon, humans don't know this, because no human has had the honor to study Zhiye. In fact, the attributes of most mythical beasts and fantasy beasts are inferred by humans based on ancient books or appearance. So almost everyone in this world thinks Zhiye is a water-type Pokemon. Then you have to ask your son's opinion first. He hasn't said he wants to go yet. To be honest, little 853 Zhiye didn't want to take Silver to participate in the competition, because that would be too much trouble, but unfortunately this little guy didn't live up to expectations and nodded desperately at the first time, looking like he really wanted to go. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Zhiye knew his concerns. Our Zhiye has the ability to become invisible. Although this child is too young to use it, it can be done by relying on the power of its father. Invisibility is a method that almost every mythical beast and fantasy beast will use, but some mythical beasts disdain to use it because no one on this planet can threaten their lives. The power of its father. Could it be this feather? Ash asked curiously. His wave guide did not sense any unique power on the black feather, and it could even be said that it was an ordinary feather. Yes, this feather hides the power of the god of the sea, which can make any creature invisible, but it needs its bloodline to activate it. That is, Silver can do it. Zhiye replied, Okay, I'll take it to participate. Since it has come to this, Ash couldn't refuse. However, he also agreed in advance that he would only take Silver to participate in the Whirl Islands competition and send him back after the competition. Zhiye also agreed. After all, Zhiye's cub will definitely attract countless eyes. Whether it's good or bad, it is a big trouble. Ash doesn't want to take it around the world. Not to mention anything else, after the competition, there will definitely be countless people contacting him. Fortunately, Ash has not bought a mobile phone yet. Otherwise, the phone will probably be blown up. Just as the two sides said goodbye, not far away, there was a black shadow watching everything silently. My lord, I have found it. After saying goodbye, Ash took Silver to Red Rock Island. Relying on the black feather, Silver hid his figure. Not only can it not be seen with the naked eye, but even Ash's wave power can only vaguely perceive it. After a while, Ash and Silver stepped onto the ground of Red Rock Island and entered Keiko City. After taking Lapras back to the Pokeball, Ash whispered, Follow me closely. I will take you to find my two companions first. Remember, you are not allowed to wander around. Silver nodded quickly. Before leaving, Zhiye had agreed with the little guy that he had to listen to Ash and everything, otherwise he would be sent back in advance. It was rare for him to have a trip to a human city, and Silver didn't want to go back early, so he agreed without hesitation. However, it seemed that because it was his first time to contact human society, Silver seemed very excited and looked at the surrounding buildings and pedestrians curiously and stopped to watch from time to time. Fortunately, Ash kept paying attention to it, otherwise it would have almost been lost. However, because of the continuous opening of the wave guide, Ash was exhausted, so that after returning to the hotel, he was already sweating profusely. "Ash, you are finally back." As soon as he entered the door, Lena, Annabelle, and Latias, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet him. Lena asked with concern, "How is it? Did you meet anyone from Team Rocket? Are you injured?" "No, I am not injured." Ash's expression was a little tangled. "I just brought a burden back. I don't know what to do with Maynard." "Body." Lena and Annabelle looked at each other. Neither of them understood what this meant, but Latias noticed something and stared at Ash's back with a puzzled look. Latias always felt that there was something there, but he was not sure. In fact, it was no wonder. After all, it was the power of the god of the sea. Hiding means are much more powerful. "Silver, remove the invisibility. Everyone here is trustworthy." As soon as the voice fell, Silver's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, which scared Lena and Annabelle. Lena was better. After all, she had seen the dark Zhiye, but Annabelle was different. It was her first time seeing the legendary Zhiye, and she almost doubted whether she was dreaming. What puzzled her most was that Ash went out and brought back a legendary beast. How'd he do it? Afterwards, Ash briefly explained the course of events, which resolved the doubts of the two. Lena sighed. It seems that Zhiye is a good mother, knows how to educate children. That's right. Only when both sides deepen their understanding can Pokemon and humans live in peace. Annabelle nodded. Among the people present, only Ash didn't think this was a good idea. There are many ugly things in the human world. If Silver were to understand them, it might deepen his bad impression of humans. But everything has two sides. Humans have good and evil. The key is how to guide them. The next morning, before it was completely light, Ash and others were woken up early by Silver. The little guy was so excited that he almost didn't sleep all night. He was just like a primary school student before spring outing. After breakfast, the group went to the main venue. A building on the seashore, similar to the ancient Roman circular stadium, looked a bit out of place. The competition was divided into two battle venues, water and underwater. There were 4 large stone pillars, 6 small floats, and 1 large float on the stadium. There were audience seats on the left and right sides of the stadium, and the south was connected to the sea. It was a very distinctive stadium. 8 small wooden boats, full of contestants, sailed into the stadium from the seaside. The 64 trainers who passed the preliminaries were standing in groups of 8 on the boats, receiving enthusiastic cheers from the audience. At this time, the huge stadium was already full of spectators, some of whom were relatives and friends of the contestants, and of course most of them were tourists who came here to see the competition. After all, it was a major celebration that only happened once every 3 years, and this was also the busiest time for Whirl Islands. However, the most eye-catching thing was a huge observation deck built directly north of the stadium, with a magnificent chair on it, so luxurious that it seemed to be specially set up for the king. Now we will start the opening ceremony of Whirl Islands. The commentator picked up the microphone and announced, "Look, audience, standing below are the players who have passed the preliminaries and are aiming to be the hero of the sea." Since ancient times, Whirl Islands has had its own culture and civilization, worshipping water Pokemon and coexisting with them until now. Next, please invite the sea priest, Maya Xiaozu, to make the conference declaration. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the audience around immediately applauded and shouted loudly. Among them, many people enthusiastically shouted the name of the priest, as if they had known her for a long time. Then, a woman with purple waist-length hair slowly walked out from the back. She held an exquisitely shaped scepter in her hand, with a huge sapphire on the top. There were also 2 respectful maids beside her. It was obvious that her status was very high. Everyone, the triennial celebration of water Pokemon, the Whirl Islands tournament welcomes you. People who share the same spirit with water Pokemon and live together with them have been praised as the heroes of the sea since ancient times in Whirl Islands. It is said that the heroes of the sea will be blessed by the soul of the sea and be granted the ability to communicate with all water Pokemon. While speaking, Maya Priest raised the scepter in his hand high and said loudly, "Then I wish you all good health and accept the blessing of the sea." As soon as the voice fell, the sapphire on the top of the scepter suddenly emitted a blue light, illuminating the entire competition venue. It seems that it is not a fake. Ash thought that the heroes of the sea and the priest were just a gimmick for the event. But when a sapphire called the soul of the sea was activated, it actually contained the power of the sea. Although it does not contain much, it is indeed from the same source as his power, if he can devour it. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. With the power of the king of the sea and the blessing of the sea god, these are enough for him to protect himself. There is no need to be so greedy. May the blessing of the sea god come true. After the declaration, the atmosphere on the field also fell into a climax. At this time, the commentator said again, "In addition, the trainer who wins the championship will get Mystic Water as a prize while obtaining the title of hero." Although Ash has no interest in the hero of the sea, he still wants to fight for Mystic Water. After all, he came for that thing. After the Sea Soul blessing ceremony, the official competition soon began. Due to the large number of participants in the first round, each person is limited to one Pokemon, and the winner is determined by one round, just like the preliminaries. Ash's competition area is A area, and he ranks third in the order of appearance. Therefore, he is not happy to meet up with Serlina and the others. Instead, he sits in the stands reserved for the players and plans to find them after his game is over. The first match started very quickly. Ash thought that both teams were very average, but much better than the preliminaries. At least there would be no scumbags like Cartmaster. After a while, the two matches were over, and it was finally Ash's turn to play. The second match of Zone A is over. Next is the third match. Ash will play against Turi. Please enter 2 trainers. Following the commentator's words, Ash, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately walked out of the player channel, and the player named Turi had already stood on the command platform. Turi was a boy of 12 or 13 years old, wearing a pair of glasses and holding a fishing rod in his hand. From the appearance, Ash thought that he looked a bit like Xiaosheng. "Ash, come on, Pika, Pika." Seeing Ash appear, Lena and Annabelle immediately cheered for him loudly, and Pikachu was even more interesting, wearing a cheerleader's outfit and waving 2 small folding fans. The rules of this competition stipulate that players cannot be accompanied by Pokemon, so Ash temporarily entrusted Pikachu to Lena. However, Latias and Silver were cunning. They relied on their invisibility to stay by Ash's side and watch the game closely. The referee, wearing a Whirlpool-marked uniform, saw that both sides were in place and immediately announced, "Each side has 1 usable Pokemon. When one side loses the ability to fight, the game ends." Okay, the third game is about to begin. What Pokemon will the 2 trainers bring out? Hearing the commentator's words, Silver immediately opened his mouth and bit the corner of Ash's clothes. 727 obviously hoped that it could play in the game. Unfortunately, Ash didn't want Silver to show up so soon. With the idea of delaying a game, he touched Silver's head to comfort him, and then threw Lapra's Pokeball. "Lapras, it's your turn." Woo! A flash of red light passed, and Lapras appeared in the sea water of the venue. As a pure aquatic Pokemon, ordinary battle venues are not suitable for it, but here, it can exert 100% of its strength. Then I will also... Seeing Rival send out his Pokemon, Dooley also raised the fishing rod in his hand, and a lure ball was hanging on the tip of the fishing rod, which was quite creative. After throwing the Pokeball into the water, a blue sea horse emerged from the water. It was the evolution of Kingdra. I didn't expect to encounter a dragon type at the beginning. This match is not very favorable for Ash. Annabelle analyzed. because of its water and dragon attributes. Kingdra is extremely resistant to water-type moves, and ice-type moves are no longer effective. Seeing that both sides are ready, the referee immediately raised the flag and announced, Lapras versus Kingdra. The game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ash immediately issued an attack order. Lapras, freezing ray. Woo. Lapras responded, then took a deep breath and spit up a cyanwood-colored ray from his mouth, waving it towards Kingdra. Kingdra, get out of the way. Dooley calmly adjusted his glasses, with a confident smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Shwa. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, Kingdra's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared in front of everyone again, he was already on the left side of Lapras, and Lapras' freezing ray naturally missed, only freezing a small part of the water surface. Haha, how about it? Kingdra's speed scared you. Turi smiled lightly. His Kingdra was not only fast, but also had the ability of lightness, which further increased Kingdra's speed in the water. Although it was not raining at this time, the battlefield was a water field, which could also trigger the lightness ability. However, what disappointed Turi was that Ash did not seem to have any special reaction. He just looked at the situation on the field expressionlessly, which made him feel like a clown. TSK, a guy who pretends to be so. Turi complained a few words in his heart. He decided to teach Rival a lesson to avoid being underestimated. He pointed at Lapras with his right hand and ordered loudly, Kingdra, use Hydro Pump. It appeared. The commentator shouted excitedly, the super strong trick of the water type, Hydro Pump. Even if it is also a water Pokemon, Lapras will probably feel bad if it is hit by this. While speaking, a thick white water column was already whistling towards Lapras with a sound of breaking through the air. The speed of this water column was so fast that Lapras was hit before he could react. Good job, Kingdra. Unfortunately, before Turi could be happy for long, he was surprised to find that Lapras, who had received such a powerful blow, did not seem to be seriously injured. And not only was he fine, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Could it be that this Lapras' ability is to store water? Turi knows a lot about water-type Pokemon, which can be seen from the thick glasses, so he analyzed the reason immediately. It seems that if we don't go all out, it won't work. The water storage ability is simply nightmare for water-type Pokemon, and Dooley is very clear about this. But fortunately, his Thorn Dragon Lord is not only good at water-type moves. Kingdra used Twister. MO. After receiving the order from the trainer, Kingdra immediately shouted, and then his body began to spin on the spot. It spun faster and faster, and finally formed an amazing twister. And this is not over yet. The violent twister rushed into the sky with countless sea water, combining into a magnificent water tornado, as if it was going to swallow all the living things around it. Looking at this terrifying water tornado, the audience on the field couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the commentators shouted excitedly, It's amazing! Kingdra used a big trick again, and Lapras is about to be sucked in. As he said, at this time Lapras is like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. It paddles desperately to avoid being sucked into the whirlpool. Lapras, hold on. This intensity won't last long. Ash looked calm, and his calm attitude also calmed Lapras down and gradually stabilized his body. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, they could not take it away. How was it possible? Is Kingdra's power not as strong as it? Seeing that Twister could not shake Lapras, the young Dooley suddenly lost his balance, and Kingdra began to run out of energy, and Twister's speed gradually slowed down. Now, Ash would naturally not miss this great opportunity. Lapras used the most powerful freezing ray to freeze Twister completely. Woo! Lapras immediately opened his mouth, and a beam of extremely cold blue light suddenly gushed out, accompanied by the sound of freezing. The water spout quickly condensed into ice under the effect of the freezing ray, turning into a huge ice sculpture, which looked extremely beautiful under the sunlight. Oh my god! It turned out that such a large water spout into ice cubes. Ash's Lapras really can't be underestimated. The commentator's voice was stuttering, and the rest of the audience was also a little dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lapras was not big enough and looked like a child, so his strength should not be very good, but the reality surprised them. In fact, Lapras has been eating water energy cubes containing ocean energy for a long time, and the power of water and ice tricks has become very powerful. Freezing a water tornado is just a piece of cake. Kingdra, get out of it. Turi no longer has the confidence he had at the beginning, and he desperately shouts into the ice sculpture. Fortunately, Kingdra did not let him down. Crack! First there was a light sound, and then the sound became louder and louder, more and more frequent, and finally the entire ice tornado completely cracked, breaking into huge pieces of ice that fell from the sky, splashing waves. Quite tenacious. Looking at Kingdra, who was constantly panting, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, but that's it. Lapras, rush up and use takedown. Kingdra, don't fight it head on. Dooley shouted hurriedly. Wong Naheo. At this moment, what Kingdra needed most was time. It had just escaped from the frozen contest condition and was shivering all over. It needed time to relieve itself. Unfortunately, its body was shivering constantly, making it a little inconvenient to move. What made matters worse was that the ice blocks floating on the water seriously hindered its progress. Lapras didn't have any inconvenience. It had been carrying Ash and the others on its back. It was very strong, and those huge ice blocks bounced away with a slight bump. So after a while, Lapras caught up with Cedar's buttocks, then suddenly accelerated and hit it hard. M.O. Kingdra was knocked out without any surprise, spinning in the air like a donut, and Lapras, under Ash's instructions, directly hit it with a hydro pump and finally solved it completely. The winner is decided. Kingdra can't fight, so Lapras wins. The referee took a look at Kingdra and immediately raised the flag to announce the final result. It's really unexpected. The referee praised Lapras' performance. I didn't expect that they would use ice to hinder Kingdra's proud speed. Let's applaud and congratulate them for advancing. Woo! Lapras shouted happily, and then swam to Ash's side, rubbing his slippery head affectionately, and many spectators also applauded for them. However, there was only one person who was not happy on the field, and that was Silver. It came here to compete with other Pokemon, but now it is left aside. What kind of thing is that? In order to make up for Silver, after the game, Ash and the other two took it to play on Red Rock Island. Although Keiko City is not a first-tier city, there are still amusement parks. This made Silver suffer enough, but because it was invisible and there were many people in the playground, it would bump into other people if it was not careful. But the problem was that others could not see it. No matter who encountered this weird situation, they would inevitably feel nervous, so much so that the playground was even rumored to be haunted, forcing the official to personally come out to refute the rumor. After playing in the playground for a day, Silver proposed to go swimming in the sea, which made Ash helpless. I say you have been crazy all day, aren't you tired? Woo, not tired? How can playing games make you tired? Silver looked at him puzzled. Facts have proved that Pokemon's physical strength is really not comparable to that of humans. After this day, Ash, Lena, and Annabelle were all exhausted, but Silver was still full of energy. You have to play in the game tomorrow, and you can swim however you want. Ash discussed with it. However, Silver looked embarrassed. Woo-woo. Bum dry all over now, so uncomfortable. After hearing it say this, Ash finally understood that although Lugia can survive on land, it has lived in the sea all year round, and Silver is still a child, and his skin may still be very delicate. Long-term sun exposure makes it a little uncomfortable. In this case, there is no way. Ash had to agree to Silver's request. He asked the tired Lena and Annabelle to go back to the hotel first, and he accompanied Silver to the sea. But it's better to be a bodyguard than to accompany him to swim. Ash only needs to release Lapras to sit on its back and follow Silver closely. Woo! But at this moment, Lapras, who was originally following Silver, suddenly stopped and shouted loudly towards the distance. And Silver also stayed where he was, frowning and looking over there. What's wrong? Ash couldn't help but feel a little strange. He followed their gaze, but he didn't see anything. He also found nothing when he used the wave guide. It seemed that it was beyond the sensing range. Woo! Woo! Mom! I found Mom. It's right there. Lapras's growl was full of surprises. This kind of Pokemon can sense each other's existence even if they are far away, because their growl is similar to ultrasound and can be transmitted to a far place along the seawater. Mom! Ash was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly urged, "What are you waiting for? Go and have a look." The reason why Ash was able to meet Lapras was because it was separated from its relatives, but unfortunately, it didn't meet again in the Orange Islands. Fortunately, now I actually met them in Whirl Islands, and I was happy for Lapras from the bottom of my heart. Woo! Lapras responded happily, and then swam over at almost the fastest speed. Silver on the side also hurriedly followed, but what Ash didn't notice was that there seemed to be a trace of vigilance in the eyes of this little guy. It has been almost a year since I last saw my relatives. Lapras naturally missed them very much and was eager to go home. Not long after, a group of black shadows gradually appeared on the sea level in the distance. When he got closer, he found that it was indeed a group of Lapras. However, what was surprising was that in addition to the Lapras, there were actually several Tentacruels present, and the two sides were actually fighting. Tentacruel is a very vicious Pokemon. Once someone accidentally breaks into its territory, it will summon its companions to attack like a ferocious wolf. Therefore, people call this Pokemon a sea rogue, and this nickname is similar to the forest bully Beedrill. Woo! Seeing his companions being attacked, Lapras was immediately anxious and wanted to rush up to help immediately, but considering that there was Ash on his back, it hesitated. It was worried that Ash would be accidentally affected by the battle. But Ash didn't care about that. Seeing that Lapras didn't move, he hurriedly shouted anxiously, "Lapras, what are you waiting for? Go and help." Although he was yelled at, Lapras was very happy. He felt that he had not made a mistake. This was indeed a trainer worth following. Woo! Just as he was about to rush to help, Silver on the side suddenly shouted, and then both sides of the battle stopped, especially the Tentacruels, who all looked at Silver with uneasiness. Zhiye is equivalent to the existence of God in the hearts of water Pokemon. This has nothing to do with memory. It is deeply rooted in the blood and has been passed down from generation to generation since ancient times. It's a pity that the god is still too young, so Tentacruel only hesitated for a moment and continued to attack. It seems that the negotiation has failed. Ash shook his head helplessly. In this case, he could only use violence to solve the problem. Lapras approached the enemy. Pikachu, prepare to use Thunderbolt. Woo! Pikachu. The two Pokemon were ready for battle the first time, and the Electric-type trick was indeed the nemesis of Water-type Pokemon. Pikachu only sent out a round of Thunderbolt and electrocuted several Tentacruels in 10 times. Just when Pikachu was about to make further efforts, Silver suddenly started to show his power. The little guy saw that he was ignored and had been holding back his anger. Even though he was still a cub, he was a high-level beast after all. How could he tolerate other Water-type Pokemon taunting his majesty? Silver's eyes burst into a dazzling blue light, and then the group of Tentacruel on the opposite side immediately let out a series of wailing sounds, and a timid look appeared on their faces. This is the Psychic-type special move, Extrasensory. Although the power of the special move itself is not too strong, it is incomparable when it is used by Silver. With just this move, a large number of Tentacruel were repelled and retreated to the bottom of the sea, and the Lapras were finally safe. Woo! Seeing that the enemy finally retreated, Ash's Lapras immediately swam forward, and the Lapras tribe seemed to recognize it. They first expressed their gratitude to Silver, and then quickly surrounded it. The former companions reunited again, making the group of Lapras very happy, touching each other with their heads, which is the Lapras' way of expressing friendship. However, among the Lapras present, only the largest one just watched quietly from a distance and did not come forward. Ash's Lapras turned his head to look at it from time to time, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. "What's wrong? Is it someone of yours?" Ash noticed this and asked Lapras softly. Lapras hesitated for a while and finally said, "Ming, it's my mother." Mom, Ash was stunned for a moment. Then why don't you go up quickly? You were in a hurry to see your mother just now. Unexpectedly, Lapras got angry. Woo, who said that? I don't want to see it. Lapras' attitude made Ash unpredictable, and Silver and Pikachu beside him were also confused. In the end, he had to ask other Lapras around for help. Then, with the Lapras talking, Ash finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Ash's Lapras ran away from home. The reason was that its mother refused to tell her who its father was. The mother and daughter quarreled many times about this. Finally, Lapras couldn't stand it anymore and left the tribe alone to find her father. But unexpectedly, she got lost in the Orange Islands and then ran into Ash and his friends. After hearing this story, Ash didn't know what to think. Lapras, who looked so good, actually ran away from home. Sure enough, Pokemon can't be judged by appearance. Woo, Mom! Seeing that his past was exposed, Lapras simply broke the jar and shouted at his mother. Woo, you still won't tell me who my father is. Woo, but I really don't know who it is. Lapras' mother looked very aggrieved. Lapras certainly didn't believe this, and when they saw that the two sides were about to quarrel, Ash quickly persuaded them. Well, wait a minute. Let me ask you something, Lapras' mom. You said you didn't know who the man was. Is it because he wasn't a water Pokemon? Lapras has been wandering on the sea all his life, and the sea is their home, so apart from the water Pokemon, they don't know most of the others. And Lapras' mom's answer also confirmed Ash's guess. It turned out that when it was young, it once encountered a hurricane rain, and the huge waves separated it and its companions. When Lapras' mom woke up, she found herself in a cave, and standing in front of her was a Pokemon she had never seen before. Under the care of the mysterious Pokemon, Lapras' mom gradually recovered her health, and then naturally, the two Pokemon got along for a long time, fell in love with each other, and finally fell in love. Then, Lapras' mother's tribe found it, but unfortunately, this mysterious Pokemon couldn't swim, and Lapras' mother couldn't let go of her relatives and companions. So, she had to say goodbye in tears. Recalling the past, Lapras' mother still looked intoxicated. Well, although I still don't know what kind of Pokemon it is really gentlemanly. But Lapras was about to collapse. After all this time, he turned out to be a hybrid. It's okay to be a hybrid, but she didn't even know the male's race. Lapras felt that his mother was really irresponsible. Woo, Ash, can we leave? Lapras said angrily, obviously not wanting to stay here anymore. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Don't worry, don't worry. Since you've already met him, ask him clearly. Ash was very interested in Lapras' life story. After comforting Lapras, he asked Lapras' mother, can you describe in detail what Lapras' father looks like? Lapras' mother thought for a while and replied, Ming Wu. It has a long neck, a dark blue body, and the most beautiful thing is the two aurora-shaped fleshy fins. Aurora-shaped fleshy fins? Pokemon with this feature are rare. Ash took out the Pokédex and flipped through it for a while, and soon found a target that met the requirements, but he was a little bit unconvinced. 0. That could be this Pokemon. Ash showed the Pokédex to Lapras' mother, and she nodded immediately after seeing it, which immediately made him entangled. Because the Pokemon on the Pokédex was Aurorus, which should have been extinct. But on second thought, there are quite a few Pokemon that are judged to be extinct, such as Aerodactyl and Kabutops. But in fact, Ash not only encountered living ones, but also took them in. Therefore, the Aurorus is likely to be just like them, just temporarily asleep, and Lapras' mother happened to wake it up. Lapras, don't you plan to go see your father? After learning the whole story, Ash felt that there was nothing shameful about it. There are quite a few combinations of different Pokemon, especially trainer Pokemon. Of course, this is just Ash's idea. For Pokemon like Lapras who live together in groups, hybridization is a very shameful thing. No wonder Lapras' mother refused to say it. But blood is thicker than water after all. Under Ash's persuasion, Lapras decided to follow his mother to see his father. Fortunately, the journey is not far, and it only takes a few days to get there. However, Ash still had to compete and couldn't go with Lapras, so the two sides agreed that Ash would wait for it to come back on Red Rock Island. After saying goodbye to Lapras temporarily, The next morning, Ash and others went to the ancient stadium early to prepare for the game, just like yesterday. However, Ash was a little unsure at this time. Due to the departure of Lapras, he could only send Silver to the field, and Silver was not a water-type Pokemon. This was fine. After all, as Lugia said, humans have always mistakenly believed that they have water-type attributes. More importantly, Ash was worried about whether he would have to register before the game. If that really happened, he would probably have to give up. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The staff only confirmed their identities and started the contest category. The 32-16 competition was determined by random numbers. A huge screen on the side of the field showed the remaining 32 contestants and their order of appearance and rival. Ash's rival was 2 rustic and was 10 women named Trinity. Time passed quickly, and it was Ash's turn to appear soon. As usual, he entrusted Pikachu to Lena and took Silver to the contestant channel. Now, the third match for the top 16 is about to begin. Ash will face Trinity. Please enter trainers. Walking to the podium, Ash began to fight his opponent. Trinity looked to be in her early 20s. Although she was not ugly, she was not particularly beautiful either. She was an ordinary woman. The second round is a knockout match using 2 Pokemon. Please release your Pokemon. The referee announced the rules while waving a small flag. Let's go. Gyarados. Trinity was the first to release her Pokemon, a ferocious Gyarados, which surprised the audience outside the venue. Among the many water Pokemon, Gyarados is definitely in the leading position, but relatively speaking, not every trainer has the ability to control them. This Pokemon has a bad temper and an extremely fierce personality. Gyarados often attacks its trainer, so few people dare to train them. However, this also shows from the side that Trinity's strength as a trainer cannot be underestimated. Roar! Gyarados roared to the sky as soon as it came out of the Pokeball. This is the habit of most Gyarados, and the purpose is to intimidate rival. It stared at Ash unfriendly, because the other trainer has not sent out Pokemon yet, which makes it a little impatient. The referee next to him also urged, Ash, please send out the participating Pokemon as soon as possible, otherwise you will be considered to have forfeited. Silver, stop playing. Ash shouted helplessly to the field. Quickly remove the invisibility. If you continue like this, you really have to go home early. This made everyone present unable to understand. But the next moment, a small silver-white figure suddenly appeared on the empty water surface. For a moment, the huge stadium fell into silence. The Pokemon in front of them made everyone feel both strange and familiar. Although many people have recognized it, they can't believe their eyes. This is the god of the sea. In the end, it was the Maya priest who shouted first. She suddenly stood up from her seat, ran to the front of the stands, and looked at Silver with great excitement. As a priest of the sea, she has believed in the god of the sea all her life. Now the living Lugia appeared in front of her, and she was almost happy to tears. Although the only Lugia is a little smaller, but this does not affect the excitement in people's hearts. No one would have thought that they would see the god of the sea with their own eyes one day. The probability of this is even lower than winning the lottery. Because the situation on the field was out of control, the game had to be temporarily suspended. Jenny, who served as a guard, took a lot of effort to calm the enthusiastic crowd and restore order, and the game was finally able to continue. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to fight against the god of the sea. Trinity looked at the small figure opposite with some emotion. She grew up listening to the legend of the god of the sea. She never thought that there would be such a day. She really didn't know whether to say it was lucky or unfortunate. However, Trinity didn't plan to give up. As a qualified trainer, it was natural for her to go all out to fight. Moreover, she didn't think she had no chance at all. Not only her, but also Gyarados. Although water Pokemon are born to fear Lugia, there are exceptions to everything, such as the ferocious Gyarados. They don't know what fear is. After all, Silver is still a cub, so it is normal that he can't play a deterrent role. Woo! Facing Gyarados' taunt, Silver roared back on the spot. Although his momentum was not very strong, the fighting spirit in his eyes was not inferior to that of the other party. Lugia against Gyarados. The game begins. As the referee announced, the audience on the field immediately quieted down. They all wanted to see the wonderful performance of the legendary god of the sea. Maya Priest didn't even blink. Her expression was extremely focused, and she didn't want to miss any details. However, in her heart, in addition to Zhiye, there was another thing she couldn't figure out: why the boy named Ash had Zhiye. You know, in the records of ancient books, although Zhiye occasionally appeared in front of people and made friends with some lucky people, it has never been heard that Zhiye would become someone's Pokemon. Maya Priest secretly decided in her heart that she must ask about it after the game. She dared not be careless about the matter of the god of the sea. And somewhere in the stadium, there were 3 guys staring at Ash. They were the 3 members of Team Rocket who had been entangled with him. They were wearing waiters' clothes and looked like they were working. Damn it, Jesse was full of envy and jealousy. Why is that little brat always so lucky? He can even capture Zhiye baby. 11. How about we just go and rob it? James suggested. But as soon as he finished speaking, Meowth slapped him hard with a paper fan. Meowth also shouted while beating him. Are you stupid? Meow. That little brat is so cruel and ruthless, and Zhiye baby is such a valuable Pokemon. What do you think will happen to us? Meow. After hearing what Meowth said, Jesse and James shuddered. Although money is a good thing, you have to live to spend it. No one would think that their life is too long. If you ask me, it's better to do this. Meow. After teaching James a lesson, Meowth proposed a new idea. Let's steal the soul of the sea. Such a big sapphire must be worth a lot of money. Then we don't have to work hard anymore. Meow. Meowth's proposal was immediately agreed by the other 2. Not only were they penniless, but they also owed Giovanni a lot of debt. If they didn't pay back the money, they would probably be sunk to the bottom of the sea. Just as the trio was discussing doing something bad, the battle on the field had already started. Gyarados used Hydro Pump. Facing the legendary Pokemon, Trinity didn't dare to hold back at all. She immediately went all out and ordered Gyarados to use the super powerful water-based trick. Roar! Gyarados straightened up, and a thick column of water suddenly spit up from his bloody mouth. The force of this column of water was even stronger than that of Cedra's spit up before. There were even circles of cyclones around the water column, which was enough to show how terrifying its lethality was. However, facing this powerful hydro pump, Ash remained calm and said calmly, Silver, use air explosion. Woo 13. Silver took a deep breath and then blew it out. The powerful air cannon not only completely defeated the hydro pump, but also hit Gyarados' face with its remaining power. This move should have been made by Zhiye, flying in the air and flapping its wings to create an air vortex to attack, but Silver was too young. Although he could fly, he could not form an airflow, so he changed to an air cannon, which reduced the effect a lot. Even so, the scene in front of them also scared everyone. The commentator shouted excitedly, It's amazing! Zhiye just exhaled a breath to break Gyarados' hydro pump. He is worthy of being the legendary sea god. Even though he is still young, his strength should not be underestimated. Gyarados, come on, don't lose to it. Trinity cheered for her Pokemon loudly. The audience was almost all cheering for Silver, and even the commentator was biased, intentionally or unintentionally. There was nothing they could do. The sea god was too famous, and besides, everyone here loved water Pokemon, so it was hard not to be popular. Ash also felt that the cheers from the audience were annoying, especially when they all shouted Silver's name, which was even more embarrassing. He decided to end the game as soon as possible. Silver, use Primal Calendar. As soon as the voice fell, a halo of light immediately lit up on Silver's body, and then stones emerged from the bottom of the water and smashed towards Gyarados. Ancient Power is a relatively special trick. When used, there is a small chance that it can improve its own attributes. However, Silver is a high-level beast, and its control of energy is extremely precise. As long as the Ancient Power is used, it will definitely trigger the buff effect. Gyarados used Twister. Trinity did not dare to be careless and took countermeasures immediately. Speaking of it, Gyarados' attribute is a bit strange. It can't fly, but it has a flying attribute, and its speed is not fast. So Trinity hopes to use Twister to defend against those stones. Roar! After receiving the order from the trainer, Gyarados immediately spun on the spot. It tried its best to speed up its own rotation speed, hoping to form a Twister as soon as possible. However, Gyarados' action was still a beat late. While before Twister was fully formed and the power was not strong enough, Silver increased the output of Ancient Power, forcing the stone to break through Twister's defense and hit Gyarados. Roar! Suddenly, Gyarados howled in pain, and its huge body was forced to stop. Its painful growl immediately made Trinity's heart lift. Gyarados, are you okay? Trinity shouted worriedly, and Gyarados nodded at her, indicating that he was fine. Unfortunately, Ash would not give Rival a chance to recover. He immediately ordered, Silver, fly up, and then use Thunderbolt to deal with it. Hearing this, Trinity's expression froze. How should she deal with such a shameless tactic? For a moment, she was completely confused. In fact, there's really no good countermeasure, especially for Pokemon like Gyarados that must stay in the water. Silver doesn't even need to aim specifically. Gyarados had no way to avoid it, and could only watch Silver fly into the sky, and then release an electric current to hit the water surface beside him. As expected, Gyarados was electrocuted and twitched all over, and fell down with black smoke coming out of his mouth, floating on the water with mosquito coils in his eyes. The winner is decided. Gyarados can't fight, so Lugia won. The referee glanced at Gyarados and raised the flag to announce the result. Oh, it seems that Lugia won, but I advise Trinity not to care about it. After all, Rival is the god of the sea, and it is an honor to lose. The commentator's comfort only made Trinity smile bitterly. She took back Gyarados and then sent out the second Pokemon, the Sky Duck. Golduck is a master in the water, and his movements in the water are very flexible. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, Ash ordered Silver to fly into the air and plan to repeat the old trick. Again, seeing the opponent's actions, Trinity was almost collapsed. The water field, which was originally extremely advantageous for water Pokemon, has now become a nightmare. What's the point of fighting? Fortunately, Golduck is not like Gyarados, who can only fight in water. Trinity quickly ordered it to stand on the rock to prevent electric shock. However, this also limited Golduck's range of movement. It can only jump on a few limited rocks, making it impossible to fully display its proud speed. Golduck used mental interference. Trinity originally hoped to use mental interference to fix Silver's actions, but what she didn't know was that Silver had psychic attributes and had a certain resistance to psychic tricks, so he just struggled a little and was able to break free. At this moment, Ash raised his head inadvertently and then found something that made him laugh and cry. Above, soaring in the sky, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon was floating there, slowly approaching the stand where Maya Priest was. What was even more speechless was that not only did Maya Priest not notice it, but even the police around her were unaware of it, and all of them focused their attention on the game. After all, it was a battle between the god of the sea, which was rare in 1,000 years. If you missed this game, you might never have the chance to see it again in your life. After not seeing the trio for a long time, Ash didn't expect that these three guys were still so stupid. Did they really think that this bad idea would work? Reach the target, Sky Meow. After the hot air balloon successfully reached the top of the stands, Meowth looked at the Mayan priest below with pride. It was very happy that its plan was successful, and it seemed that the beautiful sapphire had been obtained. However, being so close, even the dumbest person would notice it. Ginny shouted at them in surprise. Stop. What you trying to do? Of course we're trying to steal something. James had a power trip on his face. A treasure like the Soul of the Sea should naturally be handed over to our Team Rocket for safekeeping. If you do bad things, you will be punished by the Sea God. Maya the priest smiled. She felt that these three people were not evil people, but more like they were here to make fun of them. Humph, if you're afraid of being punished, then don't be. Jessie wanted to reveal her identity as Team Rocket, but James covered her mouth with his hand and said sternly, Idiot, do you want to be punished by the boss? After being reminded of this, Jesse remembered that Giovanni had issued an order that members of the organization were not allowed to do bad things in the name of Team Rocket, and those who violated the order would be punished. Unfortunately, what these three idiots didn't notice was that they were still wearing Team Rocket uniforms, and their identities had long been exposed. Well, what I mean is that beautiful things must be used by the beautiful me to make them shine. Fearing punishment, Jessie had to change her words temporarily. She was shameless and said such narcissistic words. Everyone who heard her blushed for her. That's right, Meow. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the gem quickly, Meow. Meowth likes to threaten others before the fight, as always. But its appearance is really not intimidating, and it is short and short, so I'm afraid even a Rattata wouldn't be afraid of it. Why are they here again? Lena looked helplessly at the hot air balloon and soaring in the sky. These three guys almost died in Whirl Islands last time. I didn't expect them to come out and do bad things again after they recovered. They can never learn from it. Huh? Do you know them? Are you friends? Annabelle asked curiously, mainly because she was interested in Meowth. It was the first time she met a Pokemon that could speak human language, and it spoke so fluently. No, they're Team Rocket. Who will be friends with them? Lena waved her hands and distanced herself from them. Due to the sudden situation, the game on the field was forced to pause. Ash watched the situation over there with interest. He wanted to know what these three guys would do. However, to Ash's surprise, the trio seemed to have suffered too much and actually started to think about it. Weezing, you smoke. The first to attack was James. He sent Weezing and spit out a thick black smoke covered the entire stand's view and choked the guards a cough. Okay, Arbok, go knock them down. Then Jesse launched the attack. This Arbok was the strongest among the three. In addition, it was a sneak attack, so the fight with the guards was very close. And taking advantage of this opportunity, James secretly released Victory Bell and whispered, Victory Bell, use Vine Whip to whip that. Ugh, don't eat me. After pushing Victory Bell away, James didn't care about anything else and shouted angrily, Rival is not me. It's that woman. Hurry up. Use Vine Whip to take the scepter from that woman. Swish. Swish. This time Victory Bell finally obeyed and immediately stretched out 2 Vine Whips from behind. Whips swung at the scepter, and the Mayan priest, who was coughing and holding his nose, had no time to react. He only felt a huge, pulling force coming from the scepter in his right hand. Although the Mayan priest subconsciously tightened her hand, her strength was no match for Pokemon. The scepter was dragged over in an instant. She hurriedly stood up and wanted to stop it, but the smoke around her choked her and made her cough again. Great, I got it, Meow. Well prepared, Meow. Meowth looked at Sapphire in front of him with shining eyes. As long as he sold it, not only could he pay off his debts, but he might also be able to live a life of ease. Jesse and James also took back Arbok and Weezing, and then Meowth quickly heated up the hot air balloon and wanted to escape from here. However, just when the trio was dreaming of getting rich, Ash took action. Silver, used the water gun. Just a small water gun move broke their fantasy. The water gun poked a hole in the hot air balloon, and then the hanging basket began to skydrop. Fortunately, the competition venue was right below them, so the hanging basket did not hit anyone, but just fell into the water. It seemed that the host team should be fine. Meowth. I hate water, Meowth. Meowth fluttered to the shore, and Jesse and James followed it. Unfortunately, the trio swam to Ash's command platform, and the two sides glared at each other. You little brat. Why do you always ruin our good things? Jessie couldn't help but get angry. Every time she met Ash, something bad happened. Why? Ash thought for a while and answered seriously, I don't have many interests, and watching you get unlucky is one of them. Hearing his words, the trio felt a chill. They had seen people with bad personalities, but they had never seen such a bad personality. What's more, he was so strong. They were unlucky to meet him. Beep, beep. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded behind James. He took it out and saw that it was the communicator calling, and the red light on it was still on. It's a distress signal for my companions. James looked solemn, but this guy was interesting. He timidly asked Ash, can I take it? Sure. Ash didn't care. Anyway, these three guys were about to go to jail, and it seemed that there was no chance to save people, but it was nice to listen to the excitement. And an anxious voice came from the communicator immediately. Emergency help. Emergency help. Team members who hear this message, please rush to the underwater base of Okinawa Island. We have been strongly attacked and suffered heavy casualties. Under strong attack? Ash was silent for a moment, then took the intercom and said with a smile, Hey, what's up? Were you attacked by Zhiye? From the content, the rocket team of Okinawa Island should have intended to capture Zhiye, but they didn't expect to misjudge the opponent's strength. Not only did they fail, but they also suffered heavy casualties. After all, Zhiye is a high-level divine beast and an adult high-level divine beast. As long as there is no worry, how can a few rocket team trash hurt it? The only thing that surprised Ash was that Zhiye looked so kind, but he would kill her. It seems that he might have been forced into a corner. The person on the other side of the intercom seemed to be confused by the emergency situation. For a moment, he did not notice the strangeness in Ash's words, and just subconsciously answered, It's not Zhiye, it's the three sacred beasts. Please hurry. Zizi. Ash was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly shouted, What three sacred beasts did you say? Hello. Unfortunately, there was only a burst of noise in the intercom. It seemed that the communication system over there was destroyed by someone. Ash's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The three sacred beasts? Why did the three sacred beasts suddenly appear? He always had a bad premonition that the three sacred beasts would not get together and fight Team Rocket for no reason. Maybe they have other goals? The so-called three sacred beasts refer to the three legendary Pokemon Nei, Suicune, and Raikou. There have been rumors in the Johto region that they are the messengers of the Phoenix Lord. However, in reality, just like the three sacred birds, there are more than one of the three sacred beasts, but only the three resurrected by Ho-Oh are qualified to be called messengers, and the strength of those three is far superior to the other three sacred beasts. However, whether they are the three resurrected or not, all the three sacred beasts are subordinates of Ho-Oh, and they obey his orders. This is beyond doubt. Hurry up. They are there. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the contestant channel, and it turned out that Maya Priest came with a large group of guards. Several policemen rushed forward immediately and subdued the trio without saying a word. At the same time, Zhiye also sent Pokemon to take back the scepter that fell into the water, solemnly returned it to Maya Priest's hand. Facing the lost and recovered soul of the sea, Maya Priest couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. It is said that people who do bad things will be punished by the sea god, and now it has come true, right? Lord Ash. Maya Priest bowed slightly to him. This time thanks to your help and the sea god, otherwise the treasure would definitely be taken away by the bad guys. Although he wanted to help Maya Priest popularize the relationship between Zhiye and the sea god, Ash was not in the mood at this time. He was very worried about Zhiye's situation. Perhaps the three sacred beasts came to help Ho-Oh seek revenge. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. You're welcome, but I have something to do now, so I'll give up. Why? Maya Priest almost thought she had misheard. Excuse me, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to give up? If the fight continues like this, Ash will most likely win in the end. Apart from anything else, the move that makes Silver fly into the sky and release lightning is something that most water Pokemon can't defend against. Silver's mother is being attacked by Team Rocket. I'm not sure, so I'm going to go take a look. Ash didn't say his guess. After all, in Johto region, Ho-Oh and the three sacred beasts are also very popular, and he doesn't want to cause any trouble under the current circumstances. What? Another sea god is being attacked by Team Rocket? Maya Priest was shocked, and then hurriedly said, Please let me help too, no? The residents of the entire island will come to help. As she said, the residents of Whirl Islands have believed in the sea god for generations. If the sea god is in trouble, they will definitely respond actively. But unfortunately, Ash didn't think it was a good idea. If someone with no strength went, it would be a hindrance. Thank you for your kindness, but this is Silver's family affair. I can help it. As he said that, Ash immediately released Aerodactyl and was about to ask Silver to leave. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, the Mayan priest could only say, "Wait a minute. Please accept this before you leave." The Mayan priest took out a blue water drop-shaped ornament from his arms and handed it to Ash. After a closer look, it turned out to be mystic water. "This is not good. This should be given to the winner." Ash declined. "Please don't worry. There is still a lot of mystic water. I can't help you much. I just hope this item can help you and the god of the sea." Due to the Mayan priest's insistence, Ash stopped being pretentious. He thanked her and took it and put it in his pocket. Then he sat on Aerodactyl and flew to the audience where Lena was and said anxiously, "Pikachu, come here quickly. There is an emergency." Hearing this, Pikachu quickly jumped onto Aerodactyl, and Lena asked worriedly, "Ash, what happened?" "It's just a small matter. I'll be back soon." 10-0. Before she finished speaking, Ash hurriedly took Silver away, and Lena opened her mouth, but she didn't say the next words. Looking at Lena, who was a little lonely, Annabelle gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't be sad. Ash just doesn't want you to be in danger. And you see, he didn't ask me to help, which shows that his personality is that he doesn't like to rely on others." "I know." Lena forced a smile. "I know what kind of person Ash is, so I won't drag him down. I just hope he can come back safely." Duh. Seeing this, Annabelle sighed helplessly. She didn't know what to say, but as a friend of the two, she didn't want to just sit back and watch. "Perhaps I should find a chance to talk to Ash?" On the other side, Ash and Silver were rushing to Okinawa Island where Lugia was. At the same time, Ash also informed Dark Lugia of the situation here, hoping that it could come over. Ash thought that the reason why the couple separated might be because of a conflict, but he didn't expect Dark Lugia to be so nervous after hearing it, and immediately rushed over here in a hurry. It seems that the relationship between the two is still very good, right? I just don't know why they are separated. But now is not the time to think about these things. Before Dark Lugia came, Ash decided to find out the situation first. But what embarrassed him was, what if he was discovered? Just when he was in trouble, Silver proposed a business. Currently, Ash carries Pikachu, Metagross, Aerodactyl, Sylveon, Snorlax, Latias, and 3D Dragon 2 hidden in the Pokédex. This is what he equipped with the portable transmission device on Aerodactyl's back to deal with this crisis. It can almost be called the strongest lineup. The only flaw is that when he contacted Jiku, Charizard happened to be challenging in the valley, so Ash decided not to disturb it. But even so, Ash did not dare to fight the 3 sacred beasts head-on. What if they were the 3 resurrected by Ho-Oh? Then they were really not enough to fight. The ordinary 3 sacred beasts, when they grow up, are the 3rd-level sacred beasts, which is equivalent to the elite level, while the 3 resurrected by Ho-Oh are far superior to their own kind, and their strength reaches the champion level. 3 champion-level Pokemon, and they are sacred beasts. Ash does not think he has the ability to save Silver in their hands. Even his own life may not be saved. But Silver had an idea, which was to go there quietly and stealthily. "You can indeed be invisible." Ash shook his head helplessly. "But Pikachu and I can't. Can you go there alone to investigate?" To be honest, Ash was not at ease to let Silver go alone. If the 3 sacred beasts really came to seek revenge, they would definitely not let this little guy go. "Woo, actually you can do it." Silver's words stunned Ash. He was about to ask carefully, but he saw Silver pluck the black feather from his body, then tore it in half and handed him 10 of them. "Woo woo woo. If you inject the energy of the sea into it, you can temporarily activate your father's power." Silver explained. "Is it true?" Looking at the half feather in his hand, Ash was quite unbelievable. Although he had seen Latias and others become invisible, as a human, especially as a man, this kind of thing is really dreamlike. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Ash hurriedly followed Silver's instructions and condensed the power of the King of the Sea and injected it into it. Then Ash, Pikachu, and Aerodactyl all entered the invisible contest condition, so even Silver couldn't see them. It is worth noting that invisibility is not omnipotent. It is just a trick, and the aura still exists, so you can't get too close. It would be bad if you're discovered. After all this, Ash and Silver secretly flew above Oki Island and began to look for Lugia's traces. In fact, there was no need to look for it. At this time, there was a battle below them, mainly divided into three forces: Team Rocket, the three holy beasts, and Lugia. There are Pokemon and legendary beasts. Among them, Team Rocket has the largest number, but it is also the weakest. The Pokemon they released are not the rival of the three holy beasts, or more accurately, not the rival of Raikou. That's right, the three holy beasts did not all go to deal with Team Rocket, but Raikou defeated them all by himself, leaving only a few slightly stronger ones still holding on. As for Suicune and NTI, they were naturally not idle, but attacking Lugia. Ash's most worried thing happened. The three sacred beasts really came for Lugia, and their purpose was probably to help Ho-Oh retaliate. Although Ho-Oh did not suffer any actual damage in the Battle of Water City, it made it lose face, especially the defeat to its mortal enemy, the god of the sea, which made it even more fiery wrath. For a sacred beast with an infinite lifespan, what is more important than face? And the Dark Lugia has lived in the deep sea of Whirl Islands for many years. Ho-Oh has no ability to find it, let alone defeat it, so he can only vent his anger on Lugia. The battle of the three second-level sacred beasts turned the entire sea area near Oki Island into a battlefield. The two sides fought so hard that the sky was dark and the earth was dark, but they could not do anything to each other for a while. Seeing his mother being attacked, Silver immediately wanted to rush up to help, but was hugged by Ash, who was well prepared. Just kidding, if we really let this little guy go up, not only will he not be able to help, but he might even get involved with Lugia. Although the three sacred beasts have a good reputation among humans, it's actually the work of those bald donkeys in Bell Tower. In fact, even the ordinary three sacred beasts will not come into contact with humans. They are just as arrogant as their master Ho-Oh. The three sacred birds are more approachable and often make friends with humans. For example, the Pokemon Ranger Jack Walker has a Zapdos as a partner, who often helps him complete some difficult tasks. Please give me flowers? Okay, don't worry yet. Feeling Silver struggling, Ash quickly communicated with him through the wave guide. I know you are worried about your mother's safety, but it's useless for you to go up now. Let's think of another way. Hearing him say this, Silver stopped struggling and just looked up at Ash. Although Ash couldn't see his expression at this time, he could imagine that it would definitely be a face full of pleading. In theory, the best way at present is to wait for Dark Lugia to come. In the face of absolute strength, all problems will not be problems, but Ash doesn't want to just wait and see. Is there anything I can do? He asked himself this in his heart, carefully observing the battle situation on both sides, and soon came up with the answer. The battle between Lugia and NTI and Suicune was too advanced, and he and Silver would only die if they went in. But on the other side, the battle between Team Rocket and Raikou was different. If Rival is just a level 2 Pokemon, there is still hope to defeat it. No, it should be said that there's a great hope. Relying on 7 Pokemon beat up, even the messenger of Ho-Oh may not be able to resist. After all, there's a big difference between level 1 Pokemon and level 2 Pokemon. The former is a real god, and the latter is at most a demigod. Although there's only a difference of 1 level, the strength is completely different. It is simply incomparable. According to Ash's idea, let Team Rocket and Raikou fight first, and after all the people of Team Rocket are dead, he will come out a deal with Raikou. This can not only consume Raikou's physical strength, but also eliminate social garbage, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But at this moment, a gentle voice came into his mind. Ash, why are you here? Take Silver away. It was Lugia's voice. Ash was startled. He thought that his and Silver's invisibility had failed, but after a closer look, neither the 3 sacred beasts nor Team Rocket noticed him, but were only focused on the battle in front of them. It seems that it was not the invisibility that failed, but Lugia's keen senses immediately noticed their arrival. Lugia, don't worry. Ash quickly used the wave guide to send a message to it. I have contacted your husband. It will be here soon. You just need to hold on for a while. It's okay with me. The most important thing is Silver. Please make it not show up, and if possible, please go and save those who are still alive. While Zhiye was talking to Ash using telepathy, she had to deal with the attacks of Sukun and Nti, which made people sweat for it. However, in fact, these worries were completely unnecessary. Zhiye was a high-level beast, and although the three sacred beasts had received the baptism of Ho'o's life energy, which improved their strength to a higher level, their race was only a low-level beast after all, and they were innately inferior. Therefore, even if it was 1 against 0, 1, 3, and 2, Zhiye was still able to distract herself and talk to Ash, and even had the time to take care of others. Wait, they are Team Rocket. They are here to catch you. Ash really couldn't figure out what Zhiye was thinking. I know, Zhiye said quickly, but they're living beings after all. If it is convenient, please save them. Are all your family saints? Ash couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Dark Zhiye and his wife had exactly the same personality. No wonder they liked each other. Since Zhiye had asked so, and he would have to fight Reika sooner or later, Ash simply agreed. It was just a piece of cake anyway. You find a safe place to hide first. I will help your mother share some of the pressure. Remember, don't show up. After repeatedly admonishing Silver, Ash then commanded Aerodactyl to quietly fly behind Reiku and carefully observe the situation on the battlefield. At this time, there were only a few people left in Team Rocket, and Reiku was not in a hurry to deal with them. Just like a cat that sometimes doesn't eat a mouse right after catching it, but wants to play with it. First, give it hope, then let it experience the greatest despair. This behavior was very bad taste, but it just gave Ash a great opportunity. While Reiku was indulging in the cat-and-mouse game, he launched a sneak attack. Aerodactyl, Immortal Light. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly, and golden light shot out from Aerodactyl's mouth, aiming directly at the back of Reiku's head. Boom! Even as powerful as Reiku, he couldn't be safe and sound after being hit by a destructive death ray. His huge body flew out with a bang, dragging a long trail on the ground. Because the destructive death ray emitted by Aerodactyl would cause violent energy fluctuations, Ash's invisibility was invalidated. He shouted to the Rocket team members, "Go now." However, these guys seemed to be stunned by the situation in front of them. They didn't react for a while and just stood there stupidly. Seeing this, Ash couldn't help but frown and was about to shout again, but who would have thought that the next second, Reiku immediately turned over and stood up. Reiku roared at Ash in the sky, his eyes red, and it was obvious that the sneak attack just now made him extremely angry, and he wanted to tear the opponent into pieces. Hurry up and land on the ground. Ash hurriedly ordered Aerodactyl to land on the ground. If it kept flying in the sky, it would probably become a living target for lightning. Facts proved that his judgment was correct. Almost at the same time, golden sparks gushed out from Reiku's body, forming a lightning dragon flying towards Ash, and its aggressive posture seemed to swallow everything up. Sylvian, Metagross, use light screen. Fortunately, Ash reacted in time and took out Sylvian and Metagross's Pokeballs and threw them out. The two Pokemon also knew that the situation was urgent. As soon as they appeared, they used all their strength to support a thick, transparent wall. Boom! The lightning dragon roared and hit the light screen heavily. The surrounding ground exploded with a bang amid the flying of earth and rocks, and a large area of it sank in an instant. The huge power even made the Rocket team members next to them dare not look directly at it. The incarnation of lightning, Reiku, was so powerful that he lived up to his name. The aftermath alone was so terrifying. Ash and others who were in the center of the lightning naturally felt even worse. Metagross and Sylvian were both strong, but the light screen they jointly cast began to crack under the bombardment of lightning. Bunny, Boony, boss, it's bad. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Rhett, according to my calculations, this light screen will be crushed in 27 seconds. Bunny, please don't speak so calmly at this time. Usually, Sylvian would never dare to complain about Metagross, but now that it was a matter of life and death, it didn't bother to care so much and said whatever it wanted to say. Pikachu, shut up, leave it to me. At this critical moment, Pikachu rarely showed the momentum of a captain. It leaped hard and jumped towards the center of the lightning without hesitation, intending to directly use its body to catch it. Pikachu, come on. Ash frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in his tone, but his red eyes still showed trust. He believed that Pikachu would be able to survive. Pikachu did not disappoint him, or more precisely, it was the artifact light ball that made a great contribution. Reiku's lightning was not affected by Pikachu, but was absorbed by it. Looking at Pikachu's attribute panel, the fusion degree of light ball continued to rise, and Ash was ecstatic, but at the same time a little regretful. If he had known this, he would not have bothered to let Sylvian and Metagross hold up the light screen, and would have let Pikachu absorb it directly. He thought that as the messenger of Ho-Oh, the lightning power emitted by this Reiku should be extraordinary, and Pikachu might not be able to survive. But now it seems that the strength of this Reiku is about the same as that of the Zapdos on Asia Island. It was Ash who was too cautious. Compared to Ash who was relaxed, Reiku was extremely shocked at this time. How could a mere electric mouse absorb its lightning? Roar! Either emotionally or rationally, Reiku could not accept it. He roared immediately, and the clouds and rain on his back suddenly rolled up. The surging energy in his body stimulated his flesh in the form of electric current, making it fully active. Since lightning can't do anything to you, I will use physical means to eliminate you. Reiku's temper is notoriously irritable. In addition to his best electric tricks, his speed is not to be underestimated. It is as fast as lightning and is the fastest among the three sacred beasts. Abu, in almost the blink of an eye, Reiku disappeared from everyone's sight. His body almost turned into a flash of lightning, approaching Ash at a very fast speed. That's right, his target is not some Pokemon, let alone other people, but Ash. Reiku is not an ordinary wild Pokemon. It knows a lot about human affairs and the characteristics of the so-called trainer profession. Once the trainer dies, the Pokemon under it will naturally fall apart. As a human, the trainer is so fragile that it will be either dead or injured if it is lightly touched by its claws. Unfortunately, Ash also thought so. 3D Dragon 2, use foul play space. Keep it up with all your strength. After receiving Ash's order, 3D Dragon 2 immediately appeared from the Pokédex. Data streams flashed in its eyes, and then the surrounding space was instantly covered by an illusory wall. What is this? A trace of doubt flashed in Reiku's eyes. It was the first time it had seen such a trick, but it didn't seem to be very powerful. So it chose to ignore it and move towards Ash. In fact, with Reiku's strength, most of the tricks could not effectively hurt it. Even the previous Aerodactyl's destruction and Death Ray sneak attack only made it a little painful. However, soon, Reiku found something wrong. His speed, which he was proud of, suddenly slowed down. It was as if there was an invisible resistance hindering him, making it difficult to move. This is the effect of the foul play space. The fast ones slow down, and the slow ones speed up. Because of this, Metagross, which was originally extremely slow, is now extremely fast. Even Ash was not satisfied, so Snorlax was sent to help. A funny scene suddenly appeared on the field. Two big Pokemon played the agile Reiku around, making it almost unable to touch the edge. This made Reiku almost crazy. He had lived for so many years, and when had he suffered such humiliation? He also used his brains to try to get out of this space covered by the illusory wall. But every time he wanted to rush out, Snorlax and Metagross would rush over like a gust of wind and block him tightly. Unfortunately, these two guys were thick-skinned and their physical attacks were not strong enough, so they could not cause much damage at all. What's more annoying is that every time Reiku wanted to use Thunder, the yellow little mouse would jump out and absorb all the electricity it released. In this kind of frustrating battle, Reiku felt that he would rather fight with Zhiye. Although it was a bit dangerous, it was at least fun. Looking at Reiku's hateful eyes, Ash felt happy in his heart. The more unhappy the enemy was, the happier he was. As long as it dragged on like this, Reiku would definitely run out of energy first. After all, there was only one of him, no reinforcements, and he was still fighting a round-robin battle. He was also trapped in the foul play space. It would be strange if he could win. On the other side, Ash didn't need to worry about the battle between Zhiye, Suikun, and Inti. Zhiye fully demonstrated its strength as a high-level beast, and it was not at all inferior even in a 1v2 battle. Especially in the sea, with the power of the sea, it was like a fish in water dealing with the opponent's attack calmly, and even counterattack from time to time. If everything went well, when Ash solved Reiku, he would be able to help Zhiye, and the fate of Suikun and Inti would be self-evident. Unfortunately, things did not go smoothly, because a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from afar. Hearing this cry, the three sacred beasts stopped their movements and looked at the red-stained soaring in the sky in the distance with fanaticism. But Ash's heart was half cold. Ho-Oh again. Since arriving in Johto region, it seems like he has encountered evil. Every time he encounters trouble, Ho-Oh will come out to mess things up. Although it mainly targets the Dark Zhiye, Ash is just innocently caught in the crossfire, but is still very annoying. But there is nothing to do about it. Ho-Oh's strength is not something Ash can compete with. Or to say that competing with him is just flattery, there is no comparison between the two. You are here. Zhiye stared at the slowly flying Ho-Oh with a serious face, but the tone of his words was a bit surprising, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Here it comes. Ho-Oh looked at it expressionlessly. It seems that you are 283 ready. Did you expect it? Ever since your plot to kill me failed in a critique city last time, I knew that you would come to me again one day. Zhiye's words startled Ash slightly. When he heard those legends in a critique city before, he found the unreasonableness in them. It seems that the fire should be caused by the fight between Ho-Oh and Zhiye, and only Ho-Oh's fire can hurt Zhiye. Don't make me laugh. I'm here to kill you openly. Ho-Oh's tone was full of contempt, but at its level, it really didn't need any conspiracy nasty plot. But in the mouths of humans, things are not like this. In order to protect your reputation, they even made up a fictitious story and put the blame on their compatriots. What does that have to do with me? Ho-Oh's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. There's only one thing I want to do, that is to kill you. No Zhiye will be allowed to exist in my territory. As the saying goes, fire and water cannot be compatible, not to mention that they are both high-level beasts, so the relationship is naturally not good. Especially after the battle with the god of the sea, Ho-Oh regards the Zhiye clan as an irreconcilable enemy. Why are you doing this? Zhiye looked helpless. I have already voluntarily withdrawn from a critique city. Is it necessary to chase me to this remote archipelago? Unless you completely leave this region, I will never tolerate your existence. Ho-Oh was still pressing. That's impossible. I have lived here since I was born. No one can force me to leave my hometown. Zhiye suddenly became excited. For the land of Johto region, Zhiye has a deep affection for it. So much so that she refused to go to the Orange Islands with her husband, but chose to take care of Silver alone in her hometown. Zhiye's answer did not surprise Ho-Oh. In fact, it had expected it long ago. Its real purpose was just to take the opportunity to revenge the god of the sea. Really? Then you will die here. Before the voice fell, a burst of colorful flames suddenly burst out of Ho-Oh's body and rushed towards Zhiye. Everyone was stunned. No one would have thought Ho-Oh suddenly attacked without any warning, and even Zhiye did the same, leaving no time for it to dodge. In a hurry, Zhiye made a prompt decision, and a blue light immediately lit up in her eyes. The powerful mental power instantly wrapped the colorful flames, trying to block this strong attack. However, all this was destined to be in vain. Under the huge gap in strength, the colorful flames easily broke free from the restraints and devoured Zhiye in the blink of an eye. Woo! Silver couldn't help but let out a wail. It couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to rush to its mother's side immediately. But Ho-Oh glanced at it, then gently flapped its wings and slapped it away in an instant. Aerodactyl, go catch it. Hearing Ash's words, Aerodactyl came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream, and quickly spread his wings and flew up from the ground, catching Silver in time. The previous scene shocked everyone present and Pokemon. No one could have imagined that the legendary Pokemon, Lugia, was so vulnerable in front of Ho-Oh and was defeated in just one move. Only the three holy beasts showed the expression that should be so. If Ho-Oh did not have such amazing strength, how could he become the master of their three tribes? Lugia was wrapped in flames, like a burning fireball falling from the sky, and fell heavily on an unknown island. It was obviously in danger. After doing all this, Ho-Oh was too lazy to even look at it. It turned around and was about to leave, and suddenly a weak voice came. Do you think it is really right to do this? It's Lugia. It turned out that it is not dead yet. Ash's heart immediately surged with hope, but soon it was silent. The wave feedback from Lugia was extremely weak, which means that it was not far from death. Right or wrong is not important. You are immortal, and I am a god. Your life and death is just a matter of my thoughts. Ho-Oh said without turning his head. You are too arrogant. It will help me retaliate. Lugia's voice has become intermittent, but it contains unparalleled confidence, as if Ho-Oh's end is right in front of it. Hey, retaliate? Ho-Oh seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. I am immortal. What can it use to retaliate? Just wait. Cut, crazy woman. Ho-Oh felt disdain for Lugia's words from the bottom of his heart, and was too lazy to pay more attention to it. It spread its wings and flew away from here, leaving behind a sentence. The rest is up to you to solve. Yes, sir. Asterisk 3. In front of Ho-Oh, the three sacred beasts all lowered their noble heads without complaint, and did not even dare to look up. They waited until Ho-Oh left before they turned their eyes to Ash and others. Beauty. I always feel that the situation is not good. Looking at the unfriendly eyes of the three sacred beasts, Sylveon was sweating profusely. This was the first time he had encountered such a critical situation in his life. Although he had a hunch since he first saw Ash. This kid is a troublemaker, and it must be fun to travel with him. But who could have expected that it was fun, too fun, so fun that his life was almost gone? But since the choice has been made, Sylveon will not regret it. It still has this responsibility. The same idea also appeared in the hearts of Pikachu, Metagross, and other Pokemon. Everyone is ready to fight to the death. Feeling the unity of all Pokemon, Ash was moved, and his brain was thinking quickly about countermeasures. Although the three sacred beasts are very powerful, they are not as invincible as Ho-Oh. As long as he combines the available combat power on his side. He secretly glanced at the Rocket team and Silver, but soon withdrew his gaze helplessly. Although the surviving members of Team Rocket were all elites, their Pokemon were all injured, and some of them were seriously injured, and they could not resist the attacks of the three sacred beasts at all. As for Silver, this little guy suffered too much. His eyes were empty, Wangma, and he stood there motionless like a puppet, roaring at someone who was at the mercy of others. Ash didn't know how to persuade Silver for a while, not to mention that he didn't have the time now. He released all the Pokemon on his body and looked at the beast from a distance. Now, he can only rely on himself. Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, suddenly, a loud howl came from the distant soaring in the sky, and the three sacred beasts immediately changed their faces when they heard it. It was the Dark Lugia. Although the sea god tried his best to come, he was still a step too late. His beloved had passed away, and the remaining Lord Lu was destined to bear his wrath. The three sacred beasts all knew this, and no one said a word, and they all ran away at the same time. Seeing the three holy beasts running away, Dark Lugia had no intention of chasing them. A heart-pounding light burst out from his blood-red eyes, and then the three holy beasts stopped moving. The three holy beasts roared to the sky, trying to break free, but as the god of the sea, Dark Lugia's spiritual power was not something they could match, and they were destined to be doing useless work. Who did it? Dark Lugia's voice sounded very calm, but it was like the calm before the rain of hurricane which made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if someone was pinching their throats, and even breathing deeply was a luxury. "Of course it was us, you idiot," Reiku shouted disdainfully. "They're not stupid. Even if Ho-Oh was the one who did it in the end, as Ho-Oh was messengers, they would not be able to escape death. It is better to talk tough before dying." However, unlike the simple-minded Reiku, Sukun didn't think so. It said respectfully, "Lord Sea God, this time it's a conflict between Lord Ho-Oh and Zhiye. We were just following orders 783, and we didn't hurt Zhiye. Please." Before he finished speaking, Nti roared in dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? You are discrediting Lord Ho-Oh." "That's right. Kill them, who in this world can't be killed by Lord Ho-Oh." Reiku shouted in agreement. At this time, Suakun was so eager to kill these two guys. How could he have such two stupid teammates? Suakun understood Reiku and Nti's thoughts, which were nothing more than thinking that Ho-Oh would revive them. Back in a Krutique city, the three sacred beasts help Ho-Oh to hold back Zhiye and try to kill him. But unfortunately, not only did they let the target escape, but they were also accidentally injured by Ho-Oh's flames and burned to death in the tower. At that time, maybe Ho-Oh was in a momentary mood, or he wanted a few capable subordinates. So he resurrected them and made them the leaders of their respective tribes. What Suakun was worried about was this time, would Dark Zhiye keep their bodies? You know, Ho-Oh's resurrection ability is not omnipotent. To put it bluntly, it is to infuse life energy into the body to make it fully recover. Even the regeneration of broken limbs is a piece of cake. But if the body is too seriously damaged, then everything is empty talk. Then, the next moment, what Suakun was worried about still happened. "Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish." Dark Zhiye looked at Reiku quietly. "You shouted the loudest just now. Let's start with you." Dark Zhiye condensed a destructive death beam almost instantly, and a thick golden light blasted towards Reiku like a laser cannon and completely covered the figure in the blink of an eye. After the smoke dissipated, the place where Reiku was originally standing was already empty. Not to mention a complete body, there was not even a piece of fur left. DUF. Witnessing Dark Zhiye with his own eyes after Zhiye's attack, everyone on Team Rocket couldn't help but take a deep breath. You know, Pokemon's physical strength is very abnormal, and no matter how powerful the ultimate move is difficult to leave any scars on them. And now Dark Zhiye's destructive death ray directly hit Reiku to pieces, which made the humans present feel powerless. Even the champion of the Alliance, his Pokemon can't emit such a powerful destructive death ray. It can even be said that even if it has only 1/10 of the power, it is enough to walk sideways in the Alliance. Suakun and Nei are even more desperate. They know that they can't escape today and are about to face eternal death. The only hope is that Ho-Oh can give them retaliate, but unfortunately Ho-Oh is not Dark Zhiye's rival. I'm afraid they can only wait for thousands of years until the other party dies of old age. When Dark Zhiye was executing the three sacred beasts, Ash quietly accompanied him. Silver, he didn't know how to comfort her. The only thing he could do was to accompany her. However, Silver didn't react from beginning to end, just staring blankly at the island where his mother was sleeping, as if he wanted to swim over to take a look, but he was afraid to see his mother's body. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from Ash's mind. "Ash, I have something to ask of you." Huh? Ash was stunned at first, and then he immediately reacted. This is clearly Zhiye's voice. Is it not dead? But Zhiye's answer was disappointing. It was indeed dead. Now, this is just a message left by its soul. It will disappear soon. Ash, my voice can no longer reach the hearts of my husband and children. Their hearts are completely confused, so I ask you to listen to my last wish. Don't be fooled by the Dark Zhiye's calm appearance and methodical work, but its heart has long been filled with anger and sadness. Song waited for 10 suitable opportunities to burst out shit. Killing the three sacred beasts is just some insignificant interest. Please tell me. I will definitely help if I can. Ash quickly agreed. I hope you can help my husband. Ligia's voice was filled with endless sadness. I know how much my death will hit it, and it is possible that it will fall, but I don't want to see it like this. My most beloved husband is the god of the sea who is full of compassion. Even in the face of betrayal, he can still keep his original heart and love all life forever. So, I beg you to help it. Don't let it fall into the bottomless abyss. That is a road of no return. After listening to Ligia's words, Ash was silent. To be honest, he admired her very much. Ligia's heart. If the same experience happened to him, he would definitely not be able to do this. Ash has been reluctant to agree to this request, because if you don't experience it yourself, you will never be able to feel how terrifying the furious dark Ligia is. To give the simplest example, facing Ho-Oh, it's just that people dare not breathe Hideki. But if you face the furious dark Ligia, it will be so scary that the blood in your body will freeze. In this case, how can you persuade him? While Ash and Ligia were talking, the sea god had already finished judging the 3 sacred beasts, or more accurately, executing them unilaterally. With just one destructive death beam, their blood, flesh, and bones were completely turned into dust and dissipated into the air. The legendary Ho-Oh messenger, the 3 sacred beasts that were extremely noble in the eyes of humans, ended up with nothing left, not even a trace of residue. Next, it's your turn. After dealing with the 3 sacred beasts, the dark Ligia turned his eyes to the rocket team, and the cold eyes immediately slowed their heartbeats. Ligia shouted hurriedly, "Go stop my husband. Those people are innocent." Innocent? Unfortunately, Ash didn't think so. Not to mention that even if they were really innocent, the life and death of the rocket team had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to face the angry sea god at this time. But at this moment, the system suddenly prompted, "Master, the fate line is about to undergo a major change. Do you need to know in advance?" What change? Ash was stunned for a while. It was the first time he heard the system say this. It requires 150 pieces of fate fragments to unlock. The system fee is as expensive as ever. Ash hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to unlock it. From the current situation, this so-called major change is probably caused by Dark Ligia, and he has to treat it with caution. Understood. Unlocking information for you. After a while, a large video flowed into Ash's mind. He closed his eyes and digested it slowly, and when he opened his eyes were full of shock. It turned out to be a war, and it was a war between Pokemon and Pokemon. Led by the Celestic Sea God of Life, the 2 sides launched a desperate contest. Of course, this was not just a fight between the 2 of them, otherwise it would not be qualified to be called a war. This war actually involved all the wild Pokemon in Kanto and Johto region. Neither Ho-Oh nor Dark Ligia were alone. Ho-Oh conquered the tribe of the 3 sacred beasts, and Dark Ligia had great prestige among the tribe of the 3 sacred birds. Both sides summoned countless wild Pokemon and forced them to fight in various places in Kanto and Johto region. Cities were inevitably involved in the war, and countless humans died. What made Ash even more heartbroken was that until the end of the war, Dark Ligia's revenge was unsuccessful, and Ho-Oh was still fine. The reason was that Ho-Oh would not fight the god of the sea head-on. Most of the time, he would just fight a few moves and then run away. The life energy in his body continued to recover his physical strength and injuries quickly. With this advantage, Ho-Oh is almost invincible as long as it cannot be killed in one go. Even if it succeeds by chance, it still has its own trump card, Nirvana Rebirth. Until then, Ash understood why Ligia did not want revenge, because it was meaningless. Ho-Oh would not die. Only those innocent creatures would die. Even if more humans or Pokemon died, Ho-Oh would not feel a bit distressed. It regarded itself as a noble god, so how could it care about those ordinary creatures? But Dark Ligia was different. After the war, it gradually calmed down and began to realize its mistakes, which made it suffer from endless guilt for the remaining thousands of years. For Kanto region, Ash has always regarded it as his second home, not to mention that his relatives and friends all live here, and he can't sit idly by and watch this disaster. No, this must not happen. Zhiye! He summoned his courage and shouted to the dark Zhiye, "Listen to me, you don't have to kill these people. If dark Zhiye continues to kill, it will sooner or later fall into darkness, and then the war will be unavoidable. The only way now is to dissuade it in time." Why? Dark Zhiye looked at Ash expressionlessly, and his eyes were no longer kind, but were replaced by endless indifference. "I know them. They are Team Rocket, the scum of mankind. I will help you clean them up. You should be happy." If it was before, Dark Zhiye would never say such a thing, but now it doesn't want to care so much, just want to kill well to relieve the anger in its heart. "Because you need them," Ash said word by word. "I need them." Dark Zhiye seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing back. "Are they worth it?" "Of course." Ash tried his best to maintain a very sure posture. At this time, there must not be any hesitation or concession. If you really want to retaliate, you must assist the most despicable organization among humans. Only they can help you complete the real revenge. Dead? On the other side, Ho-Oh also noticed the death of the 3 sacred beasts at the same time, but it didn't care. It was still flying in the air leisurely, patrolling its territory. Ho-Oh immediately guessed that it must be the god of the sea who got the news and rushed over, and then killed the 3 sacred beasts in anger. But so what? As long as I can vent my anger, it's fine. It doesn't matter if a few subordinates die. However, they are really a bunch of trash. Tang, Rand couldn't even escape. Such thoughts grew in Ho-Oh's heart, and it suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. After all, they were its messengers. How could they be so vulnerable? It was really embarrassing. It secretly regretted that it shouldn't have directly resurrected the 3 sacred beasts and given them power. That would just create a bunch of trash. The title of Ho-Oh's messenger should only be qualified by a strong person who has passed a test. But what kind of test is appropriate? This problem troubled Ho-Oh. If it is too strong, such as killing the god of the sea, it will definitely not work. But if it is too weak, it will be meaningless. After thinking about it, it thought of a suitable candidate, that is, the king of the sea, that is Ash. Speaking of which, Ash actually did not attract much attention from Ho-Oh. In fact, no human has been able to arouse its interest so far. After all, the strength is there. Humans can only train champion-level Pokemon equivalent to the second-level beasts at most, and there are no more than 10 in the world. However, the King of the Sea is a special human. There is only one in the world, so Ash's existence has more or less attracted Ho-Oh's attention. "Everyone listen. I will select 3 new messengers from among you, and only one of them is required to defeat the current King of the Sea." The sound of Ho-Oh rang in the minds of all the 3 sacred beasts. No one cared why a new messenger was suddenly chosen. They just felt ecstatic. After waiting for many years, it was finally their turn to take the throne. For a while, the 3 sacred beasts in various places were all eager to move and inquired about the whereabouts of the King of the Sea in their own ways. Ash would not try to persuade Dark Zhiye to give up the idea of retaliation. It is better to dispel than to block. How can the hatred of killing his wife be resolved by words alone? He only had to do one thing, that is, to reduce the severity of the situation to a tolerable range as much as possible, and not let the war that swept across the 2 regions break out. "Then tell me, what use can they be of?" Dark Zhiye asked. "It is very useful," Ash said without hesitation. "You should know that you can't kill Ho-Oh with your power, and you can't even do anything to it." Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed a fact. Ho-Oh couldn't beat Dark Zhiye, but it didn't mean that he couldn't escape. In fact, if he really wanted to run, I'm afraid even Arceus couldn't do anything to it. 5C. This world has a unique set of rules. In the Kanto and Johto regions, the divine power that Ho-Oh possesses can provide it with infinite energy. But if the divine beasts come to a region that is not under their jurisdiction, their divine duties will not be effective. That is, they will be transformed from gods into ordinary creatures. For this reason, the divine beasts never leave their territory, because once they leave, they may face the danger of falling, and no one will think that their life is too long. Seeing that Dark Lugia's face was relaxed, Ash took advantage of the situation and said, "In front of you, Ho-Oh will definitely remain highly vigilant, but if it is us humans, it will be different. Ho-Oh will never take weak creatures seriously, and this is an opportunity." Even though he didn't know what the so-called opportunity was, Ash's words did touch Dark Lugia's heart, and its tone slowed down a little. "Why do you have to find Team Rocket? As far as I know, they're not good people, and the strongest organization in the world should be Alliance." "Because they're not good people," Ash explained. "Maybe you don't understand that in human society, Ho-Oh has a very high status, and there are even special temples dedicated to it. Do you think Alliance has the courage to attack Ho-Oh? On the contrary, Team Rocket is different. They have no scruples and will only do things for money. Only they dare to help you deal with Ho-Oh." As soon as Ash finished speaking, two people from Team Rocket immediately echoed, "That's right. This, sir. Our Team Rocket will definitely do our best to help you defeat the evil. Ho-Oh. Yeah, that damn mixed-haired bird. After we catch it, we will definitely pluck all its feathers for you." Ash knew the two guys who were talking. They were Cassidy and Butch, who had met once before. They dared to say anything to survive. Especially Butch. Looking at his indignant expression, those who didn't know him might think that Ho-Oh killed his wife. "Shut up." An old man in the Rocket team glared at the two of them fiercely, and they were so scared that they dared not speak. "This person is Dr. Namba. It can be said that he is lucky. Although he is old, he survived the attack. It turns out that old people are still wise. That, Lord Lugia." Dr. Namba quickly organized her words. "It is an honor for our Rocket team to serve you. Please give us your orders." So far, the Rocket team has never come into contact with a powerful being like the Sea God. If they can successfully connect with him, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. Get lost. Unfortunately, the Dark Lugia did not appreciate their flattery at all. The invisible mental pressure spread instantly and directly pressed them to the ground. However, the Dark Lugia did not kill them after all. It still agreed to Ash's plan, but left a sentence. "I don't like dealing with humans. I'd better leave it to you. If you have any trouble, just contact me directly. But if your method doesn't work, then I will solve it in my own way." Well, of course, Ash looked calm on the surface, but he was actually deeply helpless in his heart. He had no choice. All these words were just to delay time temporarily. He hoped that the Dark Lugia could slowly calm down by himself. But now it seems that there is not much hope. Maybe I should prepare to immigrate? Calming down and thinking carefully, Ash suddenly became confused. He didn't know what to do specifically, but success depends on man, and success depends on God. He didn't plan to give up directly, nor did he plan to focus on it. He could only try his best to find a way. After all, at the critical moment, you still have to leave yourself 10 ways out. The God of the Sea left and took Lugia's body back to the Orange Islands. According to the tradition of their tribe, Lugia will be buried deep in the sea and return to the embrace of the Mother Sea forever. As for Silver, he also followed his father. Ho-Oh was too unscrupulous in doing things. Only by following the Dark Lugia could he ensure its safety. There may be some estrangement between the father and son. Fortunately, time can gradually drive away the strangeness between them. However, the only thing that cannot be washed away is the hatred in their hearts. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Come back." After the incident, Ash collected all the Pokemon. This time it was a close call. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Dark Lugia, I'm afraid it would be a big trouble. "Wait a minute." Seeing that Ash was about to leave Dr. Namba hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your name is Ash, right? Introduce myself. I'm Namba. Thanks to your help this time. And you, why don't you thank me quickly?" After being yelled at by Dr. Namba, the rest of the Rocket team bowed reluctantly, especially Cassidy and Butch, whose expressions were as if they owed them 1.5 yuan. "No need," Ash said coldly. "I'm not interested in your thanks, and I know your tricks. I tell you, don't even think about it. Haha, whether we can cooperate or not, we have to thank you for saving our lives." Dr. Namba said with a smile, and then waved at Cassidy. "Come on, Prepare a thank you gift for Mr. Ash. Thank you gift? Cassidy looked puzzled. Professor Nebo, the base is destroyed. Where can I give him a thank you gift? It's not Nebo. It's Namba. Dr. Namba's lungs are about to explode, but now is not the time to complain. He said angrily, You idiot, I asked you to take out the song Pokemon you stole before. Don't tell me you didn't bring it with you. But, Professor Lubo, didn't you say that it was a rare species and you would take it back to the headquarters for research? Cassidy said hesitantly, and it was obvious that she didn't want to take it out. It's not Lubo. It's Namba. Dr. Namba couldn't hold it back this time. He first yelled at Cassidy, and then quickly said, You don't need to say anything more. It's because it's valuable that it's qualified to be used as a thank you gift. At this point, Cassidy had to do as she was told. She reluctantly took out a pokeball from her pocket and handed it to Dr. Namba. After Dr. Namba took it, he immediately held it with both hands to Ash and smiled. This is a small thank you gift. Please accept it. You gave me something you stole as a thank you gift. Seeing that Ash's face was a little unfriendly, Dr. Namba hurriedly explained, Please don't get me wrong. To be honest, this Pokemon was not stolen on purpose. There's a reason. Butch, you tell me. Under Dr. Namba's order, Butch did not dare to hide anything and honestly recounted the whole story. It turned out that the two Rocket Team members that Uncle Magikarp met were him and Cassidy. 13, however, the lines of both parties were somewhat different. Butch said that they did not intend to rob them. Uncle Magikarp used Magikarp disguised as Feeba to cheat them of their money. After they found out, they immediately became angry and knocked Uncle Magikarp to the ground. They felt that this was not enough, so they searched Uncle Magikarp's belongings and then found this precious Pokemon. Although both parties were not good people, under Ash's wave power, he found that Butch was not lying, which meant that Uncle Magikarp really deserved it. Who told him to lie? Thinking of this, Ash accepted the thank you gift without any pressure. He immediately opened the Pokeball, and appeared on the ground is an ugly purple bighead fish. It's ugly, but this guy is lying on the ground half dead, only moving his fins occasionally, as if he is about to die. Don't look at it like this, it's a Feeba, and it's a flash Feeba. Dr. Namba thought Ash didn't know, so he quickly helped him popularize science. I know that. Ash's expression was a little tangled, but even if it's a flash, so what? If you have the ability, can you teach me how to make this guy evolve? Well, I can't help you with this. Dr. Namba, a Frankenstein, said that he was powerless. If you want to make Feeba evolve in a Milotic, the academic community has not yet given a reliable answer. And those trainers who have Milotic, they can't explain it either. It's just that under careful care, Feeba suddenly evolved one day. Among them, some people suggested that Feeba can evolve after it becomes beautiful, but the problem is that it has grown into this appearance. Even if it uses the best cosmetics in the world, how can it get up in the morning? As a time traveler, Ash knows the conditions for Feeba's evolution, but this is the real world, and there is no such concept as beauty value. As for another method of evolution, it requires a prop called beautiful scales, but Ash has never seen this prop in the store and has never heard of anyone mentioning it. In fact, it is easy to understand if you think about it carefully. If there is such a prop, Milotic will be everywhere on the street, and it can't be regarded as a very rare Pokemon. However, since it has been given, there is no harm in taking it. Ash took it back. After Feeba, he immediately sat on Aerodactyl and left, not bothering to pay attention to the Rockets. What? Cassidy shouted dissatisfiedly. That kid is too rude. He took the things and ran away. He can't even say thank you. That's right, Professor Mambo. Why do you insist on us giving him things? Butch next to him asked unwillingly. Dr. Namba was too lazy to complain about the title, but just said with a look of disappointment, You know nothing. That kid is not simple. We know that his strength is good, but there's no need to flatter him, right? There are people in the organization who can't beat him. Butch and Cassidy both looked puzzled, and not only them, but the rest of the Rockets also didn't understand. It's not a question of strength. Dr. Namba suddenly felt tired. Didn't you see it? That guy can actually talk to that black Zhiye. If I'm not mistaken, It's probably the legendary Zhiye. Sometimes, as a member of the Dark Organization, they actually know more about the composition of the mythical beasts, because sometimes they will focus on these mythical beasts, so they naturally have to collect intelligence. Therefore, Dr. Namba knows that there are gods in this world, and the so-called gods are the special existences among those mythical beasts. They are completely different from ordinary mythical beasts. So what's wrong? Butch still couldn't figure out. Now, Dr. Namba couldn't help but scold 040 people. You idiot! Think about it with your pig brain. Have you ever heard of any human being who can communicate with the mythical beasts since you grew up? Huh. After being reminded by this, the Rockets suddenly realized that yes, since the champion of the Alliance is so powerful, no one has ever heard of anyone who can talk to the mythical beasts. But why can a one called Ash? Seeing that his subordinates finally understood, Dr. Namba nodded and further said, "This is a great opportunity for our rocket team. If we can get in touch with the beasts, maybe our strength can be expanded again." Hearing this, all the team members became excited. Yes, as long as they can assist the power of those beasts, what does Alliance matter? For a moment, they didn't care about the failure this time. As long as what Dr. Namba said could succeed, they would have done a great job and their status in the organization would definitely rise. No, we have to find a way to curry favor with them. Among these people, Cassidy and Butch's brains turned the fastest. The key to success was how to get Ash to agree, but that kid looked cold and hard to serve. What should we do? After returning to Keiko City on the Aerodactyl, Ash just walked into the suite of the hotel and found that there was already a large group of people waiting for him inside. Except for Serena and Annabelle, the rest were led by Maya Priest and her group of armed guards, which filled the small living room. Seeing Ash's figure, Serena, who had originally looked worried, suddenly showed a surprised expression. She was about to speak, but Maya Priest on the side greeted her with me first. "Lord Ash, are the sea god and his mother safe?" When he heard her mention Zhiye, Ash immediately felt annoyed, and Zhiye's miserable appearance seemed to appear in front of him again. "They are fine," Ash said slowly. "Team Rocket just came with a few minions, and I beat them away." He didn't want to tell the truth of the matter. It was too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe him, and he might even be sent to the police station. After all, Ho-Oh has a high status in the hearts of people in Kanto and Johto region, and no one is allowed to slander it, let alone say that it killed Zhiye. Is that so? That's great. Priest Maya finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she said a little embarrassedly, "Well, actually, I have another unwelcome request. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to listen to you now. If there is nothing else, please go out with your men. My friends and I are going to rest." Everything that happened today was so sudden that Ash felt his brain was about to explode. He just wanted to have a good sleep and lie on the bed to slowly sort out his thoughts. The two Jennies next to him glared at him, wishing they could rush up and teach him a lesson. This kid is so bold. The priests of all generations have an extremely high status on Whirl Islands. It is your honor if the priest asks you to do something. If it were someone else, they would definitely rush to do it. What's more, Priest Maya is an absolute beauty. Even if she is not a resident of the island, I am afraid no one would have the heart to refuse her. It's a pity that others are others, and Ash is Ash. He only acts according to his own ideas. Priest Maya was not angry, but smiled and said, "Before you refuse, please listen to my request first. Okay? Ash, just listen first." Annabelle whispered in his ear, "I know you're not in a good mood now, but this is someone else's territory after all. It's not good to cause trouble, and don't you have to wait for Lapras? Who said I was in a bad mood?" Ash looked at her in surprise. Annabelle did not answer, but just smiled and shook her head. Although Ash disguised well, she was very perceptive and soon noticed it. Thinking carefully, Ash felt that Annabelle's words made some sense, so he was relieved. "Okay, you say. It's like this." Maya Priest said quickly, "I want to ask the god of the sea to bless the soul of the sea so that it can exert greater power, so that I can use it to bless more people and make them join the team of believing in the god of the sea." The idea of Maya Priest is very good, but it is doomed to fail. First of all, she got the wrong object. Not every Zhiye is the god of the sea. Secondly, even if it is a real god of the sea, it will not care about human beliefs because it is meaningless. I'm sorry, Silver and its mother have left Whirl Islands. You can't see them. This is not a lie, but Maya Priest refused to believe it. She said a little excitedly, "How is this possible? Whirl Islands is the hometown of the god of the sea. They can't leave." "I don't know about this." Ash shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "Anyway, the mother and son did leave, and they didn't tell me where they went. They probably wanted to find a place where no one was around to live quietly. If that were really possible, it would be great." Ash sighed silently in his heart. He really didn't want to continue lying, but the Mayan priest insisted. "Then can you please tell me how you met Silver and its mother? And why is Silver willing to listen to your command? Are you annoying?" This time, Ash really couldn't help it. He said impatiently, "Why should I tell you? Why should I tell you? Give me a reason first." "Because we are all believers in the god of the sea," the Mayan priest said seriously. "Believe in the god of the sea?" Hearing this, Ash's heart suddenly burst into a fire. Dark Zhiye is about to start a war that will sweep across the two continents. You still believe in it? Are you crazy? But he couldn't tell anyone about this because he couldn't explain it all. He could only hold it in his stomach, which made him feel uncomfortable. Only ghosts believe in the god of the sea. Go, go, go. Go. If you don't leave, I will sue you for illegal invasion. In desperation, Ash said this and slammed the door into his room. If he continued to talk to the annoying woman, he was worried that he would go crazy. "Sorry, that he might be too tired. Please don't mind it, priest." Ash left regardless, and Lena had to come out to help him clean up the mess. Although the guards were indignant, they could only endure it because the Mayan priest didn't say anything. "It doesn't matter." The Mayan priest smiled lightly. "It's really late. I didn't think it through. I'll come back another day." As for Ash, who can contact Zhiye, the Mayan priest dare not offend him. What if he has a close relationship with the god of the sea? That would be terrible. Come again? Lena secretly complained. How could this woman be so ignorant? Ash clearly didn't want to pay attention to her, but she still came up to her. It was really annoying. Fortunately, at this moment, Annabelle suddenly suggested, "Priest, I think it's better for us to ask Ash. After all, we are more familiar with him, and he should be willing to tell us. After we ask clearly, we will tell you. What do you think?" Maya Priest thought about it and felt that Annabelle's idea was good, so he agreed and left with a group of people. However, all this was Annabelle's expedient measure. She could see that Ash didn't want to say anything. In this case, she didn't need to meddle in other people's business. Just wait until Lapras comes back. Then they will leave Whirl Islands directly, and there is no need to pay attention to any priests. After the group of people left, Serena asked worriedly, "Annabelle, what happened?" "Really? How can I know?" Annabelle smiled bitterly in her heart. Then she stretched out her finger and tapped Serena's little head, saying earnestly, "But you can ask him." "No." Serena shook her head helplessly. "Ash won't tell me. He must think that even if he tells me, I can't help, so it's better not to say it." It must be mentioned that Serena has been with Ash for a long time, and she knows his personality and temper very well, so she doesn't want to do useless work so as not to be hated. Katrina disagreed with her. "How can we know if we don't try? And I can see that he really wants to talk to someone this time. You will regret it if you miss this opportunity." Annabelle is thoughtful and observant. She saw that Lena liked Ash as early as the battle tower in a Sage-Eye City, and she also promised Lena to help their relationship. Really, Lena was a little skeptical. "Of course it's true," Annabelle said confidently. "Don't forget, I'm a psychic who can read minds. Just trust me." In fact, Annabelle's psychic can only communicate with Pokemon and can't detect people's hearts, but she told a little lie to reassure Lena. Lying on his bed, Ash wanted to calm down and think about some things, but he was nervous all day and he was exhausted, so he fell asleep as soon as he got on the bed. He slept until midnight, and then he opened his eyes after a good sleep, or he woke up because of hunger. Ash has a habit. That is, no matter what time it is, he gets up as soon as he wakes up, so he got up from the bed and walked to the door to get something to eat. But who would have thought that when he arrived in the living room, he found an unexpected person? Lena, it's so late. Why don't you go to rest? It's already 1:30 now. Logically, as a good girl, Lena should have gone back to her room to rest instead of sitting in the living room watching TV like now. After all, for Stephanie, sleep is very important. Ash, you're awake. Lena stood up. We didn't wake you up because you slept soundly during dinner. There's some food in the kitchen. I'll go and heat it up for you. No, I could do it myself. You should go to rest. Ash hurriedly advised. It's okay. I'm not sleepy. Even though she looked extremely sleepy, Lena refused to admit it and ran to the kitchen, which made Ash feel helpless. What's wrong with this little girl? Even if it was leftovers, this meal was not much worse than usual. Ash could even feel that the two of them had left the good parts for him. However, he still felt that it tasted tasteless when he put it in his mouth, like chewing wax. Lena just sat by and watched without saying anything, which made the atmosphere between the two of them a little awkward and made people feel a little uneasy. However, Ash was worried and didn't care much. Instead, Lena couldn't help herself and whispered, "That Ash." "Deya." Ash replied casually. Seeing Ash's absent-minded attitude, Lena immediately backed off, but then she remembered Annabelle's words. If she missed this good opportunity, she would never have it again. "Are you in trouble? Can you tell me if it's convenient?" Lena finally mustered up the courage. "Sure." As Annabelle analyzed, this time Ash really didn't take a perfunctory attitude. He said seriously, "I have a very difficult thing now. That is, how to save the world." Hearing this, Lena was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Silver's mother was killed by Ho-Oh. Dark Zhiye is preparing to gather a large army for revenge. Kanto and Johto region will soon be involved in the war. Ash didn't bother to embellish or explain the cause and effect. He just said it bluntly. He didn't care whether Lena believed it or not. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. What? Lena was shocked. What should we do? Otherwise, Ash, let's leave here early? Oh, by the way, there's Aunt Delia. You believe it? Ash was a little surprised. Although he didn't lie, anyone with a normal mind probably wouldn't believe it, right? Of course. I believe everything you say. Lena said so confidently that Ash didn't know what to think. I'm glad you believe me. Ash first expressed his gratitude, and then changed the subject. But I'm sorry, I'm just a little bored, so I'm just having fun with you. In the end, he decided to play it off, but he was a little touched in his heart. Is that so? Are you feeling better now? Lena was not angry, but just looked at him with a smile. Much better. The two fell silent again, and Lena finally made up her mind after struggling hard in her heart, and said hesitantly, Ash, do you have someone you like? Ash was stunned. You changed the subject too quickly. Why do you suddenly bring it up to me? Please, answer my question, okay? Lena held her chest with both hands, with a hint of pleading in her tone, and at this time, Ash's low emotional intelligence finally came in handy. Could it be that this little girl has a crush on him? Ash has never thought about love, but that doesn't mean he is a fool. Moreover, even if he is a fool, he should understand the expression of Lena in front of him. No, Ash answered truthfully, and then urged, It's late, go back to rest. Staying up late is not good for your health. But Lena didn't go back obediently. She suddenly raised her head, and her bright eyes stared at Ash's face without blinking. DBA. Ash felt uncomfortable when she looked at him. Just when he wanted to ask, Lena over there had already started to act, and her playful face came forward and pecked Ash on the face. I'll go to rest first. Then, before Ash could react, Lena stood up quickly and ran to her room like she was escaping. Is this considered a forced kiss? Ash was stunned and speechless. Are all Stephanies in this world so open-minded? Or is he out of date? In his 2 lifetimes, this is the first time that a Stephanie has pursued him. He always feels a little weird. After returning to her room, Lena immediately closed the door, leaned against the wall, and took a deep breath, covering her face with her hands. She felt her face was so hot that it was about to burn. What am I doing? Lena threw herself on the bed and rolled around on it with her pillow. She was so embarrassed that she almost couldn't bear it. In a moment of impulse, she actually did such a thing. I don't know what Ash will think of me. Will he think I am a casual Stephanie? Will he think I'm sick? Will he think the progress is too fast? Countless questions troubled Lena. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. However, the problem that Lena was worried about did not happen. Since that night, the relationship between the two is still as harmonious as before. The only one who was troubled was Annabelle. The Mayan priest sent people to question her almost every day. Even with her good temper, she was almost exhausted. She could only pray that Lapras would come back soon so that they could leave this place. Time flies. On this day, Ash waited for Lapras at the dock as usual and took care of the newly acquired Flash Feeba. Looking at Feeba swimming happily in the sea, looking carefree, Ash felt helpless. He really loved and hated it. Cultivating Feeba is an extremely long process. Not only do you have to feed it high-quality water energy cubes, but you also have to take it for a walk, that is, let it swim in the sea. Because Feeba is so ugly, Ash is often pointed at and ridiculed for being a heavy taste behind his back. Although the best water energy cubes are expensive, Ash can make them himself, but the raw materials don't cost much. As for being laughed at, Ash doesn't care. He doesn't care if people gossip about him behind his back, but if they go too far, he doesn't mind letting them have a taste of being thunder-shocked by Pikachu. These are just minor issues. The key is that it is said that many trainers who have owned Feeba have not seen any signs of evolution in their Feeba until the end of the trip. In addition to diet and training, if you want to evolve Feeba, the most important thing is to find a way to keep it in a happy mood. Yes, it's mood. As the saying goes, a good mood makes a person beautiful. According to some trainers who have Milotic, their Feeba has always been very happy and then suddenly evolved one day. But even for someone like Ash, it is difficult to praise Feeba for being beautiful against one's conscience. Not to mention that Pokemon like Feeba are very sensitive and can immediately sense whether humans are lying. Those who can make Feeba evolve into Milotic must be a group of people with unique aesthetics. Ash guessed maliciously in his heart that it seemed that there was little hope of evolving Feeba by beauty, so he could only start from another way, that is, to find the gorgeous scale. Although people still don't know the existence of this item, Ash has a system in his body that can unlock all the information in the world. Seeking flowers 032510213 Felu 10159258. But even if you know it, this thing is still very difficult to get. It turns out that each gorgeous scale falls off after Milotic's death, and it can't be just anyone. It must be at least elite level. In this way, it's no wonder that there are so few gorgeous scales. Okay, this time it's my turn. Just as Ash was thinking, there was a noise from the beach not far away, mixed with the sound of Pokemon fighting. Probably someone was fighting. At first he didn't care, but after a while, a beautiful and familiar song came from the beach. Oh, it's Lapras. Ash's heart trembled, and he immediately recognized Lapras' voice. He quickly took back Feeba and ran towards it. When he got there, he saw that it was Lapras, just as he expected. Woo! At the same time, Lapras also saw Ash and shouted happily. It wanted to swim over immediately, but was stopped by a fast-swimming frog. Hey, what are you doing? Ash shouted coldly. This fast-swimming frog has a trainer, a boy wearing a fisherman's hat, and there are several people around. It seems that they should know each other. What are you doing? The boy looked at him in confusion. We are trying to capture Lapras, but they all failed. This time is my turn. Speaking of which, Lapras is indeed a relatively rare Pokemon. It is difficult to see it normally, so it attracts so many people. This Lapras is mine. You quickly take back your fast-swimming frog. Unfortunately, Ash's words did not work. The boy did not believe it at all. You said it was yours. Do you have any evidence? I think you are just here to fish in troubled waters. Let me tell you, we found this Lapras. You stay aside. Obviously, these people mistook Ash for someone who came to steal Pokemon. But before Ash could get angry, Lapras at the side could not help but stop it. Woo! Lapras made a clear sound, and a faint blue light burst out of his eyes. Then, the froglet formed white frost, which soon spread to the whole body, and the whole body was frozen. Huh? What is this move? While being surprised, Ash was still a little confused. This was the first time he had seen this trick. From the information displayed by the system, this trick was called freeze-drying. When did Lapras learn it? Before he could figure out, the boy over there was already shouting anxiously, "Froglet, get out!" After receiving the trainer's order, the froglet in the icicle immediately used all its strength. But the strange thing was that there was not even a trace of breaking on the surface of the icicle. In theory, Froglet is a water-type Pokemon and has a certain resistance to the ice-type trick 000. Even if it is frozen, there is a high probability that it can break out of the ice. Moreover, the strength of both sides is comparable, and there is no possibility of level crushing. By the way, do you know what special move this Lapras uses? I don't know, it looks like an ice-type special move, but I've never seen it before. Several onlookers nearby started talking about it, but Ash didn't feel surprised. Freeze-drying is a special move that was only recently discovered and is still in the research stage. It's normal not to know. If Ash didn't have the system, he would probably be confused. After teaching the fast-swimming frog a lesson, Lapras also false swipe and stopped attacking. Instead, it swam quickly to Ash's side and rubbed his face affectionately with its head. Seeing this, the people around believed that Lapras was Ash's Pokemon. After all, wild Pokemon wouldn't get so close to humans for no reason. Although they were a little unwilling, since they already had a trainer, those people had to disperse in 2s and 3s. They didn't necessarily want to rob him openly. "Lapras, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ash rubbed its neck with his hand. "How is it? Did you see your father?" "Woo, I saw it." When talking about its father, Lapras seemed very happy and said with a smile, "Woo, woo. My father is very powerful, commanding many other Pokemon, and he is very powerful." According to Lapras' description, the underground cave where Auroras is located seems to be the same as the one in Dasha Valley, with many fossil Pokemon dormant. "Really? That's good." Ash paused and asked, "What about your mother? Have you reconciled with her?" Unfortunately, Lapras seemed to have not reconciled with its mother yet, and turned his head with an expression of "I don't want to mention it," which made Ash a little amused. However, most Pokemon will separate from their parents after adulthood to find their own lives, even between spouses. After all, they're not humans, and to a greater extent, they still follow the habits of animals, and mating and giving birth are simply for the reproduction of the race. Otherwise, there would not be so many lonely wild Pokemon in the wild Pokemon. By the way, where did you learn that move you just used? Did your father teach you? Ash asked in confusion. According to the system's information, if Lapras wants to learn freeze-drying, it can only rely on its parents' inheritance, but when it first saw it, it didn't know this move. This is really incredible. Then, Lapras' answer made Ash speechless. "Woo woo woo. I knew it originally, but I just forgot it. Later, I saw my father use it once, so I remembered it again." It has been mentioned before that the number of tricks a Pokemon can master depends on its strength. If it is not strong enough, if it learns multiple tricks by force, the power of the trick will decrease. Therefore, most wild Pokemon only have 4 tricks, which is enough for them anyway. Learning more is just a waste of energy. "Okay, you are awesome." Ash didn't want to say anything more to this confused little guy, and Lapras thought it was a compliment to it, and spit out something from his mouth to it like a dedication. Ash looked. "Woo woo. And this, my dad gave it to me." At first glance, it looked like just an ordinary piece of ice, but strangely, it showed no signs of melting when Lapras held it in his mouth, and the system showed Ash the information of this item in a timely manner. Never melt ice. When Pokemon carries this item, the power of Ice-type special moves increases by 20%. This was the first time Ash had seen this kind of item, and it was not sold in the store at all. It seemed that this should be something made by ancient civilizations. "Your dad is quite generous." Ash smiled indifferently. "Keep it well. It will be very useful to you." Lapras nodded and swallowed the never-melt ice back into his stomach. And after Ash took it back into the Pokeball, he immediately went back to the hotel to find Lena and Annabelle, ready to leave this place. Upon hearing that they could finally leave, Annabelle was undoubtedly the happiest. "Thank God. I can finally be free. I really admire that priest." This is the power of faith. It is our bad luck to encounter such a religious person. Ash said a little helplessly. If ordinary people see Zhiye, they're more of respect and curiosity, but those priests really regard them as gods and even dedicate their lives to them. Therefore, Ash does not want to deal with such people. He is an atheist, especially after becoming the king of the sea and inheriting the memories of the kings of the sea. This idea is even more certain. The so-called gods are just extremely powerful Pokemon, not omnipotent. At January 4th, noon that day, the three of them sat on Lapras and quietly left Zhiye Island. When a Mayan priest found out, it was already several hours later, and they couldn't even find their shadows. Their next stop is Cyanwood City, where there is an official gym, and Ash plans to challenge it. Although there is no clue to resolve the crisis, it will happen at least a year later, enough time for Ash to attend the Silver Conference. And there is something there that he is very interested in. That is the Holy Fire. It is said that the Holy Fire of the Silver Conference is different from that of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The latter is taken from Moltres, while the former is actually from Ho-Oh. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to success. Ash felt it necessary to analyze the Holy Fire. Maybe he could find out the weakness of Ho-Oh. Cyanwood City is an island city located between the Johto region mainland and the Whirl Islands. It cannot be compared with the Sagei City in terms of size or population, but this city has its own advantages. That is, the forest resources are quite rich, almost covering the entire island. For this reason, Alliance intends to establish the Johto region's natural wilderness area here. Unfortunately, it is still under construction and is not open to the public. Ash and the other two sat on Lapras and finally arrived in the city after several hours of sailing. It happened to be dinner time. They planned to rest for a night after dinner and wait until the next morning to challenge the gym. However, when passing by a sparsely populated beach, a strange shout caught their attention, accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh. Hearing the sound, I saw a shirtless, bearded uncle fighting with a Machoke on the beach. The uncle kept attacking Machoke with his fists, and Machoke blocked with his arms, fighting and retreating. This guy is so weird, Lena said worriedly. He actually trained with his own Pokemon barehanded. Isn't he afraid of getting hurt? Compared with humans, Pokemon are very strong and may get hurt if they are not careful. Therefore, when helping fighting Pokemon to practice, trainers often have to be fully armed, unlike the uncle in front of him, who has no precautions at all. Then the situation on the field changed. Machoke attacked, and the uncle defended. This was not good. The uncle was not a rival of Machoke at all. He was chopped hard by the hand knife in a short while. But this uncle likes to die, so he yelled, "This hand knife is good, but it's not enough. Next, use the hell rollout." Machoke. The Machoke was not polite and rushed up directly, quickly stood upside down and used his legs to vice grip the uncle's neck, hugged him and rolled on the ground for several rounds, and finally threw him high. No, Lena screamed. "It's okay." Annabelle smiled and comforted her. "This uncle looks like a martial artist. He must be able to take the body in the air, use his feet to land." Unfortunately, before the word ground came out, the uncle had already fallen to the ground, and his head was down, lying on the beach motionless. Lena and Annabelle were stunned, but Ash said calmly, "This guy is not dead. Annabelle, call an ambulance." Even if the beach is soft, it is probably dangerous to fall head first like this, and at the very least it will be a concussion. However, the next moment, the uncle struggled to get up slowly and then hugged Machoke with tears in his eyes and cried loudly. It seems that there is no need to call an ambulance. Ash looked like he had seen a ghost. Call the police instead and let Officer Jenny take this psychopath away so that he won't attack people. He shouldn't be a psychopath, right? Although Lena said so, her tone was a little uncertain, and Annabelle next to her smiled bitterly and added, "This uncle should want to cultivate tacit understanding with Pokemon, so he uses this method of mutual attack." Is that so? It was the first time that Ash heard such a statement after being a trainer for almost 2 years. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Pikachu on his shoulder. Coincidentally, Pikachu also looked at him. No, Pikachu is my first partner. I can't bear to praise him. Ash shook his head quickly. Pika? Pika. Why don't I call you? Pikachu shouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, have you forgotten? Ash pretended to be helpless. I have been blessed by the god of the sea. Although your thunder shock is powerful, it is still a little insufficient. After assuming 4 divine positions, the blessing of the god of the sea can be immune to water, fire, electricity, and ice damage. Unless the opponent's strength is the same level as the god of the sea or higher, it can't hurt Ash at all. After absorbing Reiku's electricity, Pikachu's current strength is only Elite Primary, which is not a little worse than the god of the sea. Looking at Ash's somewhat proud face, Pikachu wanted to bite him, and at this moment, the uncle seemed to notice them and shouted to Ash, "What's your name?" "The boy in the hat." "Before you want to know someone's name, you should first say your own name," Ash said calmly. That makes sense. I was negligent." The uncle thought for a while, then nodded in agreement and said loudly, "I'm the king of fighting Pokemon, the trainer of Signwu Gym, Chuck. Please give me your advice." "So you're the gym trainer here?" Ash looked him up and down and suddenly felt like laughing. This Chuck dared to call himself the king of fighting Pokemon 497. Even Shizhong didn't dare to say that. But what others say is their business, and Ash doesn't need to meddle in other people's business. He just replied, "Just call me Ash. I'm from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym. These two are my partners, Lena and Annabelle." Seeing you bring Pokemon, I know you're definitely going to challenge the gym. It seems that my guess is right. Seeing someone come to challenge, Chuck seemed very happy. He said excitedly, "As long as it is a challenge, Machoke and I will not refuse. So now run quickly." Lena and Annabelle looked at each other, and Ash complained maliciously, "Sure enough, this uncle has some problems with his brain. Did he fall just now? What are you still standing there for?" Chuck saw that the 3 of them were still not moving and shouted, "If you want to challenge the gym, run. Show your momentum. Young people, you have to cheer up. Come on, you head." Ash rolled his eyes helplessly, but for the sake of the gym badge, he could only run with Lena and Annabelle behind Chuck. After running for half an hour, Ash, his 2 friends, and Machoke successfully arrived at their destination, in front of an antique mansion. "Is this the Signwu Gym? It really feels like a fighting gym." Lena looked at the gym, then took out tissues from her bag and distributed them to her 2 companions. "It feels good to exercise occasionally," Annabelle said with a smile, wiping the slight sweat on her forehead. This level is still far from it." A loud gasp came from behind, and Chuck was sweating profusely as if he had just been fished out of the water. His calves were shaking with exhaustion. He barely managed to reach the door of the gym before his legs softened and he fell to the ground. However, the uncle still refused to give in. Actually, can keep up with my full speed? Young people, you're not bad. Since you know you are old, I advise you to take it easy." Ash's sarcastic remarks immediately D Chuck off. His whole face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. After all, neither Lena nor Annabelle were as embarrassed as him. Just when Chuck was extremely embarrassed, a large group of teenagers and fighting Pokemon rushed out of the gym, lined up in 2 neat rows, and said respectfully, "Teacher, welcome back." "Yes, I'm back. Have you practiced well?" Perhaps in order to maintain his dignity as a teacher, Chuck stood up quickly and looked at them seriously the moment these disciples appeared. Of course, the disciples answered in unison, which was quite impressive. Walking out from behind these disciples was a well-proportioned, dignified, red-haired young woman. Judging from a name, she was undoubtedly Chuck's wife. It's hard to imagine that a rough man like Chuck actually married such a virtuous wife. Maybe this is the so-called Beauty and the Beast. "You ran back again, right? Really? How many times have I told you that liking sports is a good thing, but you have to do it within your ability?" Obviously, she's a gentle beauty on the outside, but Chuck obviously shrank back when facing his wife. "Yes, that's right. Anyway, I'll pay attention next time. This uncle is actually a henpecked husband? It's really embarrassing for a man." Just when Ash was mocking maliciously in his heart, the red-haired young woman suddenly turned her head and looked at him with a gentle smile on her face. By the way, you guys are here to challenge the gym, right? It must be hard to be forced to come here by my stupid husband. I've already prepared dinner. Let's come in and eat together. It was the first time that Ash encountered a gym challenge that also provided meals. While he was stunned, he quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but let's not bother you next time. It was really uncomfortable to go to a stranger's house for dinner for no reason. Although Lena and Annabelle might not mind, Ash didn't like it. What are you talking about? Unexpectedly, the red-haired young woman grabbed his arm and dragged him into the gym without saying anything. You are a boy. How can you be so shy? And you can only beat my husband if you are full. Oh my God, this woman's hands are really strong. Ash struggled a little, but found that he couldn't get out at all. And he also understood one thing. Chuck and his wife are not Beauty and the Beast at all. They're clearly a circus bear and a beautiful animal trainer. Hard to refuse the kindness? Or helpless? Ash had to accept his fate and go into the house. A lot of people and Pokemon sat on the tatami, surrounding 10 low and long tables. The table was filled with all kinds of food. Although the workmanship did not look so exquisite, the quantity was definitely enough. In a word, it was enough to fill you up. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Sitting at the table, Chuck immediately became energetic. He and Mac Hoke carried 2 large bowls of food similar to rice and placed them on the table. Then, he could not wait to pick up the spoon and fill a large bowl for everyone present. Eat as much as you can. Eat as much as you can. You must eat until you are full. Only when you are full will you have the strength to fight. Don't worry, there is more. Looking at the batter piled up like a small mountain in front of her, Lena's face could not help but have 3 black lines on her face. She always felt that she was 7/10 full just by looking at it. How could she possibly eat it? Ash and Annabelle had no pressure at all. They took the spoon and put the batter into their mouths one by one. The 2 of them needed to consume a lot of physical strength when using their abilities, so they were actually big eaters who were very inconsistent with their appearance. Speaking of which, this batter-like thing tastes pretty good. It should be made of rice and oatmeal, mixed with finely chopped meat and vegetables, and there may be some other ingredients, but Ash can't tell. The only thing that is certain is that this food must contain a lot of calories and protein, which is very suitable for martial artists like Chuck who exercise all year round. Ordinary people may have excess energy. Yuri, welcome, eat more. Chuck's wife came over with a large bowl of vegetable salad. With a gentle smile on her face, Ash, come on, beat my husband down in 5 minutes. I'll try my best. Ash laughed dryly. He is not very good at dealing with this type of elders. This time, Chuck couldn't hold it in any longer. This woman actually dared to bend her elbow outward. No, if she continues like this, it seems that she has to be taught a lesson. Zhao Maheo, hey, what are you talking about? Facing the furious Chuck, his wife just smiled lightly, and then continued to add rice to her disciples, completely ignoring Chuck. Chuck was immediately embarrassed, and his disciples just lowered their heads to shovel rice into their mouths, pretending not to see it, and some people even tried their best to cover their mouths to avoid accidentally laughing out loud. Ahem. Chuck had to find a way out for himself. Forget it. There are guests coming today. I won't bother with you. Let's eat. Ash's eyes twitched at this attitude. This uncle is really a severely henpecked husband. It's just a waste of his size. He secretly swore in his heart that he must open his eyes when looking for a wife in the future, and he must never find a wife with a strong personality. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to live like this. After a sumptuous dinner, it was time to challenge the gym. Chuck couldn't wait to say, great. After a good meal, it's the best time to have a Pokemon battle. It also helps digestion. Let's not talk about whether this statement is right or wrong. Ash and the other 2 followed Chuck and his disciples to the battle site of Signwu Gym. The challenge rules are still one-on-one. Both sides send 2 Pokemon. Only the challenger can change Pokemon. These are the general gym battle rules. Signwu Gym Trainer Chuck and Pallet Town Ash. The gym match with badge, as the stakes begins now. Both sides, are you ready? One of Chuck's disciples acted as a referee and made the final confirmation. Ash, listen, the Pokemon I'm going to use is this Machoke and Hitmonchan. As he said, Chuck threw a Pokeball first. It seems that Machoke will appear as the second Pokemon. With a flash of white light, a Hitmonchan with sharp eyes and high spirits appeared on the field. It was not difficult to see from the developed muscles on its arms that this Hitmonchan must have received strict training. Hitmonchan, if that's the case, then I'll use this. Ash took out the Pokeball and threw it into the air. Go Bagon. Whoa! Facing Hitmonchan, who was much bigger than it by 880, Bagon was not afraid at all. He bared his teeth at Hitmonchan with a fierce look on his face, as if trying to intimidate rival. Although it was already very large compared to other Bagons, nearly 1 meter tall, almost half the height of its peers, it was still not enough in front of Hitmonchan. The other party simply ignored it. Go ahead. Hitmonchan, use the freezing punch. The match started. Chuck launched the attack first. Hitmonchan got into a punching position and then quickly approached Bagon, with visible cold air emitting from his two gloves. Bagon, flamethrower, facing the aggressive Hitmonchan. Ash did not seem to panic at all. Woo! After receiving the order from the trainer, Bagon immediately opened his mouth and spit up a thick column of fire from his mouth, forcing Hitmonchan to stop and unable to move. Humph! This little fire is nothing at all. Chuck waved his hand. Hitmonchan, don't be afraid. Go up and use my punch. Abby, a gleam of light suddenly shot out of Hitmonchan's eyes, and then like a gust of wind, Dag rushed to Bagon at a speed that the naked eye could not catch up with, and hit the opponent fiercely with his right fist with a bright white light. Bagon, catch it with your head. At this critical moment, Ash gave the command directly with the wave guide without thinking. There was a sonic boom sound, and Hitmonchan's fist and Bagon's head came into close contact. However, to Chuck's surprise, Bagon was not knocked out as he thought, but still stood there motionless. In fact, his Hitmonchan staggered back a step, which was really weird. If it were an ordinary Pokemon, it would inevitably be dizzy after being hit on the head with such a strong fist, but for Bagon with the Stone Head ability, it was just a tickle. Now use Zen Headbutt. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Hitmonchan had not yet stood firm, Ash decisively issued a counterattack order. Bagon's forehead suddenly emitted a light blue light, and then it suddenly jumped up and hit Hitmonchan's stomach, knocking it out at once. Abby, Hitmonchan groaned in pain and took several steps back before he could stabilize himself. It was obvious that this psychic trick had caused him considerable damage. Hitmonchan, this little injury is nothing. Chuck was still in a state of excitement. Regroup, bulk up, and use close combat. It seemed that Chuck was going to go all out and let Hitmonchan give up his defense and decide the outcome with a fierce attack. Unfortunately, Ash would not let him get his wish. Bagon, rush up. Use Iron Head skill. Woo! Bagon immediately ran up with all 4 limbs. Chuck on the opposite side was puzzled when he saw him. He actually rushed up without giving an attack. What was he trying to do? Soon, Bagon answered his question with actual actions. Hitmonchan was still posing to strengthen his muscles, and Bagon's forehead, which was glowing with a faint white light, had already hit him hard. This time, Hitmonchan was not knocked away, but the Iron Head ability was triggered, and Hitmonchan retreated involuntarily, and the bulk up that was halfway through was forced to stop. What the hell is going on? Chuck finally showed a panicked look. Hitmonchan, cheer up. Get ready to defend. But it was too late, and the opposite Ash said without hesitation. The last blow, Encore Zen Headbutt. In the retreat contest condition, Hitmonchan couldn't dodge at all. Bagon saw the opportunity and used his greatest strength to hit him hard. Finally, Hitmonchan fell to the ground with his face up, and the referee immediately announced, Hitmonchan cannot fight. Bagon wins. Woo! I'm so touched. Hitmonchan, you have worked so hard. After losing the game, Chuck was so moved that he burst into tears. He took out the Pokeball and took the unconscious Hitmonchan back with sobs. Rest well. I will never forget your efforts and sweat. Seeing such an exaggerated behavior for the first time, Lena and Annabelle looked at each other. and Ash also had a dull expression on his face. He felt more and more that Uncle Chuck must be wrong. It was probably because he trained his muscles to his brain. However, this was not over yet, and the next more exaggerated scene appeared. Okay, next, it's finally your turn, Mac Hoke. Chuck wiped the tears and snot off his face, turned around solemnly, and shouted to Mac Hoke behind him, "Go. Use the knife." Duh. Mac Hoke yelled and immediately used a clean and beautiful knife. But the target was not someone else, but his own trainer Chuck. No way. Looking at Chuck, who gritted his teeth and endured the knife attack, countless black lines appeared on Lena and Annabelle's foreheads. What is he doing? Is this uncle a masochist? Ash was even more straightforward. He took out the mobile phone he bought when he stayed in Red Rock Island and called the police station. "Hello, is this Officer Jenny? I have a mental patient here. You guys send someone to take him away." Seeing that Ash actually called the police, Chuck's disciples rushed over and tried to explain to Jenny, but of course they had to be lectured. "Ash, you're still young." Chuck didn't care much, just shook his head and said, "The purpose of doing this is to improve fighting spirit. By experiencing the power of Pokemon's special moves like this, the trainer and Pokemon's mind can be combined into one. In other words, now Mac Hoke and I are invincible." "Mac Hoke!" Chuck's Mac Hoke roared in cooperation and posed a bulk-up pose. But Ash felt that it was more like asking for trouble than improving fighting spirit. At least he didn't understand the meaning of this behavior at all. No point in talking. Let's see how powerful we are next. Chuck seemed to see what Ash was thinking and didn't say anything more. Song Sure urged to start the second round of competition quickly. "Bagon, thank you for your hard work. Come back first." Ash ignored the smug Chuck and Mac Hoke, took back Bagon, and released Miss Smagius. As soon as Miss Smagius appeared, he smiled and waved to Mac Hoke, making Mac Hoke scratch his head embarrassedly. At first glance, the two sides seemed very friendly. However, in fact, Miss Smagius secretly criticized this Mac Hoke in his heart, saying that he was just a big fool with no brains. "You actually sent another little guy." Chuck crossed his arms and said confidently, "Go, Lee." Ignoring his red chest, Chuck shouted, "Go, Mac Hoke." "Oh." Mac Hoke responded loudly, strode into the battlefield with full of blood, raised his head high, and stared at Miss Smagius floating in the air. Miss Smagius still had a friendly smile on his face, but he was thinking maliciously in his heart. "What are you looking at, you idiot? I'll dig your eyes out if you keep looking." Then, the game officially begins. Seeing that the Pokemon of both sides were ready, the referee immediately announced loudly, "Go, Mac Hoke, use foresight." Chuck was still the first to attack. Although he looked simple-minded, as a gym trainer, he naturally had basic knowledge about Pokemon. Mashoki's eyes immediately lit up with a red light like a searchlight normal, shining on Miss Smagius so that it could attack Rival. However, Rival's actions were already under Ash's control, and he immediately ordered, "Miss Smagius, strange light." Nah. After receiving the order, the gem on Miss Smagius' chest immediately emitted a purple light. Because Mac Hoke was casting foresight, he couldn't avoid it at all, and was directly illuminated. "Mac Hoke? Mac Hoke, Mac Hoke." The special effects of the strange light were triggered, and Mac Hoke suddenly saw stars and was dizzy, as if he was drunk and spinning in circles. "Mac Hoke, cheer up. Smelling salts over here." Chuck shouted anxiously. He didn't expect the opponent to use a dirty trick in the first round of attack. Miss Smagius. Next is the illusion light. Since the opponent has fallen into status condition, Ash will naturally take advantage of the victory and prepare to give Mac Hoke a psychic trick with outstanding effects. Seeing that the colorful light emitted by Miss Smagius was about to hit Mac Hoke, Chuck suddenly roared, "Mac Hoke, show your momentum." Oh, what amazing is that at this critical moment, Mac Hoke, actually smelling salts, came over. It immediately roared, protected its head with its arms, and completely took Miss Smagius's attack. But in this way, the power of the special move cannot be doubled. So in fact, Mac Hoke did not suffer much damage. TSK maybe? What, this is simply cheating. Ash and Miss Smagius spat in their hearts at the same time. Such an unscientific thing actually happened to Rival, which was really unpleasant. Oh, Makoke, my voice finally reached your heart. Chuck was immediately moved to tears, and Mishoki's eyes were also full of tears. If it weren't for the game at this time, Ash was sure that these two guys would definitely hug each other and cry. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Okay, next, it's our turn to fight back. Chuck quickly wiped his tears. Makoke, use dynamic punch. Makoke! Makoke shouted angrily, strode towards Miss Magius, and his huge fist flashed a layer of golden light, which looked very eye-catching. Dynamic punch is extremely powerful, and if it successfully hits, it will also cause the opponent to fall into chaos, which is very tricky. However, this move also has its limits. That is, the force required to launch the move is too great, so the hit rate is very low. As long as the speed is not very slow and the body is not very large, almost everyone can dodge it. But the problem is that Miss Magius was hit by foresight at this time, which greatly increased the opponent's hit rate. It is still difficult to predict whether he can dodge it. Ash figured it all out in an instant. He didn't dare to gamble, and there was no need to gamble. He immediately ordered, Miss Magius, ghost dive. Nah. Miss Magius showed a playful smile on his face, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye and drilled into the different dimensional tunnel. Makoke, who lost his target, was a little nervous, looking around with an uneasy face, and the enemy who didn't know where to hide was the most terrifying. Makoke calmed down. Although Chuck also didn't know where Miss Magius had hidden, he knew one thing. If Rival wants to attack, he will definitely show up. Show your strength. Don't forget that we are now united in mind and spirit. After being comforted by Chuck, Mishoki's emotions stabilized a little, but Ghost Dive is different from Dig. It is really as hard to defend against his ghost. At some point, a small hole appeared behind Makoke, and Miss Magius quietly came out of it and attacked Makoke without saying a word. Makoke, get out of the way. Chuck noticed it and issued a warning immediately, but Mishoki's reaction nerves were not that fast. As soon as it turned its head, it was directly knocked out by Miss Magius's powerful blow. At this critical moment, Chuck remained calm and decisively ordered, Makoke, use rollout like this. Makoke! The blown Mishoki's eyes were stern, and he immediately rolled up and spun in the air, thereby removing most of the inertia and landing safely on the ground, avoiding secondary damage. Under this rollout, it quickly approached Miss Magius and tried to hit him. Miss Magius float up. Although the gym has a height limit, it is not a place that Makoke can reach with just a jump. Miss Magius followed Ash's instructions and quickly floated under the ceiling, while Makoke could only fight below. Makoke, don't give up, Chuck shouted. Jump up with all your strength. Bulk up and use the knife. Oh. In the roar of 5, 2, 3 Chuck, Makoke seemed to have his blood boiling and his muscles bulged suddenly. Then, it slightly bent its knees, glared at the ground, and shot towards Miss Magius like a cannonball, with dazzling silver light on its strong arms. If Miss Magius was accidentally hit, it would definitely be in trouble. Mishoki's strength was exaggerated to be scary. Even if the opponent was a strong man, it only needed 10 fingers to knock him down. However, Ash was not surprised, but happy. Miss Magius, use Lucky Chant. Miss Magius immediately closed his eyes and began to pray to the sky. Then countless purple light spots fell from the air and merged into his body. The next moment, Mishoki's hand knife hit him, causing Miss Magius to groan, but he finally survived. How is it possible? Chuck's heart skipped a beat. He thought this attack was enough to knock Miss Magius down. After all, ghost Pokemon generally lack physical strength, but the development of things exceeded his expectations. Now Shadow Ball. Then, Chuck's most worried thing happened. Ash took this opportunity to let Miss Magius launch an attack. At such a close distance and in midair, Makoke couldn't dodge at all. Bang! The Dark Shadow Ball hit Mishoki's body without any hindrance. The huge force brought it straight to the ground. With a loud bang, smoke and dust suddenly rose on the field. "Mako!" Chuck couldn't help but shout, and his disciples also looked at the situation on the field with a worried look. When the smoke dissipated, there was a big pit on the ground. Mako was lying in it. It had mosquito coils in its eyes and had lost its ability to fight. The referee stepped forward, bent down, and took a look, and then announced, "Mako cannot fight. Miss Smagius won. So the winner is the challenger Ash." Great, he won. Although the result was as expected, Lena was still happy for Ash, and Annabelle on the side praised. It was a very good response. Mashoki's hand knife is very easy to hit the vital point. Ash let Miss Magius use Lucky Chant to prevent this possibility, so he could face this move. Touching Miss Magius's head, Ash smiled and said, "Beautiful fight. You did a good job." No, it's all thanks to the adults. Just when Ash and Miss Magius were communicating with each other, there was a burst of howling next to them, which scared them so much that their hair stood up. Woo woo woo. Wah. After Chuck pulled Mac Hoke out of the pit, he began to cry loudly. He hugged the injured Mac Hoke and cried while shouting, "Mac Hoke, I have seen your efforts. In my heart, you are always the best." "Hey, Uncle Chuck, what are you crying about? Have you never lost before?" Lena was immediately amused and cried. A grown man actually cried like this, and he was a muscular man. This was really disgusting. Fortunately, Chuck still remembered his responsibilities as a gym trainer. After crying for a while, he wiped his tears and took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash. "Ash, this is Storm from Cyanwood Gym. Badge. Please accept it. This is the result of your hard work. Keep working hard in the future." "I will, thank you." After saying thank you, Ash took the Storm badge and put it in the badge box. At this moment, Chuck's wife seemed to have just finished her housework and ran over to watch the fun. Did my stupid husband lose?" "Ash, you did a good job." Chuck's wife smiled and gave Ash a thumbs up. "Speaking of which, my husband's belly has started to sag recently. It's not surprising that he lost the game because he was so lax." Hearing this, Chuck was a little embarrassed, but he quickly cheered up. "You are right. But next, I will do special training for 24 hours. Mac Hoke, are you ready?" "Mac Hoke." Mac Hoke laughed and responded, "It is true that there are trainers like Pokemon. The personalities of these two guys are exactly the same." After winning the Cyanwood Gym badge, Ash and the other two stayed in the gym for one night at the insistence of Chuck's wife. They left after breakfast the next day. Next, they planned to return the same way, first to a Seijai City, then return to a Krutik City, and then go to Mahogany Town to prepare to challenge the Mahogany Gym. A Seijai City and Cyanwood City are very close, and it only takes a few hours to take the regular communication ship, and Lapras is faster. In just 1 hour, the three of them saw the harbor of a Seijai City. "Ash, do you want to take a look at the battle tower?" Annabelle suddenly suggested. Ash touched his chin and thought for a while. "Okay, let's go and take a look. I still have some points left." During the training in the battle tower, Ash accumulated tens of thousands of points. Except for the skill learning device and the foul play space, other types are not particularly expensive, so there are still many left. Recently, during the practice, Ash also found that the attack range of several Pokemon was not enough, so he planned to change a few skill learning devices for them. After arriving in front of the familiar battle tower building and showing his identity to the guard at the door, Ash found an unexpected person in the hall. Short brown hair, firm eyes, serious face, and explorer outfit. Although it was the first time he saw the real person, Ash still recognized him at a glance. The person in front of him was actually Brandon. In the original animation, Brandon, the adventurer and pioneering brain, left a deep impression on Ash. He actually subdued the legendary Pokemon. Although it was only a low-level Pokemon like the three gods, the Pokemon was still a Pokemon after all. As a legendary Pokemon, it naturally had the pride that matched it. Even the three gods, who had the most contact with humans, could not be subdued by anyone. At most, they could only become friends with them and get their help. It was clear that Brandon must have his unique personality charm, which made the three gods willing to fight for him. At this time, Brandon was talking to someone in the hall. This person was an acquaintance of Ash and his friends, the fat profiteer Yashida. However, it was a bit unfair to call him a profiteer. Since they met, Ash had always received a lot of benefits, and he had only paid some insignificant things. Oh, rare guests. Yashida noticed them and immediately came forward to greet them. Didn't you three go on a trip? Why did you suddenly come back to 13? Hello, Mr. Yashida. Annabelle and Lena bowed politely, and Ash replied, I took a detour and came to see you. I see. You're really thoughtful. Yashida is indeed a businessman. Ash once again saw his tactfulness when speaking. Among the people he has met, Assyria's emotional intelligence is probably the highest. By the way, let me introduce you. Yashida stepped aside. This is Mr. Brandon. In addition to being an explorer, he is also an excellent Pokemon trainer. Pocahontas Empire? Brandon touched his chin, thinking, I have heard of this name before. It was an ancient empire that occupied the entire Kanto region, but it suddenly perished at some point. That was done by Ho-Oh. Ash's words were shocking. At least Brandon and Yashida couldn't believe it at all. Brandon asked anxiously, What is the basis for your statement? Didn't you give me the evidence? Ash waved the information in his hand. But, do you really know the words on it? In fact, it's not Brandon's fault that he can't believe it. Any normal person would be the same. After all, Ash's age is there. If you say he's a genius and has become a powerful trainer at a young age, this is acceptable. Pokemon trainer is a profession that requires great talent. Archaeology is different. It takes a lot of time to study. Some old scholars even spend their entire lives on it, but they still have only a vague understanding of some ancient monuments. I don't need to lie to you. I only have one chance. Ash's tone gradually became cold, which was a sign of his impatience, and Brandon also keenly noticed this. Brandon really wanted to ask the unbelievably young boy in front of him where he learned this knowledge, but he always felt that the other party would not tell the truth and would not even talk about it. Then trouble you. In the end, Brandon chose the most reasonable plan. Getting to the bottom of it would only anger the other party, so it would be better to give it a try with hope. Anyway, whether it is true or false, he has nothing to lose. Ash nodded secretly to Brandon's character. It was very good that the other party could understand contentment, and it would also save him and Yashida from falling out. Speaking of which, the reason why Ash took the initiative to help Brandon solve the problem this time was not because of his enthusiasm, but just to repay Yasi. The reward mechanism of the battle tower is not fair. Every trainer here has to admit that they are undoubtedly the party that has taken a big advantage. Ash was naturally the same. He knew that Yashida was not doing this kind of loss-making business for charity, but even he could not refuse this kind of captivate. After all, those skill learning devices were so convenient and easy to use. Therefore, within his ability, Ash hoped to repay some favors more or less. After borrowing a computer, Ash immediately started the translation work. This was not too difficult for him. He did not need to spend time looking for information because all the information was stored in his brain, and all he had to do was to try to keep the sentences smooth. At least the translated things should be understandable. Brandon on the side first silently paid attention to Ash's work, but as more and more text appeared on the screen, he began to be unable to help himself and took the initiative to discuss with Ash. As they talked, Brandon's surprise became deeper and deeper. The other party's knowledge was not inferior to his, and some obscure knowledge, the other party could even talk about it. Isn't the person in front of me an old antique in a young man's skin? This thought came to Brandon's mind. For him who likes to seek facts, this idea is really absurd, but he can't get rid of it. Ash worked for a whole afternoon and finally finished the thick stack of documents. This amazing speed once again shocked Brandon. If the translated content was not well-founded, he would have suspected that the other party was making up a story. And Ash did not gain nothing. From the documents, he learned that the tomb of King Pocahontas was located near the city of Nibby. He felt that he should take time to take a look. Maybe there would be some unexpected surprises. After copying the data into the USB drive, Brandon carefully put it close to his body, giving people the feeling that it was the most precious treasure in the world. He was really convinced by this young man. The vast amount of knowledge was incredible and even made people doubt whether the person in front of him was a human being. Ash, he bowed deeply. I won't say any more thanks. If you need anything, please let me know. No need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, how about a battle with me? Ash made an invitation. After facing the computer screen for an entire afternoon, he felt that his mind had become a little stiff. It would be great if he could have a fierce battle. And Brandon is undoubtedly the best rival. He has long wanted to challenge the strongest pioneering brain in the original book. That good idea. Yashida clapped his hands. Mr. Brandon, Ash is also an excellent trainer. Even you may not be able to defeat him. If it were before, Brandon would probably not believe this. He knew Yashida's character. This fat man always liked to exaggerate, but he would leave a lot of room. In one sentence, it was all bullshit. But after seeing the magic of Ash, he had to face this young man. Brandon's heart was full of excitement for the first time in a long time. He wanted to have a good fight with Ash, but as mentioned before, he was a very stubborn person. Sorry, not now. I have to go back to study these materials. Goodbye first. As soon as the voice fell, Brandon turned around and left without saying a word, making Lena and Annabelle look at each other. Although there was nothing wrong with this approach, it was always uncomfortable. Haha, don't mind it, the three of you. Yashida laughed dryly and tried to smooth things over. Mr. Brandon becomes like this when he is obsessed with something. He has no ill intentions. It's okay. It's nothing. Ash shook his head gently. Brandon was neat and tidy and not pretentious. He thought that was good. At least he didn't need to be on guard against such people. After resting for a night in the battle tower, Ash and the other two said goodbye to Yashida and left the Sage-Eye City and continued to move towards Yuanju City. Because of Ho-Oh, Ash didn't really want to come here again, but if he wanted to go to Mahogany Town, he had to pass through a Ikrutik City. There was no other way. After entering Ikrutik City, the three were surprised to find that the streets and alleys here were full of rumors. Because someone claimed that he had personally witnessed one of the three legendary beasts, Suicune. Just then, a young man ran over in a hurry, and Ash also knew him. The man was actually the trainer of Ikrutik Gym, Morty. Eugene and Morty are good friends. They are both studying the legendary Pokemon, which is how they met. However, their personalities are very different. Eugene is not as easy to talk to as Morty. Because of his superior family background, he always shows his superiority to strangers intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, even when Eugene is with Morty, an old friend he has known for many years, he sometimes acts like a young master, such as leaving without saying hello, which is commonplace. Therefore, after hearing the news, Morty immediately rushed over, hoping to stop this farce in time. Huh, aren't you Ash? Morty recognized him at a glance, patted his head, and laughed. Misunderstanding, we are all family. Eugene, let me introduce you, this is Ash, who is... Morty was about to introduce the two parties. Eugene interrupted rudely. Who is his family? Morty, how come you know such a guy? So what happened between you? Morty was not angry, but his expression was quite helpless. Because he insulted Suicune. Hearing this, Morty finally understood why the other party was so angry. Eugene has been tracking Suicune's traces. In order to find Suicune, he can even not go home for several years. Ash, is this really the case? Morty turned his eyes and kept winking at him, hoping that he could find a way to fool him. I'm just telling the truth. Whether he can accept it is his problem, and it has nothing to do with me. Ash didn't have much bad feelings towards Morty, but that didn't mean he had to give him face. What was said was as good as what was spilled. There was no reason to contradict oneself. Eugene was furious when he heard this and was about to speak, but Morty said, "Okay, I understand. Since you must fight, let's go to my gym." He could see that these two people were the type who would not give in. There was no way to mediate, but at least they should not implicate the innocent people around. Let's go. Eugene walked towards the gym without saying a word, and Ash followed without hesitation. He decided to make this guy understand why the flowers were so red today. Just then, a crisp bell sound suddenly came from the bell tower not far away, and Morty and Eugene's faces changed immediately, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Great! Eugene shouted suddenly and ran towards the bell tower, completely forgetting about the duel. Mr. Morty, what's wrong with him? Lena was puzzled. According to ancient records, it is said that when Ho-Oh returns again, the bell of the bell tower will ring, and Ho-Oh may appear. After Morty hurriedly explained, he hurriedly followed Eugene's footsteps. Although he didn't know whether Ho-Oh would really appear, he didn't want to miss any possibility. TSK, he's lucky. Since the person involved has left, Ash is not bored enough to keep pestering, so it seems that he can only give up. As for the arrival of Ho-Oh, he doesn't believe it at all, because every time Ho-Oh appears, it is always loud and powerful, and the powerful waveguide reaction can be felt by Ash or Lucario from distance. But now there is nothing abnormal. Ash, should we go and take a look? Annabelle asked for his opinion. Of course not. Ash refused. What's the point of caring about that mixed-hair bird? Let's go. Let's leave this broken place quickly. Almost every household in a Krutique city worships Ho-Oh. Ash naturally has no good feelings for such a city. But if we want to go to Mahogany Town, we must pass the bell tower. Lena said weakly. Then let's take a detour. Helplessly, Lena and Annabelle had to accompany him. Ash and the other two walked into the nearby forest and headed towards Mahogany Town. Unexpectedly, as they walked, a large group of bug-type Pokemon suddenly emerged from the surrounding bushes and surrounded them. They all looked unfriendly and seemed ready to attack at any time. Wow, what's going on? The scene frightened Lena so much that she trembled all over. She subconsciously grabbed Ash's hand and hid behind him. Speaking of which, Lena was not afraid of bugs. She had even participated in the bug-catching conference. But now there were too many bugs, so dense that even Annabelle felt her scalp tingling. Parasect, ball of thread. Annabelle took a breath. Almost all the bug-type Pokemon in the forest appeared. This situation is definitely not normal. Zero. Nonsense. Even a fool can see it. Ash looked at her helplessly, then stepped forward and shouted, "Good dogs, good Pokemon, don't block the road. Those who know what's good for you, get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." First, there was an inexplicable Eugene, and then he was surrounded by bugs for no reason. Ash wondered if he didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why would he be so unlucky? However, this group of bug-type Pokemon didn't know if they were crazy or something else, but they seemed to be crazy normal and string shot towards the three people without any warning. This really annoyed Ash, especially those Parasects, who even used Stun Spore, choking him and making him cough repeatedly. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to drive them away. In theory, Fire Attack is the most effective against bug-type Pokemon, but now they are in the forest, so it is better to be cautious to prevent fire. Pikachu responded and immediately released a strong electric current to force the surrounding bug-type Pokemon back, but the road behind was blocked by the silk they spit out. Ash had no choice but to send Snorlax and Aerodactyl to use superpower to forcibly open a path, but after walking for a few minutes, they found something strange. There were two people and a cat, wrapped in layers of white silk, hanging on the branches like a zongzi. The three members of Team Rocket appeared in front of him. Ash looked at them for a while and blurted out, "New gameplay. No meow. *3. The three members shouted together, and then quickly became weak again. James said weakly, "Little brat, help me. Before saving you, shouldn't I explain the situation first?" Ash looked around and found that there were more bug-type Pokemon gathered here than before. They were probably afraid of Aerodactyl and Snorlax, so they hid in the dark and didn't show up but just watched closely. "You must have done something bad again." Lena looked at them with suspicion. "Well, I didn't do anything," Jessie stammered. "Just looking at her expression, you know that there must be a 197 ghost among them." Annabelle suddenly pointed to the bottom of a big tree. "Look, those seem to be the bells hanging in the bell tower." Seeing Lena's puzzled look, Annabelle explained, "If I remember correctly, those bells are hung on the top floor of the bell tower, and they're called clear bells that can be used to communicate with Ho-Oh. That is to say, because these three idiots stole the bells, the Pokemon went crazy." Lena immediately analyzed what happened. Not only that, Annabelle's expression was very solemn. I remember that there should be 4 clear bells, but there are only 3 left in front of us. Another one was broken by Jesse, meow. Meow sold out his teammates decisively. Jessie was immediately upset when she heard it, and shouted, "What? You actually blame me? Don't be ridiculous. That bell is a defective product. You can only blame it for not ringing." Okay, shut up. Ash interrupted their quarrel impatiently, and then ordered Snorlax, "Go put them down." Asterisk 3. Hearing this, the trio was stunned. Why was the little brat so easy to talk to today? He actually saved them so readily? Why save them? They caused so much trouble, so they should suffer a little. Lena complained softly. Well, it's not good to watch someone die without helping him. To be honest, even Ash himself didn't believe this reason. He was not a good man. The reason why he was so enthusiastic this time was because he was very happy with what the trio did. Although Ho-Oh wouldn't care about the clear bell, it did disgust those who worshipped Ho-Oh. Ash, don't you think this number is a bit too much? Annabelle's voice was a little panicked. As Snorlax was about to rescue the trio, the bug-type Pokemon regarded Ash and his friends as their companions and immediately surrounded them with unfriendly faces. The number was so shocking that even Annabelle, an experienced trainer, could not help but sweat on her forehead. Aren't you a psychic? Try to communicate with their minds. Even so, Ash's tone was nonchalant, and Annabelle probably didn't notice in a hurry, and answered seriously, "No, they are too irritable now. There is no way to communicate with them. In the past, whether it was the Forest Bully Beedrill or the vicious Gyarados, Annabelle could talk to them and calm them down. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Since they couldn't communicate, they had to fight, and Ash had prepared for this. Snorlax, Aerodactyl, Destruction Ray, Pikachu, Thunder. At the beginning, Ash asked the 3 Pokemon to use their most destructive moves. 2 thick Destruction Rays immediately shot out from the mouths of Snorlax and Aerodactyl, knocking over a large number of Bug-type Pokemon. Pikachu set its target on those Tangelas, cleaning them up one by one to avoid being entangled by their tentacles. Seeing their side being attacked, the other Pokemon also roared and launched attacks. For a while, all kinds of special moves came over. Although the power of a single Pokemon was not great, it was too many. Fortunately, Annabelle reacted in time and released the Pokemon on her body at the first time. Alakazam, Sun Pokemon, Medong, used Confusion to create a shield. Faced with such an astonishing number of special moves, Annabelle did not dare to be careless and directly sent out 3 Psychic Pokemon to let them use the shield to defend. Bang! 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 The shield had just been formed when various special moves came one after another, hitting it hard and making continuous noises. Fortunately, this was a shield created by 3 powerful Pokemon, and Lena's Chansey helped them recover their strength. Otherwise, it would definitely be broken. Even so, the Sun Pokemon's foreheads were still covered with sweat, and their bodies were a little shaky. Obviously, this was too much of a burden for them. Don't worry, Annabelle. Just let them hold on for a while. At this critical moment, Ash remained calm, quickly opened the portable transmission device, and began to exchange the Pokemon on hand. Judging from the current situation, Songyu used the water model beat-up to get out of trouble. Wow! At this moment, a loud roar growl suddenly came out from the forest, and the surrounding Pokemon stopped moving. Then, a light blue figure appeared in front of everyone. It's Suicune. Annabelle revealed the identity of this Pokemon, and Ash's face became a little strange. He knew that the Suicune in front of him was not the one killed by the Dark Ligia. But why? With a waveguide reaction of 0.9, this Suicune actually had a full killing intention towards him. Is it Ho-Oh's revenge? After thinking about it, Ash felt that this possibility was the greatest. Ho-Oh was proud of his status and would not attack him personally, but it did not mean that he would not send his men to come. Suicune stood high on a rock, looking down at Ash and the other 2. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he began to roar continuously. Ho 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 ho! Its voice instantly spread throughout the forest, and then, as if a barrel of explosives had been lit, The bug-type Pokemon that had originally calmed down launched an attack again, even more frantically than before. Ash understood that it was Suicune that was driving them to fight, but fortunately, he had made a foolproof plan. Onyx, please. Ash didn't want to fight Suicune here. There were too many bug-type Pokemon here, which could easily get in the way. If Suicune really wanted to kill him, it would definitely chase him. Then he could find a deserted place to kill Suicune. Following Ash's instructions, Onyx immediately burrowed into the ground, and its huge body created a wide tunnel that could accommodate not only Ash and the other humans, but even Snorlax. Snorlax, carry those 3 idiots on your back. Aerodactyl, you come back first. Ash asked Lena and Annabelle to retreat first. Snorlax led the trio in the middle, and he and Pikachu were the last. When the group of bug-type Pokemon saw that the people in front of them were leaving, they immediately followed them relentlessly, but they were all electrocuted by Pikachu. Perhaps because it was dirty, Suicune did not follow into the tunnel, but it was not in a hurry. The wild Pokemon within a radius of hundreds of miles were its eyes, and the prey would definitely not escape. After a while, the pursuers behind them gradually disappeared, and Ash and the other 2 finally stopped running and walked forward slowly. Walking in this dark tunnel, even with Pikachu to illuminate, it still felt a little creepy. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of them, a total of 5, plus Snorlax is a big guy, which makes them feel safer. Lena was the first to speak and break the silence. What is going on? Suicune came to stop the Pokemon from going crazy. Did he fail? Who knows? Ash replied absent-mindedly. Ash. Annabelle suddenly called his name. You didn't tell the truth, right? What do you mean? Annabelle shook her head, looking a little helpless. Since we were traveling together, why do you have to hide it? I understand the meaning of Suicune's roar just now. You can't not understand it, right? Huh? What does this mean? Lena naturally didn't understand, and the 3 people next to him looked at each other. 19. Annabelle hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Ash had no intention of stopping her, she finally said, Just now, Suicune ordered those wild Pokemon to attack us. No, to be precise, to attack Ash. Hearing this, everyone present, except Ash, was shocked, and the first thought in their minds was disbelief. How is this possible? Lena shouted in surprise. Is Suicune for punishment the thief who stole the bell? But in this case, he should attack those 3 idiots. Could it be that he mistook the little brat for our accomplice? James asked. No. Annabelle shook her head. If that's the case, Suicune shouldn't just target Ash. It should include all of us. In my opinion, it must be because the little brat looks like a bad guy, so Suicune doesn't like him. Jessie looked gloating, but she scared Meowth beside her. You idiot! What nonsense are you talking about, Meow? Meowth, you dare to scold me. Be careful, I'll beat you up. But halfway through her words, Jessie found that her body couldn't move and was still entangled by the white silk, and she finally understood her situation. Your life is in someone else's hands, and you dare to say bad things about him. This is really a real death. It was a slip of the tongue. I was actually joking. Jessie hurriedly tried to make up for it, but Ash suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at them expressionlessly. This cold gaze made the trio's hearts tremble, and an ominous premonition surged into their hearts. Fortunately, Ash didn't seem to want to do anything, but just said lightly, Snorlax, put them down. Snorlax did as he was told, and the trio looked at each other, not understanding what Ash wanted to do, but saw him take out a nail clipper from his bag and put it in front of them. Come on. After saying this, Ash turned and left without saying a word, and the trio finally understood what he meant after a while. How could this be possible? Hey, I say, little brat, at least give me a pair of scissors. Jessie shouted angrily. The white silk spit out by Pokemon is not something that can be broken by pulling. The texture is very tough. It is really difficult for them to use this small nail clipper to escape. But who told them to be so mean? Where there's a will, there's a way. Work hard. Ash waved his hand without looking back, and his tone of asking for a beating made the trio really want to pounce on him and bite him. Lena quickly caught up with him, with a look of reluctance on her face. Ash, isn't that bad? It's okay. These three idiots are already immune to going to the police station, so this is the only way. Although they knew that Ash was in revenge because of other things, Lena and Annabelle just smiled bitterly and didn't persuade him anymore. After all, the mess the trio made this time was too big, and almost the entire Ekrutik city was affected. It's really time for them to learn a lesson. However, what should we do about Sukun? I think you should talk to it. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Annabelle suggested with some concern. As long as they are enemies, there is nothing to talk about. Ash said firmly. Annabelle was about to say something, but he stopped her with a wave of his hand. I know you don't want to fight Sukun, but I have my own principles. I don't need your help. I just hope you can watch from the side. 897. Annabelle didn't particularly agree with Ash's approach, but she couldn't ask Ash not to fight back. Perhaps it was best to turn a blind eye. After a while, Ash sensed that he and others had walked out of the forest, and there were not many bug-type Pokemon above, so he ordered Onyx to drill out of the ground and return to the ground. However, the three of them had just seen the light of day again, but Sukun had been waiting for a long time, looking at Ash leisurely, as if he would attack at any time. Pikachu. Sensing Suikun's hostility, Pikachu hurriedly ran forward a few steps, and the electric capsule on his cheek made a crackling sound, obviously ready for battle. The battle was about to start. Suicune roared to the sky and took a fighting stance. Then, a strong wind suddenly blew up from the sky, making Ash and others almost unable to open their eyes. You use Tailwind to increase your speed? In that case, Pikachu, use Agility and Quick Attack to charge. This Suicune's strength is at the intermediate level of Elite. For the three adult Holy Beasts, this level is just average. Although Pikachu is only at the elementary level of Elite, it has an advantage in attribute. The most important thing is that Pikachu has a trainer. Pikachu. Pikachu's figure flashed, and it seemed to turn into a golden flash and rush towards Suicune in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Suicune was shocked. It knew that it was a tough guy this time, but it had prepared itself mentally before coming. After all, it was a test assigned by Ho-Oh, so how could it be completed easily? Master Ho-Oh, please take a look. Only I am worthy of being your messenger. Suicune prayed in his heart, and its figure was as light as flowing water, avoiding Pikachu's tackle again and again, and seemed to be at ease. Wow! In a blink of an eye, the situation on the field changed. While Pikachu's move failed and he couldn't retract his strength, Suicune immediately made a clear cry and appeared behind Pikachu at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, and a thick stream of water sprayed out of its mouth. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt behind you. At the critical moment, Ash remained calm and decisively issued instructions with the wave guide. After receiving the instructions, Pikachu did not look back, but burst out a violent lightning from its body without hesitation, spraying it behind. The hydro pump emitted by Suicune was the most powerful one Ash had ever seen. It was so fast and urgent that a fire Pokemon would probably be knocked down with one hit. But at this time, this powerful hydro pump became a death warrant. The current was directly introduced into Suicune's body along the water column, and it screamed in pain. But Pikachu was not feeling well either. He was blown away by the huge impact of the water column and hit a tree trunk heavily. Thanks to the light ball in his body, Pikachu's attack power was terrifyingly strong, but Suicune was famous for its defense and strong physical strength, so Pikachu could only be considered to have a slight advantage. Ooh! Suicune was very angry after being attacked. It roared to the sky and fired a series of transparent bubbles that looked like normal discs from its mouth, shooting towards Pikachu. Pikachu, use Electro Web. Ash did not choose to dodge, but decided to go head-on. After receiving the order, Pikachu immediately spread out waves of electricity in all directions, forming a golden Electro Web in the air. This Electro Web not only broke the bubbles in the sky, but also covered Suicune, causing damage to it and reducing its speed. Ooh! Suicune shook its body fiercely and struggled to break the Electro Web on its body, making it dissipate in the air. However, judging from its expression, this move obviously made it very uncomfortable. But it is true that, after all, it has been hit by 2 electric tricks, and it would be really strange if it could look good. The next moment, Suicune launched another counterattack, with a huge crown on its forehead as the center, shining with dazzling, colorful light, covering its entire body in an instant. This trick is not bad. Ash smiled contemptuously, but it just doesn't work. Pikachu used light screen. Suicune used extrasensory, using invisible magical power to attack rival, which means that it is difficult to dodge it with your eyes alone. Even if you can dodge it, it is probably just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The light screen held up by Pikachu greatly offset the power of extrasensory. The body just shook slightly and did not suffer much damage. Roar! Seeing that his attacks were repeatedly resolved by the opponent, Suicune could no longer bear it. It roared immediately, and the blue water wrapped around its body and swirled around. Then, Suicune spread his limbs and rushed towards Pikachu with a fierce momentum. At first glance, it looked like a big wave sweeping over. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Facing the aggressive Suicune, Ash didn't have the slightest worry and said calmly, "Pikachu, you also rush up and use high-voltage Thunder Shock." High-voltage Thunder Shock is the gatekeeping skill of the Pikachu family, and it is also their exclusive trick. Other Pokemon can't learn it all. Pikachu immediately began to exert force, and in the blink of an eye, the golden current wrapped around its whole body, and then without saying a word, it quickly rushed towards Suicune. The small figure was like a golden comet with a long tail, and with a thunderous sound, the momentum was no less than Suicune. Bang! Suicune and Pikachu collided violently with each other, and a loud noise broke out. The golden current on Pikachu's body was immediately transmitted to Suicune's body along the water flow, and it was immediately paralyzed. Because of this, Suicune suddenly felt powerless in the fight. It was originally at a disadvantage in strength and was knocked away by Pikachu. Wow! Suicune's body was constantly flashing with golden ember current. It tried to stand up several times, but failed every time. Finally, it was exhausted and fell to the ground and could no longer move. It seems that the winner has finally been decided. Annabelle and Lena, who were watching the battle closely, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that Ash won, and although Suicune was paralyzed and unable to fight, it was not hurt too much. This result was a happy ending for everyone. However, Ash did not intend to end it like this. He walked slowly to Suicune, stroked its head, and asked softly, "Did Ho-Oh send you here?" "Wang Luzhao, tell me, what is the purpose of it doing this? Is it for its 3 messengers to retaliate? By the way, you can just say it directly. I can understand what you were saying." He added. Unfortunately, Suicune didn't answer at all, and even took the opportunity to attack, spitting up a stream of water from his mouth towards Ash's face. This move is the last remaining strength of Suicune. It is not worth mentioning for Pokemon and can't cause any damage. But even so, if it hits an ordinary person, the face will probably be smashed. Suicune was full of expectations, but to its shock, when it saw that the water column was about to hit Ash's face, it seemed to encounter an invisible wall, blocking the attack. "You really have no brains." Ash's face darkened. "Ho, didn't I tell you that I am the king of the sea? But forget it, since you are unwilling to cooperate. I can only give you a profound lesson." Hearing this, Suicune's eyes showed a trace of fear, but it was also tough. It didn't say a word, and even closed its eyes and didn't look at Ash. "Humph, do you think you can be fine like this?" Seeing that the other party gave up resistance and said, "Whatever you want," Ash was even more annoyed. He frowned and was about to take ruthless action, but suddenly there was a burst of urgent footsteps beside him. What on earth happened here? The final collision between Pikachu and Suicune was so powerful that Morty and Eugene, who were looking for bells nearby, noticed it. The two hurried over and saw the scene in front of them. "It's Suicune." Eugene saw the blue figure lying on the ground at a glance. Suicune was charred all over and emitting bursts of black smoke. This look is so miserable. There is no heroic figure of the incarnation of the North Wind. Who did this? Eugene's face was full of anger. Who dared to hurt Suo-kun like this? Stand up. Are you blind? Ash was almost speechless. He and Pikachu stood next to Suo-kun. Apart from him, could it be someone else who opened the fire? I knew it was you. Eugene pointed at him viciously. Tell me, why did you hurt Suo-kun? If you don't explain the reason today, I won't let you go. Hey, don't be like this. Let's talk it out. Morty hurriedly tried to stop the fight, but once Suo-kun was involved, Eugene's emotions would become extremely excited. His greatest wish in this life was to conquer Suo-kun. Idiot. Do I need to explain to you? I really don't know what's wrong with this guy named Eugene. This guy is just looking for a fight. Ash really wants to take this opportunity to beat him up. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, the two Stephanies could no longer sit still. They rushed over. Lena was responsible for comforting Ash, and Annabelle explained, "This is what happened. Suo-kun attacked us first, and Ash had no choice but to fight back." I see. Hearing this, Morty nodded slightly. He could see that Annabelle's eyes were very clear, and she should not be lying, but Eugene did not believe it. Nonsense. Why would Suo-kun attack you? For no reason. Eugene questioned. Before Annabelle could answer, he seemed to have suddenly realized something, pointed at Ash and cursed. I know. It must be because you're not a good guy. BDF. So Suo-kun is here to punish you. This was too much, not to mention Lena and Annabelle. Even Morty couldn't stand it. Eugene, don't say it so harshly. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. No, there is no misunderstanding. Ash stepped forward and looked at Eugene expressionlessly. You are right. I'm not a good person. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, Pikachu, or bird tail. Everyone was shocked and turned around to see that it turned out that Suo-kun had stood up at some point and turned around to run away. Unfortunately, Pikachu quickly caught up with him and slapped him on the forehead with an orbird tail. He felt the ground again and couldn't get up for a long time. Stop it! Seeing Suo-kun being attacked, Eugene Fiery Wrath immediately threw out the Pokeball and yelled, Alakazam, teach this guy a lesson. You don't know what you can do. Ash glanced at him with disdain. Metagross, you handle it. Speaking of which, Metagross was originally exchanged by Ash just in case, but he didn't expect that he would be used to deal with Eugene in the end. It was a waste of talent. As soon as Metagross's huge body appeared, Eugene's Alakazam was shocked and took a step back involuntarily. It could feel that the opponent's strength was much higher than it. Alakazam, what are you doing? Attack quickly. If it were normal, Eugene would naturally be able to detect the abnormality of his Pokemon. But at this time his heart was filled with anger, and he had long lost his usual calmness. Alakazam had no choice but to raise the spoon and try to attack with confusion. But Metagross did not move at all, as if he was not hurt at all. That's all? Metagross, Bullet Punch. Metagross immediately floated up and flew towards Alakazam slowly. When he got close, his iron-like arm suddenly swung out at speed as fast as lightning. Bang! This extremely fast Bullet Punch hit Alakazam's body, causing it to almost pop its eyes out in pain. Its body was immediately knocked out, leaving a long mark on the ground. Alakazam, are you okay? Eugene realized how big the gap in strength was between the two sides, and he quickly shouted, What are you looking at? Come and help me. Ah, me? Morty pointed at himself. But I haven't figured out the current situation yet. How can I help you? What else is there to be unclear about? He hurt Suo-kun. He's the bad guy. Eugene shouted ragefully. Ash really didn't retreat from Eugene. Is this considered a lackey protecting his master? So Suo-kun is his father, right? No, it is probably closer than his biological father. You are right, I am the bad guy. You two come together if you lose. As he said, Ash looked at Eugene and showed a friendly smile. In that case, your father Suo-kun will die. You be asterisk 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 D. Eugene was so angry that he was shaking all over. Morty, did you hear me? Come and help me. Morty shook his head helplessly. He felt that Ash was just talking in anger, but now that things have come to this, maybe it would be best to help one of the parties win and calm down the situation. I'm sorry, Ash. Morty released Jengar. If possible, I still hope you can calm down and have a good talk. Eugene is Morty's friend for many years. The two have common interests, so they have a very good relationship. Apart from some minor problems, Eugene is still a good friend. Morty knows that his friend is a little impulsive and his attitude is not very good, but he is not familiar with Ash and others, and he doesn't know what kind of people they are. Therefore, when it comes to Suakun, he can only stand on Na-jun's side. What's more, Suakun took the initiative to attack humans. To be honest, Morty doesn't believe it. He is more inclined to another possibility. That is, Ash tried to subdue Suakun, which angered Suakun. I'm sorry. You can't calm me down with your strength. Ash pointed at the other side and shouted, Metagross, use gravity. In the game, gravity can only make both sides unable to float and use flying moves, but in reality, this move can also reduce the speed of all Pokemon. When Metagross exerted his full strength, the gravity on the field suddenly reached a terrible level. Alakazam and Gengar were pressed so hard that they couldn't even stand up straight, and even walking was extremely difficult. Stupid guy, Eugene said confidently. If you do this, you can indeed slow down Alakazam's speed, but your Metagross can't even move. As he said, although this trick was used by Metagross, it would also be affected. Due to its huge size, it was even directly suppressed in place and unable to move, with its limbs embedded in the ground. Idiot, take care of yourself. Ash glanced at him with disdain. In fact, this was his strategy. Whether it was Alakazam or Gengar, their speed was far beyond Metagross. In addition, it was 2 against 1, and Rival was an unpredictable psychic and ghost Pokemon, so Metagross was easily fooled. Therefore, Ash simply decided that everyone would give up speed and force the other party to use turrets to bombard each other to decide the winner. Eugene, don't be careless. Morty warned. After all, he was a gym trainer and had more combat experience than Eugene. He knew that if he did this, he would have to face Metagross head-on. A head-on confrontation is not a good choice for ghost Pokemon. They are good at defeating Rival in various weird ways. What are you afraid of? There are 2 of us, so why should we be afraid of him alone? Eugene said disapprovingly. Don't say but. Alakazam, use the Destruction Death Ray. Seeing that Eugene was about to launch an attack regardless of the consequences, Morty gritted his teeth and ordered in the same way. Gengar, you also go up and use the Shadow Ball. Metagross, use the Illusion. What? This was a bit beyond Morty's expectations. He thought Ash would let Metagross use a physical trick, such as the Destruction Death Ray, to block Alakazam's Destruction Death Ray. Considering this, Morty asked Gengar to use Shadow Ball. The Destruction Beam and Shadow Ball cannot cancel each other out, because the Ghost type is ineffective against the Normal type, and vice versa. But what he never expected was that Metagross actually used Confusion to attack, which means that the opponent wanted to trade injuries for injuries. Is Ash so confident in his Metagross? Boom! The Destruction Beam and Shadow Ball exploded on Metagross's body, immediately triggering an explosion, shaking the surrounding ground slightly, raising a large amount of dust and covering Metagross's figure. At its distance, however, Alakazam and Gengar were not in a good situation either. They were hit by the invisible confusion, and the 2 Pokemon flew out immediately and fell heavily on the ground. Alakazam, Gengar, Eugene and Morty's eyes flashed with horror, and they both shouted in worry. They didn't expect that the 2 Pokemon shared the damage equally, but they were still vulnerable. How strong is this Metagross? Morty knew that Ash was the champion of the last Indigo Plateau Conference. At this moment, he secretly regretted why he didn't take the time to investigate how strong the opponent was after the last gym challenge. However, this can't be blamed on him. After all, no one could have predicted today's situation. The only consolation is that Metagross was also hit by 2 powerful moves, and he must have lost his ability to fight, right? When the smoke dissipated, the majestic Metagross appeared in front of the 2 people. His platinum body was not even stained with a few dust. Under the reflection of the sun, it was so dazzling that people could hardly open their eyes. You guy, are your Pokemon monsters? Na-jun's face was extremely ugly. Ridiculous. Although he said so, Ash didn't mean to laugh at all. It's just a crushing strength. Your Pokemon is so weak. Seeing that Eugene wanted to say more, Ash waved his hand impatiently, like chasing away a fly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, go back to where you came from. No, I won't let you hurt Suicune, Eugene said firmly. The other party has been so ungrateful several times, and Ash, who is not a good-tempered person, is really angry now. He is about to order Metagross to teach Eugene a lesson when Ran. A figure emerges from the cave entrance. It's a trio. The three guys quietly looked around, then shrank their bodies and tried to escape on tiptoe, but were stopped by Ash. Hey, you three idiots. Stop right there. Yes. Asterisk 3. The trio was guilty of being a thief and was frightened by Ash. They shuddered all over and responded subconsciously, standing straight at the same time, not daring to move. Please give me flowers. 032510213 Falu 1110222570. I say, you guys, how much time has passed now? And you actually escaped? Ash really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that his nail clippers were really that sharp? He remembered that he had been using them for almost 2 years. How could he break the white silk without using them for a day or two? That's actually the case, Meow. Meowth rubbed his hands and smiled. Although your nail clippers are extremely sharp, they are not easy to use. In the end, it was Meowth who used his teeth to grind the white silk little by little. So that's how it is. You guys are quite capable. You dare not use the tools I gave you. Ash smiled, squatted down, and gently stroked Meowth's head. It seemed that the atmosphere was extremely harmonious, but if you look closely, you can find that his eyes were not smiling at all. It was super scary. Meowth, Jesse, and James scared Hideki so much that he didn't dare to breathe. The most pitiful one was naturally Meowth. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, and his 2 feet were still shaking. He was about to lose his balance. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. After all, today is your lucky day. After saying this, the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what they couldn't understand was that today was so unlucky. How could it be their lucky day? Ash pointed at Eugene and said, as long as you beat up that annoying guy, I will not only let you go, but also give you 10 small presents. What did you say? Morty looked incredulous. Ash, do you know what you're talking about? They are Team Rocket. Of course I know they're Team Rocket. As long as you leave obediently, I will naturally not embarrass you. Ash didn't think he was wrong. It was Eugene who was being unreasonable first. If you want to deny your loss after losing, you have to beat such a person. I won't let you do whatever you want if you dare. Beat me too. Morty said righteously. Eugene's eyes were slightly red, thinking that this friend was indeed not wrong. Oh, unfortunately, Ash didn't seem moved at all. He just responded calmly and added, you three, did you hear what he said? The trio looked at each other, then straightened up and saluted. Yes, we promised to complete the mission. Speaking of which, Meowth and the other 2 guys are stupid, and they always mess up the things they are told to do. They're good at fighting. Although Morty and Eugene are 2 grown men, they can't beat a man, a woman, and a cat at all. They were beaten to the ground from beginning to end. To be more precise, this is actually the credit of Jesse alone. James and Meowth are just cheering on the side, just watching the fun. After all, this big sister is a strong man who can fight Seviper alone and win in the end. Her fighting power is simply off the charts. Master Zhiye, we have done what you told us to do, Meow. Meowth rubbed his hands and smiled, and Jesse and James laughed beside him. They are really afraid of Ash this time. Not only is he cruel, but his torture methods are even more scary. In the dark tunnel, the only tool left for Moo Wuling is a nail clipper. If you don't experience it yourself, it's hard to imagine the feeling of despair. Fortunately, the trio has experienced too many failures and their mental quality has improved. Otherwise, they would probably collapse directly. Looking back now, Meowth is still scared. Fortunately, it was quick-witted at that time and remembered that it was a Pokemon, so it used its fangs to escape. Otherwise, they might still be using the nail clippers to grind insect silk. Well, good job. Ash raised his chin and praised. He just looked and saw that Morty and Eugene were indeed beaten badly, with bruises on their noses and eyes, especially Eugene, who had almost no good place on his body. This time, he finally vented his anger. Hee hee, that's because you coach well. James began to flatter him randomly, and Ash ignored him and just pointed to the back. I said that there will be rewards for good work. The donkey will be awarded to you. Donkey? The trio looked at each other immediately. Where did the donkey come from? When they looked in the direction Ash pointed, they were dumbfounded on the spot. Isn't that Suo-kun? Ash is probably the only one who calls Suo-kun a donkey, but the trio has no time to complain about it this time. Could it be that? Meowth's voice trembled a little. Are you going to give Suo-kun to us? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the trio cheered loudly. Ash might not like Suo-kun, but in the eyes of others, it is a great treasure. The legendary Pokemon, one of the 3 sacred beasts, the incarnation of the North Wind, countless trainers dream of getting it. The trio really can't imagine that they can catch a Suo-kun one day. For a while, promotion, wealth, the boss's favor, all kinds of beautiful futures pass through the trio's minds like a revolving lantern, as if they were in heaven. Don't be too happy too soon. I have conditions. Ash interrupted their fantasy coldly. Please give me your orders. The trio immediately stood up straight. As long as they could get Suo-kun, they would agree to do one thing, even 100 things. Ash looked at Meowth and said seriously, You must interrogate me and find out why it wants to kill me. You will be responsible for this. This matter is a concern of Ash. He wants to use it to analyze what Ho-Oh's attitude towards him is. If he is dismissive, then it would be great. He would have the opportunity and time to make a backup plan. But if he is deliberately targeting him, then Ash thought it would be better for him to run away as soon as possible. I promise to complete the mission, Meow. Meowth agreed immediately. By the way, Ash suddenly lowered his voice. If you find it difficult, you can ask Sabrina from your team for help and tell her that I asked her to do it. Meowth can speak human language, so Ash handed it over to it. But these 3 holy beasts are stubborn, and it may be difficult to convince them with the methods of these 3 idiots. But if we have Sabrina's hypnosis, it will be much easier. At least the success rate will be much higher. Ah, are you talking about the most dazzling new star in the Rocket team? I didn't expect that you even know her. You are really powerful. James exclaimed. Speaking of which, the trio should have known Sabrina for a long time. They met once in Dasha Valley. However, in order to prevent the Aerodactyl incident from being leaked out, Ash asked Sabrina to brainwash them and let them forget it. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At that time, he had no strength and was very cautious in doing things, for fear of being remembered by others. And now, not only does he have powerful Pokemon, but he also has special abilities. It's just that he is invulnerable to water and fire. It's true that things are unpredictable. Anyway, this matter is left to you. You can do whatever you want with that donkey. Yes. Asterisk 3. According to the trio's idea, they must hand over Suo-kun to the organization to get Giovanni's praise. This is a 3rd-level mythical beast. 10 mid-level executives are definitely not going to run away. This Suo-kun may be used for research, or it may be sold to a collector. It is more likely that Team Rocket forces it to surrender and let it work for the organization. Ash doesn't care which one it is. Although the mythical beasts have a high starting point and can have elite-level strength almost after adulthood, they will be like this for their entire lives. Unless they obtain a priesthood, there is no way they can improve at all. Ordinary Pokemon may be weak, but they can slowly improve their strength through their own efforts. These are things that mythical beasts cannot do. After all, nature is fair. Then I'll leave first. After waving goodbye to the trio, Ash called Lena and Annabelle and prepared to set off again, but Annabelle looked a little unhappy. Ash, is it really right for you to do this? They are Team Rocket, and you actually left Suo-kun to them. What do you want me to do? That donkey wants to kill me, and according to my original intention, I will naturally kill it. This is half true and half false. Ash did have the 1.2 intention to kill Suicune, but considering that he had not yet dug up the information about Ho-Oh, he spared its life. I spared its life because I considered your feelings. Ash looked at Annabelle closely, and Annabelle gritted her teeth and stared at him for a while, but finally gave in. Okay, I can't argue with you, so do whatever you want. Annabelle sighed secretly, thinking, forget it. After all, Ash is also a victim. At least Suicune was spared. It is better to be alive than dead. However, perhaps for Suicune, living like this is probably more uncomfortable than dying. Because at this time, the trio tied its 4 legs with ropes and then found a tree trunk to insert between the 4 legs, turned it upside down, and carried it away. This posture is simply like carrying an old sow. As one of the 3 sacred beasts, Suicune has never suffered such humiliation. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot. The road from Akrutique City to Mahogany Town is easy to walk. Just keep walking along the main road. Even a fool will not get lost. The next stop is Mahogany Gym. After the challenge, we will go to Blackthorn Gym to complete the 8 badges. There are still 3 months before the Silver Conference. This time is really plenty. Walking in the woods, Ash was bored and muttered to himself about the distance. But at this moment, Pikachu, who was napping on his shoulder, suddenly tilted his body and fell head first. Be careful. Fortunately, Annabelle, who was standing next to him, was quick-witted and stepped forward to catch it in time. Otherwise, Pikachu's little face would have come into close contact with the ground. Ash was also startled, and he was relieved to see that Pikachu was safe and sound. Thank you, Annabelle. You're welcome. Annabelle shook her head with a trace of worry on her face. But Pikachu looks a little strange, not like he was sleepy. Just as she said, Pikachu looked listless at this time and was completely lacking in his usual liveliness. Is he sick? But he doesn't look like he has a fever, and his body temperature is normal. Lena touched Pikachu worriedly, full of doubts in her heart. As a Pokemon breeder, she knew some first aid knowledge, but the scene in front of her was beyond her level. Don't worry, let me take a look. Ash took Pikachu and checked it carefully. He found that there was no sign of injury on the surface, and he had just gone to the Pokemon Center for a checkup not long ago, so it shouldn't be a sequelae of the battle. Bang bang. Just then, something seemed to fall from the tree next to them. Everyone looked and found that it was Caterpie, Piku, and other Pokemon that fell to the ground. What was strange was that they looked limp like Pikachu, as if all their strength had been drained. Why would these wild Pokemon be like this? Ash thought about it and quickly released the remaining Pokemon on him: Lapras, Bagon, Mismagius, Lucario, and Snorlax. Then, the 3 began to observe the situation of these Pokemon. After a few minutes, Bagon suddenly became strange and became weak, but the rest were fine. Could it be that only the Pokemon that did not evolve would be like this? In order to confirm this guess, Ash asked Lena and Annabelle to release their Pokemon, and the 2 did it immediately without saying a word. Soon, Ash's guess was confirmed. Lena's Firetail Fox, Piku, and Chansey became listless. Only Gentai was safe and sound. The same happened to Annabelle's Pokemon. Alakazam and the Sun Pokemon had no reaction at all. Only Medon was not normal. It seems that only Pokemon that have not evolved to the maximum will be like this. It's really strange. Ash and the other 2 collected the Pokemon. They would feel better after entering the Pokeball, but Pikachu made Ash feel troubled. Pikachu hated the Pokeball very much and didn't like to enter it. Ash had never forced it, but the situation was a little special now. After hesitating for a while, Ash decided to temporarily put Pikachu into the Pokeball. After all, it was for its own good, because it would complain about me later. Just then, a roar of rage and pain suddenly came from not far away. It should be Gyarados. Ash didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Pokemon like Gyarados are irritable by nature. A little thing can make them furious. It is normal for them to lose their temper like this. But now is a critical moment, and any abnormality cannot be let go. Ash took the lead and ran forward, all the way to the outskirts of the forest, where there was a huge lake. As Ash guessed, it was indeed a Gyarados was right, howling and rolling in the lake in pain, scaring other water Pokemon away from it. However, Seeing the appearance of this Gyarados, the three of them were stunned for a moment, because this Gyarados was actually red. Gyarados is not particularly rare. Although few Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, the base number of Magikarp is too exaggerated, and there will always be some lucky ones who can successfully evolve. In this case, Flash Gyarados is also a very special existence. Ash couldn't help but think about it, and secretly asked the system to pass the information of the Gyarados in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a lot of data suddenly appeared in his sight. Name, Gyarados. Gender, male. Ability, intimidation. Attribute, water, flying. Strength, elite. Special moves, flamethrower, crunch, hydro pump, destruction, death ray. Information, born in Johto region, forced to evolve in the Rocket Team's experiment. The red color on his body is not natural, but side effect of the experiment, extremely talented, with potential elite level. After reading the information of Gyarados, Ash suddenly remembered that this was the red Gyarados that was subdued by Yolongdu in the original book. That is to say, the Rocket Team must have something to do with Pikachu becoming like this. 650. Just when Ash was about to settle accounts with the Rocket Team, these guys came to him. A group of guys in black clothes ran over and surrounded Ash and the other two. These people wore black uniforms with a big R printed on them. Ash had seen Jesse and James wearing this style of clothing once, which meant that they were regular team members. However, for some unknown reason, the two changed back to white clothes. They probably made some mistakes and were demoted again. This is private territory. No outsiders are allowed to approach here. Take them away. The burly man in the lead ordered his men. Wait, Annabelle protested immediately. You are Team Rocket. When did this become your private territory? Oh, do I need to explain to you? And we are not Team Rocket. We are Rocket Security Company, a formal security agency. Do you understand? The big man looked at Annabelle with disdain. Whenever he talked about this, the big man couldn't help but admire his boss's wisdom and bravery. Once he had a formal name, he had enough confidence to speak. They conducted experiments openly, and even if the police came, they didn't retreat. Since you are legitimate, that's great. Explain to me what's going on with that Gyarados. Ash thinks Team Rocket is really troublesome. He runs into them everywhere. Normally, he just ignores them, but since it involves water Pokemon, he can't just ignore it. After all, he is the king of the sea. Who do you think you are? The big man snorted coldly. Seeing that Ash seemed to be a thorn, he immediately threw out the Pokeball and threatened, I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you. Gah! A Fiero appeared and kept making ugly growls towards Ash, as if warning him not to act rashly. Tisk, if you want to calm others, you have to send out at least a stronger Pokemon, right? This is a completely common thing, Pikachu. Ash spat disdainfully, but halfway through his words, he suddenly remembered that Pikachu was still resting in the Pokeball and couldn't come out to fight. To be honest, Ash is a little uncomfortable with this golden fighter not being on his shoulders. After all, they have been together for several years. But no matter what, this fight is not going to happen. Lucario, please, use Aura Sphere. Ash threw Lucario's Pokeball fiercely. You. Ash's words made the big man almost vomit blood. He was at least a mid-level executive in the Rocket Team. How could he be looked down upon like this? And the other party was just a little kid. Fiero, teach it a lesson. Use the Destruction Ray. This move was a killing move, but Ash was not panicked at all. He looked calmly at the collision between Lucario's Aura Sphere and Fiero's Destruction Ray. Boom! With a loud bang, the light blue energy ball and the white light collided violently and began to cancel each other out. At first, it seemed that they were evenly matched, but within a few seconds, the Aura Sphere actually penetrated the Destruction Ray and hit Fiero directly. Gaga! Fiero was still in a state of stiffness after firing the Destruction Ray. He had no spare energy to dodge and was directly hit by the Aura Sphere and fell headfirst on the ground. What? Everyone in Team Rocket was shocked, especially the big man. Although this Fiero was not precious, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate it. How could he not even beat a random kid on the roadside? It's really neither good-looking nor useful. Ash looked at the group of people with a smile. Lucario, go and get rid of them. I have to interrogate them. Oomph. Don't underestimate me. The big man roared unwillingly. His right hand touched his waist and was about to send out Pokemon again, but unexpectedly a strong water column suddenly fell from the sky and sprayed into the crowd mercilessly. The huge impact force immediately scattered them, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Some were even directly washed into the lake. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded above everyone's head. Looking up at the sky, it turned out to be a strong dragonite, and there was a person sitting on its back. This person looks familiar. Ash muttered to himself. He always felt like he had seen this person somewhere. You guy, who are you? How dare you meddle in Team Rocket's business? Among the Rocket team present, only the burly man could barely stand under the impact of the hydro pump, but he was wet all over and looked extremely embarrassed. Team Rocket. The man snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Listen carefully, I am Pokemon Investigator Yolonkin. I suspect you are involved in an illegal Pokemon experiment. Come with me to assist in the investigation. However, Ash was thinking about his name. Since he was called Yolonkin, he must be from the Yulon clan. And Ash finally remembered it now. No wonder this guy looks so familiar. He turned out to be a relative of Yolongdu. It's not worth mentioning what their relationship is, probably brothers. Wait, we are a formal company. What right do you have to arrest us? The big man protested hurriedly. Who said I arrested you? I said I was assisting in the investigation. Although it was to assist in the investigation, it was just a nice thing to say. Yolonkin knew these guys in the underground organization very well, and they would not tell the truth unless they were skinned. You will have a hard time when you get to the police station. Yolonkin looked at the group of people coldly, and his cold eyes immediately made the burly man's heart tremble. It's bad, it's troublesome now. If this big man can become a small executive, not only depends on strength, but more importantly, he can learn to recognize people and judge what kind of personality the other person has. Whether it is the police or the search officer, some people are ruthless, some are cowardly, and some are just messing around. When facing different people, there are naturally different countermeasures. The man in front of him is called Yolonkin. Just by hearing his name, you can tell that he is a member of the Yulon clan. Bribing him will definitely not work. It is impossible to beat him. Judging from his style of doing things, there is probably a lot of blood on his hands. If he is caught, it is hard to say whether he can come out alive. No, we must escape. Thinking of this, a trace of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the big man, and he shouted loudly, to all team members, start Plan D. Plan D is pure? Hearing this, Yolonkin showed an interested smile on his face. He wanted to see what tricks these scumbags could play. The Rockets took out Pokeballs and released Pokemon one by one, but what was puzzling was that they were all naughty bombs. What are you doing? Zhao Qian's Yolonkin sneered. Do you think self-destruct can hurt me? This idea is too naive. His Dragonite is at the middle level of Elite, and the strongest Naughty Bullet is only at the middle level. Even if he uses self-destruct, it will only tickle Dragonite. Not to mention that Dragonite is still flying in the sky, and it is still unknown whether he can hit it. The big man pointed at Ash and the other two and shouted, maybe it can't hurt you, but what about these little ghosts? Don't you care about their lives? Hey, Uncle, you are a bit self-centered. Ash was also full of disdain. The number of these naughty bullets was a bit too much, but he had Snorlax, the strongest meat shield, in his hand, and it was a daydream to want to hurt him. But what made him even more upset was Yulongsan's answer. It's up to you. In order to fight evil, some sacrifices are necessary. It can only be considered that they are unlucky, being sacrificed for no reason. Not to mention Ash, even Stephanie's two daughters, Lena and Annabelle, felt uncomfortable after hearing it. You will be sacrificed. Lena shouted to the sky. We don't need your protection at all. Don't be so self-indulgent. Unfortunately, Yolonkin didn't even bother to pay attention to her, just looked at the Rocket team coldly. You also heard that they are ready. Who is ready? Lena was so angry that she was about to flail. Annabelle, who was naturally good-tempered, was not angry at all. She just smiled bitterly and said, this guy is really talking to himself. Judging from his name, he should be the young master of the Yulon clan. No wonder he is like this. However, Yulonkin didn't care about what Lena and the others said. He just kept a close eye on Team Rocket without relaxing at all. He would never let his prey go. Hole. Are you still qualified to be an investigator like this? You will kill those little ghosts. Seeing Yulonkin so cold and ruthless, the big man immediately cursed. But as soon as he came into contact with that cold look, he realized something. No matter how he cursed, the other party would not waver. However, the Dragonite couldn't help it. After hearing the big man's curse, he immediately roared and stared at him with a bad face, his eyes full of murderous intent. Being killed by a powerful Pokemon stared at him like this. Even if the big man had good mental quality, he couldn't help but feel nervous, but he knew that he couldn't be afraid now. If he was timid, everything would be over. Let the naughty bullets scatter around, and then use explosion. The big man's order was very sudden, but his men reacted immediately and executed the order quickly. It can be seen from this that this is not a temporary team, but a team that has gone through many trainings and running in. Otherwise, the cooperation would not be so tacit. What is this for? Yulonkin frowned slightly at first, not understanding what this move meant, but then he understood it and immediately shouted, "No, Dragonite, go down." Unfortunately, it seemed too late. In less than a second, many naughty bullets were scattered everywhere, and white light immediately lit up on their bodies. They exploded like a bomb and immediately blew large holes in the ground, and thick smoke spread out. Lucario, use Protect. Ash immediately asked Lucario to defend. Since the enemy was scattered, the power of the explosion was not very strong, and Lucario could block it. You guys who can only run away. Yulonkin yelled, "Dragonite, use Hurricane." After receiving the order, Dragonite immediately flapped his wings, and a gust of wind blew up. The smoke and dust in the sky were blown away immediately, but the rockets had disappeared long ago. In terms of strength, these guys may not be very good, but if it comes to the ability to escape, then they are really second to none. After all, it is a result of years of practice. Where are you running to? Yulonkin looked around, and the only place he could run to was the lake. He was straightforward and ordered Dragonite rushed into the lake to try to catch one or two, and he was lucky enough to catch a slow-moving member of Team Rocket. But what was not satisfactory was that this guy was just an ordinary member. Yulonkin originally wanted to catch the whole team. At least the big guy who led the team must be caught. But in the end, only a small shrimp was left. This made him very angry, but he had no place to vent. But soon Yulonkin noticed something interesting, that is, the red Gyarados. As a member of the Dragonite clan, their main Pokemon is naturally Dragonite, but other dragon Pokemon, especially quasi-gods like Garchomp, will never subdue them. Why? Because the character of dragons is too arrogant, and they will never allow taunt to exist in the team. Once there are two quasi-god dragon Pokemon in the team, they must fight, even if no matter how the trainer persuaded him, it was useless. After all, this was a matter of dignity. Because of this, the people of the Dragonite clan either captured subdragons like Charizard and Gyarados, or captured dragon-type Pokemon like Druddigon and Seadra, which were not particularly powerful. At this moment, this red Gyarados caught the eye of Dragonite. He observed for a while and found that this guy did not look tired after making such a fuss for so long, so he must have excellent physical strength. What made him even happier was that this Gyarados could even use Flamethrower. It was rare for a water-type Pokemon to learn a fire-type trick. Dragonite, go back first. But now is not a good time to subdue him. Let's interrogate this guy first and find a way to make him reveal the secret base of Team Rocket. Yulonkin decided to deal with Team Rocket first, since this red Gyarados couldn't escape anyway. Dragonite grabbed the poor Team Rocket member, spread his wings, and flew towards Mahogany Town, where there was a secret base of the Investigation Bureau, which he specifically requested to be established. Speaking of which, Yulonkin is indeed capable. After he came to Johto region, he immediately reorganized the Johto Region Investigation Bureau and wiped out several famous poaching gangs, establishing his own prestige in the Bureau. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that Team Rocket actually registered as a security company. It was simply ridiculous. Who doesn't know that Team Rocket is the biggest cancer in Kanto and Johto region? Every time he thought of this, Yulongkan wanted to kill the high-ranking officials of Alliance. They only knew how to compromise all day long and only had interests in their eyes. Alliance has become so corrupt because of this group of scum. From the beginning to the end, Yulongkan didn't pay attention to the life and death of Ash and others. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether these people lived or died. The top priority was to attack Team Rocket. Yulongkan didn't care about them, but Ash paid attention to him. This guy stared at the red Gyarados for a long time. Could it be that he wanted to subdue it? Ash couldn't be completely sure about this, but he felt that this was very likely. It seemed that he had to find a way to get ahead. The trouble was that the red Gyarados seemed to be tired at this time and quietly dived to the bottom of the lake to rest. There must be a secret base of Team Rocket nearby, and the surrounding environment should all be monitored by them. After thinking about it, Ash thought that the safest way was to disguise himself and take Gyarados away when no one was paying attention. Although the idea was good, Ash didn't know how to get in for a while. The secret base of Team Rocket could be easily found with the power of Waveguide, but he didn't know anyone inside, so it would be easy to be exposed. Forget it, find their base first, or break through head-on. Unable to think of a good way, Ash simply didn't care about anything and was ready to solve the problem with violence. He immediately opened the range of Waveguide power to the maximum, but suddenly found 3 familiar auras. Why are you 3 idiots again? Ash pointed at a bush and shouted coldly, "Why do I run into you wherever I go? Get out of here!" Lena and Annabelle looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with him, but soon the answer appeared. There was a rustling sound from the bush, and then a man, a woman, and a Meowth came out from it with an embarrassed smile on their faces. It was undoubtedly the trio. Jessie stepped forward and said with a wry smile, "Hee hee, it's really a coincidence that I can meet you here. Yes, it's so lucky to meet Master Zhiye." "Yes, we are so lucky." James and Meowth on the side were flattering him, as usual. If it was usual, Ash would not bother to pay attention to them, but now he was depressed by Yulongkan, and this time he ran into his gun. "Shut up!" Ash cursed angrily. "Meet by chance? Do you think I will believe your lies? Do you have any ulterior motives? Tell me the truth." Seeing that their flattery had backfired, the trio looked bitter. Meowth said with a stiff upper lip, "It's true. We just happened to pass by here." "Oh, is that so?" As if he believed Meowth's words, Ash suddenly changed his expression, showing a friendly smile on his face, and said in a gentle voice, "Since it's really such a coincidence, why don't we play a game?" "Game?" The trio looked at each other. All of them couldn't figure out what the other party was playing. They were about to ask, but they saw Ash pointing to the lake next to them and said with a smile, "There is a ferocious Gyarados in it. You will jump into the lake together and see who can escape from the mouth of that guy. How about it?" *3. Hearing this, the trio's foreheads were immediately covered with cold sweat. They knew Ash is the type who can do what he says. This little brat style of doing things is much more ruthless than his appearance. "Really, Ash, don't scare them," Annabelle advised helplessly. "No, I'm serious." In fact, Ash really had this idea. First, let the trio be chased by the red Gyarados to attract the attention of the Rockets, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to subdue them. Although this plan is not very good and there are many unknown variables, it is better than nothing. Let's just try it out. Alas, Annabelle shook her head and turned to look at the trio. "You heard it too. He is serious. I advise you to speak out honestly." Ash and Annabelle, one played the good cop, and the other played the bad cop. The psychological defense of the trio was quickly broken, and they revealed their future intentions in detail. It turned out that they were not coming for Ash, but the Rockets here. Since they obtained Suicune last time and handed it over to the organization, the trio was indeed commended by Giovanni, promoted to official team members again, and was also noticed by a senior executive and recruited. At the same time, they also received a special mission, which was to destroy the experiment here, codenamed Project R. The so-called Project R was invented by a professor named Silane. This radio wave can force Pokemon to evolve, thus creating a powerful Pokemon army capable of conquering the world. The red Gyarados in the lake is a successful case. But you're also Team Rocket. Why are you here to make trouble? Lena asked, puzzled. I don't know. We're just following orders. Looking at James, it doesn't seem like he is lying. It's not that simple, Ash said very confidently. Of course it's dog eat dog. The reason why these three guys are sent here is because they have no ability, but it's not easy to attract attention. Although he doesn't know much about the structure of Team Rocket, Ash firmly believes that as long as there are people, there will be struggles, and there will definitely be factional struggles within a large organization. It is estimated that the boss of the trio has a bad relationship with the boss of Team Rocket here. After all, if this project is really successful, it will definitely be a great achievement. So they plan to sabotage it secretly. Flowers for U00. However, how do you plan to get in? Ash asked. It's simple, Meowth. We pretend to be the lowest level members of Team Rocket and pretend to accidentally stumble upon the base here. We ask them to let us help. How about that? My idea is not bad, Meowth. Meowth said with a little pride. There are many low-level members of Team Rocket, and they are usually regarded as cannon fodder. Under normal circumstances, they will not receive instructions from their superiors and just act freely. I see. No wonder Jesse and James are still wearing white uniforms. Ash thought about it and thought this was a good idea. He smiled and said, in that case, count me in. I'll sneak in with you guys. Jessie opened her mouth in surprise. How can this be possible? You're not from Team Rocket. Although they sneaked in to cause damage, it was at most an internal conflict. But once outsiders were involved, the nature of the conflict changed. Wait, Jessie, shut up first. Seeing Ash's face fall, James quickly covered Jessie's mouth, then looked at Ash and smiled apologetically. Well, Master Zhiye, can you tell me why you want to sneak into DP? I said it was to stop Plan R. Do you believe it? Unfortunately, the trio was very disrespectful and shook their heads almost at the same time, which made Ash feel a little unhappy. Well, to be honest, there is a red Gyarados in this lake. I want to subdue it, but this lake is monitored by Team Rocket here. I have to make some noise to distract their attention. This is reliable, and it fits the image of Ash in the minds of the trio, but they're still a little hesitating and reluctant to agree. Seeing this, Ash was really impatient and immediately said coldly, Okay, either help me sneak in, or I throw you into the lake to feed Gyarados. Choose. Well, it seems there is no choice. At this point, the trio had no choice but to agree to help Ash, but they were secretly happy in their hearts. If Ash, a powerful fighter, joins, the success rate of the mission will undoubtedly increase a lot. However, they don't know that Ash is secretly calculating at this time how to sell out his teammates at that time so that he can get away safely. With the help of the trio, the chances of successfully sneaking in naturally increased greatly, but Ash was cautious by nature and decided to disguise himself first. He first put on the white uniform provided by James, then turned on the portable transmission device and borrowed a Pokemon from Professor Oak. That was Ditto, who helped Manaphy disguise as Pikachu during the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash took out his mobile phone and flipped through it, and randomly found a photo of a crowd actor on the internet and showed it to Ditto. You can stick it on my face and change it into this face later? Hearing this, Ditto stared at the screen of the mobile phone carefully for a while, as if to remember the appearance, and then nodded solemnly. Ditto has many uses. When you stick it on your face, it is a highly simulated human skin mask, and you can't see any clues with the naked eye. The only trouble is that it can't transform by its own imagination, and there must be a sample in front of it, which is why few trainers use it to fight. Ash, do you really want to do this? Lena said with some concern. It doesn't matter. If I get caught, I can still run away. However, Ash misunderstood. Lena knew his strength very well, so she was not worried about safety. She just stuck Ditto on her face. It looks sticky and sticky. Isn't it disgusting? In fact, there was no need for Lena to say more. Ash himself also realized this. He held Ditto in his hand and couldn't make up his mind. After all, it was a living thing, which always felt weird. However, When he thought of the red Gyarados and the annoying Yulonkin, Ash gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuck Ditto on his face. Ditto stuck tightly to his face and began to slowly wriggle. This scene made the scalps of several people nearby numb. It looked like a monster. Fortunately, Ditto soon fixed its form and turned into a decent human face. This face was specially selected by Ash. It was the so-called common face that could not be recognized in a crowd. "Well, Ash, how do you feel?" Lena asked him carefully. Ash was not sure what kind of feeling it was. He felt nauseous, but not comfortable. Maybe he would get used to it. There was no other way. After all, the conditions were limited. The most urgent thing now was to sneak into the base and get rid of it as soon as possible. Ash agreed with Lena and Annabelle to meet in Mahogany Town, and he and the trio were going to the secret base. However, the group deliberately took a long detour. In Meowth's words, this was to create an illusion of accidental encounter, so that others would mistakenly think that they had accidentally bumped into the base. I didn't expect these three guys to have some brains. Could it be that the evolution-promoting radio waves could open their brains? Just as Ash was thinking about the impoliteness, Meowth suddenly became listless and lay on the ground and said weakly, "Hey, I feel so sleepy, Meow." "Meowth, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night?" James asked with concern. "How is it possible? This guy was so energetic just now. I think he's sick." Although Jessie's tone was tough, her eyes were full of concern. "Don't be nervous." Ash explained, "The radio wave will have side effects on Pokemon that have not yet evolved. It seems that we are close to them." After hearing what he said, Jessie and James remembered that Meowth is actually a Pokemon. This can't be blamed on them. After all, Meowth's behavior is not like Pokemon at all, but more like a human. Sometimes even Ash forgets this. Since he is not sick, Jessie and James immediately decided to move on, and Meowth was naturally carried by James. Speaking of which, although it is called a secret base, the location of this base is not hidden at all. It is built on the shore of a lake called the Lake of Rage. It seems that after having a formal title, these guys are really fearless. Ash led the trio and rushed into the base without hesitation. Walking in a long corridor, there were Persian statues on both sides, which seemed to cater to Giovanni's interests. After all, Giovanni loved his Persian very much, and Meowth's greatest wish in life was to replace that Persian. On the foreheads of these Persian statues, there was a prominent ruby, but Ash clearly saw that there was a faint white light flashing on it, which should be a pinhole camera. It seems that the defense of this base seems to be lax, but every move inside is under surveillance, which feels like inviting someone into a trap. Ash pretended to be unaware and continued to move forward with the trio, but as they walked, an iron cage suddenly fell from the sky and trapped them inside. "Wow, what's going on? What's going on? Let us out!" Jessie and James immediately shouted and screamed. Logically, this should be acting, but Ash always felt that these two guys were really scared. But it was better this way, so as to avoid being noticed. Just in case, Ash also shouted twice and kicked the cage bars with his feet. Soon, a group of guys in Team Rocket uniforms rushed over. Ash had seen the leader before. It was the burly man before. It seemed that this guy was lucky and was not bitten to death by the red Gyarados. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Rocket team's base?" the big man questioned. "We are also Team Rocket," James said stupidly. "If you don't believe me, look at our uniforms." Your uniforms seem different from ours? Why are they black?" Hearing this, the big man's mouth twitched, and he felt helpless. He had seen stupid people, but he had never seen such stupid people. What on earth did those guys in the Human Resources Department do to recruit such guys? Hey, look at you guys. Are you doing some secret operation? Can we join us? We also want to contribute." Jessie suggested enthusiastically. The big man looked at them and nodded. "Of course, there's a task suitable for you. Come with me first. I will take you to a good meal." "Yeah, great. I made a profit." Jessie and James happily high-fived each other, and it seemed that they were acting in their true colors. After all, they usually didn't have enough food to eat. When they heard that someone was treating them, they were so happy that they forgot what their names were. However, Ash felt that it was not that simple. He estimated that while they were eating, the big man would investigate their identities. It seems that I need to think of a better reason in advance. Ash and the others were taken to a cafeteria in the base. On the way, they also learned the identity of this big man, Chun-Yi, the captain of the Plan execution force. Soon, the food was served, including bread, sausages, red rice, etc., and the meal was quite rich. By the way, perhaps because of the smell of food or the side effects of the radio waves, Meowth suddenly recovered his spirits and turned into a mega foodie like James and Jesse. I was so happy. Finally, I can have a full meal. I haven't eaten so much for a long time, Meow. It is no exaggeration to say that the eating style of the trio is really ugly, just like the reincarnation of starving ghosts. In a short while, the plates were piled up like a mountain, and they didn't even show any signs of stopping. Feeling the strange eyes around him, even though Ash had disguised himself, he felt extremely embarrassed and wished to stay away from these three idiots. Are you all full? Just then, Chunny finally came back, and the trio had to stop eating and put down their knives, forks, or spoons. But looking at their eyes, I always felt that they were reluctant to leave, as if they had not eaten enough. Damn, where did this glutton come from? Chun-Yi cursed inwardly. The little guy was okay, but this man, woman, and cat ate 3 days of food for the entire base in one meal. They were even more hungry than Snorlax. Forget it. You will have to fight for your lives later anyway, so you don't have to starve to death later. Thinking of the tasks that will be assigned later, Chun-Yi felt fortunate in his heart. This is almost a suicide mission, and no regular team members are willing to do it. Fortunately, these temporary workers suddenly came to the door, otherwise it would be inevitable to have a lot of trouble. Oh right, Chun-Yi suddenly looked at Ash. Ache, I just checked. Your name doesn't appear in the database of the headquarters computer? What's going on? The pseudonym Ash reported was Ache, which he just picked randomly, so there is naturally no personal information. Puff. Asterisk 3. Hearing this, Ash was not nervous yet, but the trio was scared out of their wits, and the unchewed food in their mouths all spurted out, spraying all over Chun-Yi's face. What are you bastards doing? Chun-Yi was immediately furious. Fee-fee-fee-fi, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean it. The trio hurriedly took the tissue to help him wipe, but it became dirtier and dirtier. Forget it, get out of the way. I'll do it myself. Chun-Yi pushed the 3 guys away angrily. If he hadn't used them as a death squad later, he would have kicked them out of the base long ago. Here's what happened. While Chun-Yi was wiping the stain and his mind was not here, Ash took the initiative to explain, I decided to join the rocket team not long ago. Jesse, James, and Meowth said they would be my recommenders. I don't know why my name was not reported. I see. Chun-Yi nodded. It seems that these 3 idiots forgot. It doesn't matter. You can register after this mission is over. Not all team members graduated from the Rocket Team Academy. A considerable number of them joined halfway. Of course, most of these people are low-level personnel. And people like Jesse and James, who obviously graduated from the academy, have been treated as rookies for many years. This situation is rare. Yes, Ash responded. It seems that this level has been passed, but it was unexpectedly so easy. No wonder in the original book, Yolongdu just wore a pair of glasses and got in so easily. The rocket team's lower-level vigilance was really lax. The trio breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were about to be exposed, and their hearts almost jumped out of nervousness. By the way, who is the person standing behind you? Jesse suddenly noticed that there was another unfamiliar face. This is Professor Shala. He is the person in charge of the Plan. Chun-Yi introduced with a hint of respect in his tone. It turned out that he was Professor Zillanu. The trio looked at each other, and then James asked, So what do you want us to do? It's a very simple thing. Chun-Yi smiled mysteriously. Anyway, you follow me first. If you succeed, you will be remembered in the history of the headquarters. Leave a name in history? Yes. Yes. We must go. Seeing the excitement of these 3 guys, Ash couldn't help but worry. Would they forget their real mission because they were too proud of themselves? Ash and others followed Chun-Yi and Professor Solanu to the outside of the base and boarded a ship. The ship seemed to have been specially modified. It looked extremely sturdy and had a lot of weapons and equipment installed. Hey, what are we going to do? Well, I don't know, but it must be a great mission. Yes, Meow. We're going to erect our bronze statue at the headquarters. Meow 047. Standing on the deck, the trio was as excited as elementary school students on a spring outing, chattering endlessly. It seemed that Ash was right. These three guys really forgot their original mission. Of course, it could also be acting, but Ash always felt that they didn't seem to be that talented to act so realistically. But all this had nothing to do with Ash, and he was too lazy to remind him, and just secretly expanded the range of the wave power, hoping to find the location of the red Gyarados in advance. But one thing suddenly caught his attention. That is, among the rocket team members on the ship, in addition to a few people he had met before, there was actually a familiar wave reaction in it. Ash was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered. Isn't that Yolonkin? Although Yolonkin's appearance is very different at this time. Even his hair is not red, but Ash will never mistake his wave reaction. Who told Ash to dislike him? Why is he here? This question only flashed through Ash's mind, and then he immediately understood that Yolonkin would appear here, and he must have thought of the same thing as him, and planned to sneak in and cause trouble. Ash thought that Yolonkin sneaked in to investigate the illegal experiments here, so as to have a suitable reason to arrest the rocket team. However, Ash had no intention of cooperating with him. On the contrary, he had to find a way to deal with him to prevent him from snatching the red Gyarados. Who told this guy to power trip just now? It would be a shame not to trick him. James, come here. Ash waved at James, then pulled him aside and whispered, Hurry up, hit me. Huh? What are you talking about? James almost thought that his ears were broken. What? Ash glared at him. Didn't you hear clearly? I told you to hit me. James couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't understand Ash's intention and thought that this guy was coming up with some tricks to trick him again. Seeing him dithering, Ash became a little impatient. Hurry up. If you don't do it, I'll hit you instead. Then, you told me to hit you. James was not reassured and confirmed it again. Nonsense, hurry up. Feeling that Ash's attitude was not fake, James gritted his teeth and swung his fist to hit Ash on the shoulder. He didn't dare to use too much force, lest the other party settle the score later. But who would have thought that as soon as his fist landed, Ash pushed him hard, pointed at his nose and cursed. Why did you hit me? Do you want to fight? James was dumbfounded. Didn't you tell me to hit you? Why is he complaining now? He was about to explain, but Ash had already rushed over, pulling his collar and pushing him constantly. The noise they made naturally attracted the attention of other team members. However, no one came to stop them. Instead, everyone watched with relish. Some even commented happily, and some even cheered for them, wishing to kill one of them. Jessie also noticed it and looked at him puzzledly. Meowth asked, Hey Meowth, what happened to the two of them? I don't know, Meow. Meowth shook his head in confusion. Maybe the little brat just ate too much and felt bloated, so he exercised to digest it, Meow. If Ash heard this, he would definitely beat Meowth up. He actually had the nerve to say that he ate a lot and didn't even count how many bowls of rice he had added. Like everyone else, Jessie and Meowth had no intention of trying to stop the fight. First, they didn't dare to provoke Ash, and second, fighting was commonplace for them. If he lost, it would only be because James was incompetent. At this moment, James really wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was fine that the fight was inexplicable, but he didn't dare to fight back, for fear that Ash would revenge him. With deliberate actions, the two gradually wrestled to the vicinity of Yolonkin, and Yolonkin frowned and took a few steps back to stay away from them. However, how could Ash let him succeed? He quickly pushed James hard and bumped into his back. What are you doing? Yolonkin couldn't bear it anymore and cursed fiercely, and James was about to apologize, but the opposite side, Ash rushed over again. This time, even Yolonkin was involved. It was only then that he felt something was wrong and hurriedly tried to withdraw. Unfortunately, Ash had been watching him for a long time. Seeing that he wanted to run away, he immediately pretended to be careless and grabbed his face fiercely. Snap! Yolonkin was not wearing Ditto on his face, but a highly simulated human skin mask. After being grabbed by Ash, A big hole suddenly appeared on it, which was particularly scary at first glance. "Ah, there is a spy," Ash shouted immediately. "Not good." Yolonkin's heart skipped a beat, and his right hand immediately reached to his waist, trying to take out the pokeball and release Dragonite. Unfortunately, Ash had been prepared for this, and hurriedly grabbed his right hand, and shouted at the same time, "James! Catch him quickly! Don't let him release the Pokemon!" Oh. After being yelled at by Ash, Yolonkin, who was still a little confused about the situation, was shocked. James reacted and quickly grabbed Yulong-san's other hand. Hole. "Let me go." Yulongkin was extremely anxious. He tried his best to break free, but Ash and James also tried their best and didn't give him any chance. "Don't be afraid. I'll deal with him." Jessie reacted in time this time. When she heard Ash shout, "There's a spy," she rushed over without saying a word and kicked him cleanly. What she used was her unique skill, breaking his legs. Oh, Yulonkin was kicked in the vitals. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. He howled and bent down in pain, covering his lower body with his hands tightly. DUF. All the men present took a breath of cold air. Jessie's kick was really too fierce. Even though she didn't feel it herself, just looking at Yulong-san's appearance, she felt like she was starting to feel pain down there. This big sister is really too tough. Even Ash felt that this was a bit too much. After all, that was a man's vital part. How could he just kick it randomly? Even kicking in the face would be better than kicking there. But Jessie didn't notice it at all. She said in confusion, "Why are you all looking at me? Aren't you catching spies?" At this moment, Chun-Yi finally brought people over, and the surrounding team members immediately made way for him. "What's wrong? Is someone making trouble?" "Oh my god," Chun-Yi asked loudly. "Report." Ash pointed at Yulongkin. "This guy has a human skin mask on his face. I suspect he is a spy." "What did you say?" Chun-Yi hurried forward to check and found that the man was indeed wearing a layer of skin on his face. He immediately tore off the mask completely and was shocked. "How could it be you?" Chun-Yi recognized Yulongkin at a glance. After all, they had a grudge. "Humph. Go. Well, you were lucky last time." Yulongkin groaned and couldn't even speak clearly. Obviously, Jessie's kick caused him a lot of damage, and he couldn't recover for a while. But even so, this guy was still very stubborn. "Haha, I am indeed lucky." Chun-Yi laughed wildly. "You little thief, you finally fell in my hands this time. Let me see how I deal with you." You just got lucky." Yulongkin was quite tough. Even after being caught, his attitude did not soften. Then, he glared at Ash and James fiercely and said hatefully, "It's all because of you two idiots. You better be careful. I won't let you go easily." In Yulong-san's opinion, the reason why he was exposed was because these two guys fought for no reason and finally implicated him. What he didn't know was that all this was done deliberately by Ash. If he knew, he would probably be mad to death. Looking at Yulong-san's eyes full of hatred, Ash knew that the feud was made, but it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't show his true face. But James didn't know Yulong-san's identity. Seeing that this guy dared to glare at him, and being beaten by Ash just now, his anger immediately rushed to his head. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." "Oh, you?" Yulongkin looked at him with disdain. "With your small body, if we really want to fight, even if I tie up 10 of you, I won't be able to beat you." This is not an exaggeration. Yulongkin often fights with the Water Fleet and the Fire Rock team in Hoenn. In addition to his ability as a trainer, his skills are not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, Ash 713 was unintentional, and this is why he capsized in the gutter. "You guy." Being ridiculed like this, James, who was a bit cowardly, couldn't help it this time. His face turned red, and he pointed at Yulongkin and yelled, "What else can you do with your mouth except talking? Give you a big mouth, be ***ch. As he said that, James actually took action, waved his right hand, and slapped him hard. Pah! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Yulong-san's right face, which was slapped by James, gradually swelled up, and a distinct palm print was printed on it. "You dare to hit me?" Yulongkin was slapped by this slap, and looked at James with a sullen face. From childhood to adulthood, He has suffered a lot in training, but who dares to slap him? This is related to a person's dignity. But he didn't think about it. If he didn't respect others, how could he get the respect of others? It can only be said that all this is his own fault. What's wrong with hitting you? I hit you. James seemed to be planning to show off his manliness. Without saying a word, he slapped another slap, over, causing Yulongsan's other side of the face to swell up. You. Yulongkin was so angry that he saw stars in his eyes. His lips trembled, and he couldn't speak, and listening to the laughter of the players around him made him feel even more humiliated. Before sneaking in, he was still thinking about destroying Team Rocket's evil experiment and bringing them all to justice, but he was imprisoned in the blink of an eye. The arrogant Yulongkin couldn't accept this fact for a while. The more he thought about it, the more he felt chest tightness, and finally he fainted from anger. Ha ha! You be ********D. You have come to this day. Chen-Yi laughed triumphantly. He didn't expect that the opportunity to retaliate would come so soon, and the other party came to his door. You guys, tie him up and keep him under strict supervision. All the poke balls on him must be locked on. Chen-Yi ordered several men to do the work, and then looked at Ash and others. Originally, he thought these people were very unpleasant, but he didn't expect that he could catch a big fish with them. Although there's a lot of luck in it, luck is also a kind of strength. Chen-Yi will not deny their contributions because of this, but on the contrary, he will reward them well. You performed very well this time. I will report your achievements to the headquarters when we return. Chen-Yi patted Ash, Jesse, and James on the shoulders one by one. Jesse and James were immediately flattered and felt very happy. Meowth looked at them with a backlit look on his face, feeling a little unwilling. If he had known this, he should have rushed to help earlier, but now it has been missed, and there is no point in regretting it. However, it was also happy for Jesse and James. After all, they were in the same group and shared the joys and sorrows. Next, Chen-Yi discussed with Professor Solano and decided to put aside the matter of the Red Gyarados and return to the base to ask Giovanni how to deal with Yulongkin. After all, they knew the true identity of Yulongkin. Even though Team Rocket and the Yulong clan were enemies, they did not dare to make decisions on their own, lest they be handed over as scapegoats. After returning to the base, Ash and the others were surrounded like heroes. The trio also took the opportunity to brag about themselves, praising themselves to the heavens and the earth. Ash felt embarrassed to hear them. In any case, the trio greatly satisfied their vanity, and, at the same time, they were more grateful to Ash. All that is possible today is thanks to Ash. While the trio was bragging, Chen-Yi came to the office, contacted the headquarters base, and requested to meet Giovanni. After a while, Giovanni's image appeared on the screen, and he asked lightly, "What do you want to see me for?" "Boss, this is what happened." In front of Giovanni, Chen-Yi didn't dare to act like a deputy leader. He quickly explained the whole process briefly, then lowered his head and waited for the next instruction. Yulongkin. Giovanni had some impression of this name. He knew several outstanding members of the Yulong clan. Although Yulongkin was not as good as Yulongdu, he was also very outstanding. You did a great job this time. I will reward you in a few days. Giovanni praised him in a light tone, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. I dare not. Chen-Yi stood up straight. In fact, the main credit this time is on Jesse, James, and Che. He did not dare to take all the credit on himself. If the news leaked out, Giovanni's punishment would be very severe. At the least, he would be dismissed from his post, and, at the worst, he would lose his head. These are all well-known things. Chen-Yi did not want to test the law himself. Jesse? James? These two guys are really lucky sometimes. To Chen-Yi's surprise, Giovanni seemed to know the names of these two low-level players. You know, many low-level Kaibu Lianchangshu have never seen each other. Who are these two guys? Just as Chen-Yi was thinking, Giovanni asked again, "But who is it, Che? I remember Jesse and James form a team with Meowth. How come there is one more person?" The one named Che was brought in by Jesse and the others on the way, and they haven't been officially registered yet. Chen-Yi answered quickly. He didn't expect that Giovanni would have such a deep understanding of those small fish. It seems that they're really not ordinary team members. For a moment, he was very lucky that he didn't send the trio to be cannon fodder. Otherwise, he would be blamed by Giovanni, and he would be in trouble. Is that so? Giovanni pondered for a moment, and then said, "As for that Yulongkan, we will hand it over to the police station later." Hand it over to the police? Chun-Yi was stunned. He worked so hard to catch such a big fish. Could he just let it go? Why, do you think this is not good? Giovanni saw his thoughts at a glance. I dare not. It's just, I feel a little pity. Chun-Yi said hesitantly. It's nothing to regret. Seemingly in a good mood, Giovanni rarely helped his subordinates explain. For now, the organization is not suitable for a full-scale war with the Yulong clan, and there is no need to provoke them. Since we can't kill him, then treat him as a thief who came in to steal things and hand him over to the police station in public. This can also hit the morale of the Yulong clan. So that's how it is. The boss is really awesome. Chun-Yi flattered him a little. The rocket team's base is a formal laboratory on the surface. Yulongkan acted completely in secret this time and did not carry any documents to prove his identity. What's more, even if he brought it, Chun-Yi would not look at it, just to insist that he was a thief. At worst, he would say it was a misunderstanding. Who told Yulongkan to sneak in? The truth is not on his side. I'm afraid that in the end, he can only swallow his anger. Just as Chun-Yi was discussing with Giovanni, Ash and the trio also began to discuss business. Ash was too lazy to remind them, but now he didn't know what happened. The original plan to capture the Red Garridos was canceled, which gave him a headache. In desperation, Ash had to pull the trio over and ask them how they planned to destroy Planar. Unfortunately, as he guessed, these three idiots forgot their last names when they were praised and actually forgot their original purpose. Although the trio usually had a lot of tricks, they couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. What should I do? What should I do? Jessie realized that she was anxious at this time, and James and Meowth were also anxious. I really don't know what these guys are thinking. I have a good idea, Ash suddenly said. What is it? The trio was immediately refreshed and looked at Ash eagerly. Don't be impatient. Ash smiled mysteriously. Before I tell you, Jessie and James, do you know who you just beat up? We've already beaten him. Who cares who he is? He's just a spy. Jessie looked indifferent, and James and Meowth nodded in agreement. They are Team Rocket, so beating someone up is nothing. It's a daily routine. Hee hee, I hope you can still be so relaxed after knowing the truth. Ash was about to burst his belly with laughter, but he pretended to be nonchalant on his face, saying lightly, The man just now is called Yulongkan, a member of the Yulong 10 clans. Huh? Yulong clan? The trio was immediately shocked. In Kanto and Johto region, the name of the giant Yulong clan is almost known to everyone, and they are no exception. What's wrong with the Yulong clan? I'm going to beat them up. That's right. Who told that guy to sneak in and steal things? Jessie and James were still stubborn, trying to act indifferent, but Ash's next words immediately made their hearts sink to the bottom. That Yulongkan, I heard he's Yolanda's cousin. As soon as these words came out, Jessie and James were petrified. They couldn't imagine that they'd beat up an elite's brother. Although Yolondu had resigned, his majesty still existed. Even if the trio had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. That would be the same as courting death. When James thought of the harsh words Yolongkan said before he fainted, he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he regretted it very much. Why did he go to such trouble to show off at that time? Please give me flowers, 00. James, you're used to being bullied. Why don't you just hold back this time? He kept blaming himself in his heart, and then he became more and more scared and panicked. Finally, he couldn't bear the pressure and fell to the ground with a thump. Useless guy. He actually scared himself to death. Ash looked at James with contempt. Jessie beside him was also at a loss. Only Meowth was okay. After all, it didn't do anything at that time. Okay, it's not the end of the century. You are afraid of nothing. Ash scolded angrily. It doesn't matter if you're wearing a mask. Our appearance has been remembered by that Yolongkan, and he will definitely come to revenge when the time comes. James said aggrievedly. .00. Don't worry. I've already thought of a solution. Hearing Ash's words, the trio immediately became alert, their eyes full of expectation. He said slowly, "The solution is very simple. You just need to find a chance to release that Yulonkin." "What? You're asking us to die? We won't go. What a bad idea." The trio immediately started shouting, and Ash was upset by them, and shouted impatiently, "Shut up. Listen to me." Seeing that they finally quieted down, Ash continued, "Yulonkin said that he had memorized your appearance, but you were just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. How could he have the leisure time to celebrate?" This was just Ash's nonsense. In fact, he didn't know whether Yulonkin would really remember it, but the trio thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. "Actually, Yulonkin hates the people in this base. If you let him out, he will definitely make a scene. When he has had enough, his anger will naturally subside." Ash didn't know Yulongsan's specific strength, but he thought it wouldn't be too bad. Although he might not be able to deal with the rocket team of the entire base alone, he would definitely be able to distract their attention. And by then, his chance would be zero. After being frightened and fooled by Ash, the trio realized the seriousness of the matter and agreed to this plan immediately. However, when discussing how to implement it, the three guys backed off again. Originally, Ash planned to let the trio rescue Yulonkin, and he would steal his Pokeball. After all, without Pokemon, no matter how strong the trainer is, it is just a decoration. However, the trio refused to agree, especially Jesse and James, who were afraid that Yulonkin would break their necks without saying a word. Ash had no choice but to propose that the two sides switch. He would go to rescue people, and the trio would go to steal the Pokeball, but who would have thought that they still disagreed? I just noticed that Captain Sean E. arranged for the elite team members to guard the Pokeball. We are not rival at all. 12-0. James didn't feel embarrassed at all for saying such a useless thing, and Jesse and Meowth on the side also nodded in agreement. It seems that they have recognized the fact that they are scum in the battle. "Then tell me what you can do," Ash said unhappily. The trio looked at each other, then said in unison with a smile, "We can help you, Meow." At this moment, Ash really wanted to strangle them to death, but at this moment, there was a bang from his waist, and then 10 rays of light flashed from his waist. Pikachu! It turned out that Pikachu woke up. After it broke free from the Pokeball, it immediately expressed its dissatisfaction, and the way it expressed it was naturally Thunderbolt. Why? The trio was immediately electrocuted, but Ash escaped with the blessing of the god of the sea. He looked at Pikachu very calmly, as if he was going to play dumb and get away with it. "Pikachu, Pikachu." "Ash, don't you have anything to say to me about locking me in a Pokeball?" Although Ash was wearing a mask, his smell remained the same, so Pikachu could recognize him. He crossed his arms and glared at Ash with dissatisfaction. Pikachu has a good temper and can get along well with other members of the team, but if you force it into a Pokeball, it will definitely get angry. "We don't have time to talk about this now." Ash began to change the subject. "You know, the reason why you're so listless is all because of Team Rocket here." Pika! Hearing this, a trace of Rage's electricity immediately came out of Pikachu's cheek. It slowly turned its head and stared at the trio with unfriendly eyes. This scared the trio, and Meowth hurriedly explained, "Pikachu, you misunderstood Meow. We are on the same team with you this time, Meow." But how could Pikachu believe this nonsense? Just when he was about to take action, Ash stopped it in time. "Don't get excited, Meowth didn't lie this time." Then, Ash briefly narrated the course of events, but Pikachu was a little confused and didn't understand it at all. In a word, Team Rocket is doing evil experiments. We have to stop them, and the trio is acting as spies this time and is on our side for the time being. Ash made the final summary. Hey, who is the spy?" Jesse protested. "We are just following the orders of our superiors. We are still the loyal and brave Rocket team." That's right. Jesse is right." Seeing the trio speaking righteously, Ash looked at them with contempt. These three guys almost forgot their mission just now, and now they are pretending again. I don't know who their boss is. He actually accepted these three idiots. He is really short-sighted. However, Ash was too lazy to argue with them, and just said, "Okay, I'll let Pikachu help you steal the Pokeball." This time it will be okay. Pikachu's strength is enough to be an elite junior. Even without Ash's command, it is more than enough to deal with the normal Rocket Team fighters. The trio discussed it and finally agreed to this plan. Although they didn't know the specific strength of Pikachu, just being able to defeat Suicune was enough to prove Pikachu's strength. The two sides split up into two groups. Ash came to the bottom of the base, where Yulongkan was imprisoned. Speaking of which, this base was built temporarily, so the so-called prison cell was just separated by iron fences and guarded by a few people. Such a defense strength was almost nothing for Ash. He originally planned to release Yulongkan after killing a few guards, but he didn't expect that Professor Solano had some kind of nerve and actually brought a large group of guards to see the prisoner. Ash had to stay put and hide outside the room to eavesdrop on their conversation, but what made him speechless was that Professor Solano was actually explaining his plan to the enemy, that is, Yulongkan. The purpose of our plan we're carrying out here is to freely control the evolution of Pokemon. You should have seen the red Gyarados in the lake. That is the proof of our success. Don't say Ash doesn't understand. Yulongkan was also stunned when he heard it. He immediately asked, "It's inexplicable. What is the purpose of telling me this?" The purpose is very simple. Professor Zilanu smiled slightly. I heard that the symbol of the Yulong clan, Dragonite, has a very long evolution cycle. Is that right? The power of Dragonite is obvious to all, but if you want to cultivate Dratini into Dragonite, it will be an extremely long process. It can take decades or even hundreds of years. Only those Dratini with extremely high talents can complete their evolution within a few years, and that is when the resource supply is extremely sufficient. What does this have to do with you? Having said that, Yulongkan had a vague guess, and then Professor Zilanu really threw out an olive branch. I mean, do you want to try to cooperate? Cooperation? Yulongkan almost laughed out of anger. What are you daydreaming about? My Yulong clan and your Rocket Team are irreconcilable. How can we cooperate? You are wrong about that. Professor Zilanu shook his finger and corrected. There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. Think about it. If you can have an invincible Dragonite army, who in the Alliance would dare to defy you, the Dragonite clan? Professor Shalanu's words seemed to be extremely captivating, causing Yulongkan's attitude to waver a little. A Dragonite army is simply irresistible. Ash, who was eavesdropping outside the door, was also shocked. He didn't expect Team Rocket to seek cooperation with the Yulong clan. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the value of this plan is really great. Let alone anything else, if the Phoebon Ash can be evolved using this radio wave, it will save a lot of trouble. But in fact, this plan was not implemented very smoothly. Although Professor Shalanu said it very beautifully, it was all empty promises. In a huge lake of rage, only one Magikarp successfully evolved, and there was a side effect that caused the color to not fade. The success rate was too low. However, Yulongkan didn't know all this. He thought the technology was already very mature. After all, the Gyarados looked so powerful that it was hard to doubt. Unfortunately, Professor Solano chose the wrong time. Yulongkan was beaten so badly by Jesse and Little 13 Forest. How could he be persuaded now? When thinking about what happened just now, Yulongkan's mood became extremely bad. He was beaten like that by two small fish. It was simply a stain on his life. "Get out," Yulongkan cursed. "I will never cooperate with your Rocket Team. One by one, clean your necks and wait for me. Sooner or later, I will catch you 89. Not cooperating with the Rocket Team." Professor Solano suddenly lowered his voice. If Ash hadn't used the power of Wave Guide to perceive, he probably wouldn't have known what he was talking about. And his next sentence made Ash even more shocked. "I personally want to make this deal with the Yulong clan." What the hell? Ash really didn't expect that the Rocket Team not only had serious internal fighting, but also had traitors emerging one after another. This Professor Solano, who seemed to have a high authority, would actually be a guy who was a traitor. In fact, this is normal. The Rocket Team has developed rapidly in the past year, just like riding a rocket. Such rapid development. in addition to greatly expanding its power, also exposed its internal problems. However, these have little to do with Ash, so just listen to the fun and think about how to get Yulonkin out. Yulong-san's face was uncertain after hearing what Professor Shala said, not knowing whether he should believe it. Professor Zilanu did not urge him, but just smiled and said, "By the way, Giovanni has decided to hand you over to the police station. At least your life is safe." "What? Police station?" Yulonkin was shocked. He was not a fool. He guessed Giovanni's sinister intentions at once. If he was really sent to the police station, his status in the clan would definitely plummet. "Yes, it seems that you have thought of it." Professor Zilanu took the opportunity to threaten. "But if you can agree to cooperate with me, it is not impossible for me to accidentally let you escape. In short, think about it yourself, but I have to remind you that you don't have much time left." After leaving this sentence, Professor Shila took his men and left directly from the elevator next to him, taking the guards with him, so that Yulonkin could think calmly alone. He believed that he would make a wise choice. In the empty room, Yulong-san's anger slowly subsided, and he began to slowly analyze the interests involved. Just as Professor Solanu thought, Yulonkin gradually began to lean towards cooperation. If it continued like this, he might really agree. Unfortunately, Ash was still here. 3D Dragon 2. How is the progress of the cracking? There was only a metal ring restraining Yulonkin's movements, and there was only a simple combination lock on the iron fence. For 3D Dragon 2, cracking these was a piece of cake. Soon, the Pokédex received the message of successful cracking. Now, they just had to wait for Pikachu and the trio to come and join them. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the base, and the trio and Pikachu also ran over in a panic at the same time. Ash asked quickly, "What? Did you mess up?" No. James said breathlessly, "We did get the Pokeball out, but the paralysis effect of Pikachu Thundershock may have worn off," and the guards woke up and raised the alarm. Neither the trio nor Pikachu were ruthless enough. Without Ash's order, Pikachu would definitely hold back. But this is just a small matter. Ash pondered for a moment and ordered, "In that case, you leave first, and leave this to me." "Yes." 3. Hearing this, the trio immediately handed the iron box containing the Pokeball to Ash, and then ran away. They had been eager to leave in their hearts. After all, they were doing something that was against their own will. If they were known, they would die. Even if they were thick-skinned, the pressure was still very great. Ash slowly took off the Ditto, put it back into the Pokeball, and then changed back into his own clothes. Then he pretended to be anxious and rushed into Yulong-san's room. At this time, Yulonkin was still wondering why the alarm sounded. Could it be that his subordinates knew about him and came to rescue him? Unfortunately, it was a stranger who came in. Yulonkin looked at Ash and asked in confusion, "Who are you, little brat? How did you get in?" 250, I am your grandfather. If possible, Ash really wanted to curse like this, but he still had some bide strength. "I don't have time to talk so much now. You just need to know that I am here to help you." In this case, saying too much will easily reveal the truth. Ash deliberately pretended to be very urgent and used this sentence to block Yulong-san's mouth. Then he took out the Pokédex and pressed a few times on it. Then there was a light click, and the metal ring on Yulonkin fell off, and the iron fence slowly opened. "Look and see if it's yours." Ash handed the iron box to Yulonkin. "I found this on a Rocket Team member when I sneaked in just now." According to him, these are all Pokemon of a prisoner. "Who do you say is the prisoner?" Yulonkin yelled at Ash, then snatched the iron box and opened it, with a surprised smile on his face. "That's right. These Pokeballs are all mine. This style is exclusively for our Yulong clan." Although all this was directed and acted by Ash himself, Yulonkin's attitude really made him unhappy. Who the hell is this guy? He looks so high and mighty, as if others should do anything for him. If he wasn't needed next, Ash really wanted to kill this guy directly. Pokemon returned to his side, which made Yulonkin feel more confident. He also regarded Professor Zillanu's words as a joke. Ridiculous. The young master of the Yulong family would cooperate with a scientist from an evil organization? It was simply a daydream. "Come out. Dragonite." Yolonkin immediately released Dragonite and rushed out like a gust of wind. In addition to teaching the rockets a lesson, he also had another idea. That is the so-called, or plan, or the evolution acceleration radio wave. If he could get the information of the plan and bring it back to the clan, it would definitely be a great achievement, and his status would even exceed that of Yolongdu. A whole army of Dragonites. Just thinking about it makes people excited. From beginning to end, except for the first few words, Yolonkin didn't pay any attention to Ash, and didn't even say thank you. However, Ash didn't care. After all, he was the one who tricked Yolonkin first, although the other party didn't know this. Seeing Yolonkin leave in a rage, Ash could not help guessing what he was going to do. He was going to find Team Rocket to retaliate. This was exactly what Ash wanted. He wanted the noise to be as big as possible so that he could buy enough time. After waiting in the room for a while, there were explosions and shouts outside. It seemed that Yolonkin had attracted a lot of attention. After thinking that it was almost time, Ash ran out of the room. He had no obstacles along the way and did not even meet a member of Team Rocket. He came to the outside of the base and the Lake of Rage smoothly. Lapras, please take me to the center of the lake. We may have to deal with a big guy later. Don't be afraid. Ash specifically warned Lapras. The red Gyarados looked fierce, and Lapras was a little timid. Ash could not help but worry. Woo! Lapras rolled his eyes at Ash in dissatisfaction. But it was true that anyone would be unhappy if they were underestimated. It secretly made up its mind not to make a fool of itself later. Arriving at the center of Lake of Rage, Ash relied on the power of Waveguide to sense that Gyarados seemed to be resting at the bottom of the lake, and completely ignored Lapras and Ash who were above it. After all, it had been so long just now that even the Pokemon with the best physical strength was about to be exhausted. If it were normal, Ash would naturally wait for Gyarados to rest before fighting, so as to avoid it from being dissatisfied, but now there was no such condition. If Team Rocket chased after it, it would be captured as an experimental subject. Ash immediately used Waveguide to send messages to Gyarados. At first, it didn't want to pay attention because it was too tired, but after many times, Gyarados, who was already irritable, immediately got angry. I ignored you, but you're still excited, right? Roar! Gyarados roared wildly, and the huge red figure suddenly jumped out of the lake, with a pair of scarlet eyes wide open, staring at Lapras and Ash fiercely. Woo! As Ash guessed, Lapras was frightened and began to swim back subconsciously. Ash could even feel its body trembling slightly. Lapras, it's okay. Ash gently rubbed its neck. Let Pikachu fight later, you just watch from the side. Pikachu. Pikachu also patted Lapras' head with his little hand, indicating that it should take part in the battle, but Lapras hesitated for a moment and then rejected their kindness. Since the opponent is also a water Pokemon, there is no reason to be afraid of it. Looking at Lapras' firm eyes, Ash simply agreed to let it fight, not to mention that its newly learned trick, freeze drying, is a big nemesis for Gyarados, and there is no reason for it to lose under normal circumstances. As long as Lapras can keep his mentality stable, it will be fine. Seeing that these guys in front of him dared to ignore him and were discussing who would fight, Gyarados always felt that he was underestimated, and he couldn't help but become more rage, and without saying a word, he shot a destructive death ray at Lapras. Lapras, freezing ray. After receiving Ash's order, Lapras immediately opened his mouth and quickly shot out a blue light from his mouth, which collided with the destructive death light in mid-air and immediately caused an explosion. Then use freeze drying. Ash quickly issued the second order. Woo! Lapras made a clear sound, and a faint blue light burst out of his eyes. Then Gyarados' body began to frost, and then quickly spread to the whole body, and finally the whole body was frozen. Seeing this, Ash was about to praise Lapras, but who would have thought that something strange happened suddenly, and Gyarados twisted his body desperately to get out of the ice with his superpower. Dahi, quite capable. Ash couldn't help but praise. This Gyarados not only has a unique color, but also has extraordinary strength. It can withstand this extremely effective freeze drying. But makes sense. In such a large lake of rage, Only one Magikarp has successfully evolved through radio waves. In addition to coincidence, it is probably something special about itself. Roar! Perhaps because it was frozen, Gyarados lost its mind again due to rage. It ignored the enemy in front of it and dived directly into the water, turned around, and ran away without hesitation. Hey, wait! Why don't you fight? This time Ash was dumbfounded. He never thought that a vicious Pokemon like Gyarados would flee from the battlefield. According to common sense, it should not be a fight to the death, but has already run away. No matter how Ash thinks, it is useless. He has to quickly order Lapras to chase it. However, don't look at Gyarados is huge, and its swimming speed is not slow at all. Lapras can't catch up with it for a while. Lapras can't swim faster than Gyarados in short distances, but it is an expert in long-distance sailing. If it is purely based on physical strength, even this red Gyarados can't catch up. As long as time goes by, Lapras will definitely catch up with Gyarados. While Ash and Lapras were chasing Gyarados at the Rocket Team's base, after killing several Rocket Team members, Yulonsan's Pokemon began to lose strength. After all, they were facing dozens of Rocket Team members. Although these people were not very strong, as the saying goes, ants can kill elephants, and Yulonkin was no exception. Professor, I don't know how Yulonkin escaped. Please evacuate quickly. In the office of the base, Chun-Yi was anxiously persuading Professor Zilanu to take a helicopter back to the headquarters first, but the other party refused to agree. No, the red Gyarados has not been caught yet. It is an extremely precious experimental product. I will never give up. Their plan has been going on for several years, and Giovanni is becoming less and less confident in this plan and is almost about to stop supplying funds. Now that some results have finally been achieved, how could Professor Zilanu be willing to give up? After all, this plan has cost him so much effort that he has aged prematurely. What annoyed Professor Zilanu even more was that Yulonkin, this be ***ch, couldn't he just cooperate with him? In this way, he could get the benefits and reputation he wanted, and the Yulon clan could also greatly enhance its strength. Isn't this a win-win situation? If possible, Professor Zilanu really wanted to cut open Yulonkin's head to see if there was a brain inside. Then let's do this, Professor. Chun-Yi suggested. Let some of the 030 team members hold back Yulonkin, and I will be responsible for capturing the red Gyarados. However, just as he finished speaking, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a team member rushed in and reported, Captain Chun-Yi, it's bad. Yulonkin has broken out. What? You bunch of good-for-nothings. So many people can actually let him escape. Chun-Yi couldn't help but curse. The team member shrank his neck when he heard it, but he didn't dare to refute, and Chun-Yi didn't want to continue to care about it, just waved his hand to signal him to go out. It's over. According to the current situation, we must evacuate as soon as possible. Chun-Yi looked solemn. It seems that the most worried thing has happened. Once Yulonkin escapes, he will definitely call his men to retaliate. Although this is just a temporary base, as long as the experimental data is taken away, it won't be a pity even if it is abandoned, but the red Gyarados, it is estimated that it will be too late to capture. Not to mention that Professor Solano's research requires the primal data of the red Gyarados, which cannot be affected by the outside world, which means that it cannot be captured directly with a Pokeball. As a result, the difficulty is naturally greatly increased. It is simply a fantasy to want to complete all this before Yulonkin brings people here. Professor Zilanu also knew all this, but he was unwilling to give up. After hesitating for a moment, he took a breath as if he had made up his mind. At this point, he had no choice but to ask the headquarters for help. With an uneasy mood, Professor Zilanu contacted the headquarters and asked for an interview with Giovanni. He could already imagine how angry Giovanni would be if he knew that Yulonkin had escaped. If possible, he really didn't want to do that. However, unexpectedly, after listening to all this, Giovanni just said yes lightly and didn't say anything else. But this attitude not only did not make Professor Zilanu feel at ease, but made him more panicked. He would rather Giovanni scold him than be perfunctory like this. Is it possible that I have no value in Giovanni's heart? just when Professor Shala was thinking about it. He heard Giovanni's faint voice. Since you said you have achieved results, then bring the information back to the base for me to see. Seeing that Giovanni did not mention Yolonkin, Professor Shala was puzzled, but he quickly said, the evolution acceleration radio wave is not perfect yet, but if there is a successful case as a reference, then there will be no problem. Is that so? Giovanni pondered for a moment. How sure are you? Professor Zilanu hesitated for a moment, and then solemnly assured, I am very sure. I can definitely complete our plan smoothly, Deg. Hearing this, Giovanni's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he wanted to hear his words, but Professor Shala's uneasiness was even worse. That's good. Since you are so sure, don't worry about the red Garridos. I will send someone to capture it. You and Kong, you can come back with your men first. After saying this, Giovanni cut off the communication directly. After Professor Solano and Chun-Yi discussed for a while, they called their men to arrange the evacuation. On the other side, Garridos' physical strength was beyond Ash's imagination. This guy swam all the way from Lake of Rage to the vicinity of Mahogany Town, and his speed did not slow down at all. Roar! Just as they were about to enter the area of Mahogany Town, a wooden bridge blocked their way. Garridos immediately opened his mouth and planned to launch a destructive death ray to clear the obstacles. Dugong, freezing ray. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came, and a blue ray pierced through Garridos' destructive death ray and froze the river surface, blocking Garridos outside. What a powerful freezing ray. Ash was slightly surprised that he could actually launch such a powerful trick. It seems that the strength of this dugong is not inferior to that of Lorelei, and it may even be stronger. Garridos looked around in a panic and saw that the road ahead was completely blocked. It could only turn around and plan to return the same way. However, there were Ash and Lapras behind, and Garridos immediately roared at them and took a fighting stance. But the fatigue on its face could not be concealed. Ash couldn't help but persuade him. Calm down first. I know your heart is full of rage, but I am not your enemy. Calm down and feel it slowly. You should be able to realize who I am. As he spoke, Ash slowly released the power of the Sea King, and a stream of water wrapped around Garridos' body, but did not resist. Feeling this friendly breath, Garridos' heart gradually calmed down, and his originally ferocious face began to slowly ease. But just when things were developing in a good direction, an inappropriate voice came over. Humph, do you want to be friends with Pokemon? You are so naive. Ash looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired old man standing on the bridge with a dugong next to him. It seemed that he was the one who stopped Garridos just now. The old man glanced at Ash and said expressionlessly, humans and Pokemon cannot be good friends. Your idea will only put the people around you in crisis. Be more mature. Duh. As soon as the voice fell, Garridos, who had originally calmed down, suddenly let out a roar of rage, obviously stimulated by these words. Damn, where did you come from, you old man? Ash couldn't help but curse out loud. He was about to capture Garridos, but he didn't expect such a weird old man to appear halfway. What's the saying that humans and Pokemon can't be good friends? It's really inexplicable. To be honest, Ash does not think that all Pokemon are friendly, but he won't generalize. Those who have such extreme ideas are simply brain dead. Believe it or not. The old man glanced at Ash. This Garridos is the best proof. No matter how much you persuade it, it's useless. Pokemon's nature is hard to change. Only thorough training can make them obedient. Pika. Woo! This was really too much. Even Pikachu and Lapras couldn't stand it anymore. They stared at the old man angrily, and Garridos was even more raging. It opened its mouth and fired a series of destructive death rays around it, destroying many houses on the shore. See, it really exposed its nature. The old man showed a look that was exactly what I expected. Get out of here. Ash's voice suddenly became cold. Old man, I advise you to disappear from my sight as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly and loving the young. At this moment, he really had the urge to slap the old man to death. The reason why the current situation has become like this is because of you. Now you dare to say such words. Do you want to save your old face? Humph. Hearing this, the old man snorted coldly, but ignored Ash, turned around, and left without saying a word, and his dugong hurriedly followed. Really, why is he so unlucky recently? First it was Yolonkin, then this old immortal, and some time ago there was that Sukunt. All these weirdos came together. Xiao Wei's song felt really depressed. Not to mention the matter of Ho-Oh and Dark Ligia. However, now is not the time to think about these things. It is more important to stop Garridos first. However, after the old man's disturbance, Garridos is now completely insane. No matter how to persuade, it is useless. Even the power of the King of the Sea is ineffective. There is no way. If this continues, Garridos will not only hurt others, but also himself. Ash made a quick decision and decided to stop it with violence. Lapras stepped back a little. Pikachu prepared to use Thunderbolt. After hearing Ash's words, Pikachu hesitated for a moment, but finally executed the command. After Lapras retreated to a safe distance, he immediately fired a golden lightning spear at Garridos. Roar! Hit by the Thunderbolt, Garridos immediately let out a painful roar until his physical strength was exhausted and his huge body fell on the ice with a bang. Looking at Garridos lying powerlessly on the ice, Ash was silent, and after a while he took out the empty Pokeball and threw it over. The Pokeball gently hit Garridos' head, turning it into a red light and absorbing it into the ball. After a slight shake, the Pokeball stopped moving and floated tightly on the water. Lapras swam up, bent his neck to pick up the Pokeball, turned his head, and handed it to Ash, but Ash was not very happy holding the Pokeball. Although he succeeded in subduing the red Garridos, just like the purple Gligger, at this time Garridos must be filled with hatred for humans deep in his heart. Fortunately, Ash is the King of the Sea. With the power of the King of the Sea, Garridos will definitely be able to accept him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Purple Gligger is not that simple. I don't know if the Sooth Bell is a big deal. Anyway, up to now, Purple Gligger still doesn't listen to his instructions and doesn't cooperate with the usual training. But there is no way. We must take it slowly. The trauma of the soul is not so easy to heal. Putting away Garridos' Pokeball, Ash was about to leave, but a large group of Pokemon flew over from a distance. There are Pidgeot, Charizard, and even Dragonite. Trainers sit on each Pokemon, and they are all in the same uniform. Ash has seen May wearing this style of uniform. It seems that they should all be Pokemon investigators. Among these people, there's also an acquaintance of Ash that is naturally Yolonkin, asking for flowers. Why did this guy appear here? Could it be that he came from Rocket after Hideout escaped? Did he immediately go back to get help? Although the time seems a bit tight at first glance, don't forget that Yolonkin's Pokemon is Dragonite, and Dragonite's flying speed is one of the best. Ash once felt that the Dragonite of Yolongdu took the two from Pallet Town to Golden City in just a few hours. Boy, why is it you again? This time, Yolonkin recognized Ash, but his attitude was still not very good. I ask you, what are you doing here? Just now on the road, Yolonkin heard the roar of Garridos nearby, and he immediately rushed over with his men. But when he came here, he found that there was no figure of the red Garridos at all, but the mess around was very telling. So he naturally pointed the object of suspicion to Ash. Ash knew that he couldn't hide it, so he just said openly, I happened to meet a Garridos here, so I caught it. Is it red? Yolonkin asked quickly. So what? Ash didn't bother to lie. He knew that with Yolonkin's personality, he would definitely ask him to release the Garridos. It would be better to admit it directly to avoid embarrassment. Hand it over to me. Yolonkin's heart was burning. The red Garridos was the Pokemon he had set his eyes on, so how could he allow someone else to capture me first? As for the little brat, under the power of the Yulong family, he didn't think anyone would dare to disobey. Oh, Ash raised his eyebrows. Why is that? Don't the investigators care about Team Rocket, but care about others capturing Pokemon instead? Pokemon. Yulongkin was a little annoyed when he heard it. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Just take it out when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he said seriously, the Red Garridos is the proof that Team Rocket conducted illegal experiments. I asked you to hand it over only to punish Team Rocket. I have no selfish motives. Ash was too lazy to comment on Yolonkin's words. In a word, whoever believed him was a fool. However, being surrounded by so many investigators, Ash was not nervous. If it was a fight, he would definitely lose, but if it was about escaping, no one would be able to stop him. Because Ash had the Black Feather, a magical artifact, on him. As long as he injected the power of the Sea King into it, he could become invisible. No matter how powerful these investigators were, they could not do anything to him. The only trouble was that he would reveal some of his secrets, but he could not care so much now. Ash put his hand into his arms. The Black Feather was not an ordinary prop. He had always carried it carefully. But at this moment, a large group of people suddenly jumped out of the woods next to him. Ash turned his head and was immediately surprised. The people who came were Team Rocket. Looking at the all-black uniforms, Ash was confused for a moment. What was going on? Could Team Rocket be strong enough to fight against the investigators? Admittedly, the Indigo Plateau incident dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance, forcing them to compromise with Team Rocket. But this does not mean that Team Rocket can always have the upper hand. In order to be legal, Team Rocket has also restrained its behavior. At least it will not snatch ordinary trainers' property and Pokemon casually. Because of this, Team Rocket is still like a mouse seeing a cat when seeing the investigators. Of course, it is not that exaggerated in reality, but they definitely do not want to meet them. Team Rocket. Yolonkin was also confused. He originally planned to bring people to the door who would have thought that these guys would actually come to him on their own. But it's better this way, saving him trouble. Listen to you. We are Pokemon investigators. We now suspect that you are related to an illegal experiment. Everyone, come back with me to assist in the investigation. Yolonkin shouted to the people below. This is equivalent to saying nothing. When this sentence just appeared in Ash's mind, the rockets below began to act, and sent out Pokemon came and attacked the sky together. How dare you arrest me? Despite this, Yolonkin had already anticipated this result. He calmly commanded his men to counterattack, and he took the lead and ordered Dragonite to rush into the crowd to absorb the power of Flash Fire. Although Yolonkin looked down on others, he was indeed quite capable. Under his leadership, the investigators beat Team Rocket to retreat step by step and almost collapsed. It was just that it was very strange that the gap in strength between the two sides was so big, but no team member ran away. Everyone was fighting to the death. However, Ash was naturally not in the mood to watch the show. While the investigators and Team Rocket were fighting fiercely, he immediately slipped away secretly. At this time, Yolong-san's whole mind was on dealing with Team Rocket, and he didn't notice it for a while. When he reacted, Ash had already run away. Who? Ash ran all the way in the forest and only slowed down until he could no longer hear the sound in the distance, took out the Pokédex, and began to confirm his position. Today is really unlucky, Ash complained while looking at the map. Who? Is that Yolonkin? This is the first time I have met such a disgusting guy. He is Yolongdu's cousin, and he was originally an investigator in Hoenn. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the side, but Ash was not surprised because he had already discovered through the wave guide that this person had been following him all the way. The reason why he didn't expose him was just to see what tricks the other party had. The man in front of him was just wearing an ordinary black Rocket Team uniform, but his strong back, the rigor when walking, and his gestures all showed a feeling different from ordinary people. It seems that this person has some background. Just as Ash was secretly speculating, the other party bowed slightly and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Mr. Inochi. I am one of the 4 generals of the Rocket Team. You can call me Archer. For generals? Archer? It's really a real rocket. Ash thought so in his heart, but asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Although it is not clear what the so-called 4 generals are, just looking at the title, it is estimated that the other party is at least an executive in the Rocket Team. Could it be that he came for the Red Garridos? As if sensing Ash's vigilance, Archer smiled slightly and spread his hands to make a friendly gesture. Please don't be nervous. I just want to ask. You seem to like that red Gyarados very much. Everyone likes powerful Pokemon. Ash's attitude is still indifferent. But from Archer's words, it can be heard that he seems to have been monitored by the Rocket team as early as when he captured Gyarados. Haha, that's true. Archer agreed. It is precisely because you like it so much that the boss decided to give it to you, and also helped you a little. Help me. Hearing this, Ash was puzzled at first, and then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Rockets who suddenly appeared just now were to help him cover? This sounds incredible, but after thinking about it, only this reason can explain it. The facts are in front of him, and Ash can't help but believe it. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "Thank your family for me." Ash was a little depressed that he owed Giovanni a favor for no reason. But if he calculated carefully, he gave Suicune to the Rockets, which can be regarded as clearing the favor, right? By the way, Archer suddenly said, the matter you asked Jesse and others to investigate before has now had results. 1.1. Could it be that the boss the trio was talking about was Archer in front of him? But Ash didn't think so. This guy didn't look so short-sighted. Archer didn't know that Ash was thinking about other things. He continued, according to the Suicune, it was ordered by Ho-Oh to assassinate you. Although he had guessed this a long time ago, after confirming it, Ash couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, being targeted by a first-level god, even the bravest people would be a little panicked. Do you know the specific reason? Ash asked hurriedly. This question was the key. In order to select a new messenger, Archer said shockingly, whoever can kill you can get the baptism of Ho-Oh. That is to say, you are the target of this trial. Ash did think that Suicune came here on the orders of Ho-Oh, but he never expected that the reason would be so ridiculous. Before, Ash wanted to deal with Ho-Oh just to prevent the future war, and even planned to run away if it didn't work. But from now on, he will never have the idea of escaping again. He doesn't want to live in fear for the rest of his life. Ho-Oh must be dealt with. Thinking of this, Ash hurriedly asked the system, how many fragments do I have now? So far, you have collected 107 pieces of Destiny fragments. Plus this time, you conquered the red Gyarados that originally belonged to Yolongdu, and you got 10 pieces, a total of 117. The system's answer made Ash feel helpless. He had consulted the system about how to deal with Ho-Oh before, but the price was 500 pieces of Destiny fragments, which was an astronomical figure for him. However, the next words of the system made his eyes light up. Master, you can actually unlock the general information, and you don't have to ask so detailed questions so that the consumption of Destiny fragments will be very small. 13-inch. Really? Can you give an example? Ash asked. For example, you're doing a true or false question, and the information you need to unlock is only the answer you choose, not the correct answer. Hearing this, Ash suddenly understood. Although it is definitely not as simple as doing true or false questions in reality, as long as you know whether you're going in this direction, that's enough. After pondering for a moment, Ash considered the words and asked carefully, regarding the other party's Ho-Oh method, I followed the clues of the Poclantis Empire to investigate. Is it effective? It takes 50 Destiny fragments to unlock the information. It seems that, as the system said, the amount required is really much less. Ash chose to unlock without hesitation, and the system's answer was just one word. Yes, I was right. Although it was just one word, it gave Ash great confidence, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. It was like a ray of light seen in the dark night, giving people infinite hope. When Ash was talking to the system, he forgot about Archer next to him for a moment, and Archer saw him standing there without saying anything, thinking that he was frightened by the news. It makes sense. After all, he was targeted by Ho-Oh, who is a real god. Mr. Eno, Mr. Eno. Archer called Ash's name several times in a row, which made him come back to his senses and remember that there was such a guy. What's the matter? Seeing Ash looking at him expressionlessly, Archer smiled and said in a gentle voice, I know you are very nervous now. In fact, this is indeed a big crisis, but I do have a suggestion. Before he could say it, Ash asked back, Join Team Rocket? No. Archer smiled and shook his head. For details, please take some time to discuss with our boss. The location is in the gym in Viridian City. Now, anyone who is well-informed knows that Giovanni is the boss of Team Rocket, and Archer has no intention of hiding it. Got it. I'll find time to go. Ash thought about it and agreed. Just like he said to Dark Lygia before, if he wants to find helpers among humans, alliance is definitely not an option. There are too many people who believe in Ho-Oh among the ordinary people, and Ash is a weak person. Alliance can't dare to risk going against public opinion just because he listens to him. But Team Rocket is different. They are originally from the Dark Organization. Even now, they are half black and half white. And judging for Giovanni's attitude, he is also very interested in Ho-Oh degree otherwise. He would not be willing to sacrifice so many people to sell Ash a favor. Well, I look forward to your arrival. After the two sides said goodbye, Ash immediately rushed towards Mahogany Town, intending to meet up with Lena and the others. Archer waited for a while before taking out the communicator and contacting Giovanni. Boss, the things you asked have been done. Archer said respectfully. Yeah. Giovanni smiled lightly. How is it? How did he react after hearing the news? Archer recalled Ash's performance and replied, no special reaction, just a little scared. Really? That's good. After all, he is the son of that man, and it's not surprising to have such a performance. Giovanni praised lightly. If it were an ordinary person, hearing such news, it would be considered light to be panicked, and it would not be surprising to be scared to death. But, boss, is it really okay to sacrifice so many team members for such a little kid? This will easily undermine morale. Archer asked hesitantly. Hearing this, Giovanni did not speak, but showed a hint of intriguing smile, staring straight into Archer's eyes. And Archer was not timid, staring at Giovanni without turning back. After a while, as if he felt that it was about time, Giovanni finally spoke. Inochi himself is nothing, but the one standing behind him is the god of the sea, and that's what we need to pay attention to. But I think that Inochi should be just a subordinate of the god of the sea, and he won't have much influence. Archer expressed his opinion. I know this, but in any case, so far, only he can talk to those gods. Maybe he can be called the spokesperson of the gods. Although Giovanni didn't know the specific matters, the rockets have been developing for so many years, and their intelligence gathering is not covered. There are often intelligence reports about humans witnessing those beasts, but most of them are third-level beasts. Zhiye and Ho-Oh are just circulated in ancient books. Let alone talking to them. Even wanting to see them with your own eyes is a delusion. I see. I understand. Hearing this, Archer finally understood Giovanni's intention. This was a gamble on the future of Team Rocket. But what he didn't expect was that with Team Rocket's current situation, as long as it continued to develop in a healthy way, this force would sooner or later surpass Alliance. Why take such a risk? Mahogany Town is a small town in the northernmost part of the Johto region. It occupies a small area and has few residents, but it has the mightiest gym in the entire Johto. After meeting Lena and Annabelle at the local Pokemon Center, Ash first asked Joy to restore the Pokemon's strength, and took advantage of the three of them to find a restaurant on the street to solve the problem of food and clothing. While eating, Ash talked about what happened before, but some things were naturally avoided and only talked about the process of taming the red Gyarados. When Ash talked about the appearance of a mysterious old man in Dugong, Annabelle suddenly had an idea and opened a booklet to show him. Could the person you were talking about be him? Ash took a look and nodded. Yes, it's him. The old man in the photo is exactly the same as the one Ash met, and the introduction says that he is the gym trainer of Mahogany Town, known as the teacher as harsh as Winter Price. I see. Now Ash finally remembered. No wonder he thought the old man was so familiar, but since he only showed up once in the original book, it is normal that he didn't have a deep impression. I just asked Nurse Joy. Lena's face was a little worried. The one called Price has been training Pokemon for more than 50 years. He is very powerful, and few challengers can successfully defeat him. And according to rumors, Price was one of the elite candidates when he was young. Is that so? I understand. Ash agreed with Lena's words. Dugong's freezing ray still impressed him. Even if Pikachu faced it, it would be a disaster. It seems that he has to be serious this time. After thinking for a while, Ash took out his mobile phone and called Jiku in Charizard Valley. He decided to send veteran Charizard to this gym match. To deal with the stubborn ice, only the hottest fire can be used. I wonder how the challenge of that guy went. Just when Ash was thinking about this, the phone was connected, and Jiku's energetic voice came. Hello, Ash, long time no see. How are you? How are you doing recently? Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Miss Jiku, how is Charizard now? As soon as Ash finished speaking, there was a sudden silence on the other side. After a while, Jiku said, it's very good. So good that it makes me jealous. DB. This really made Ash confused. Jiku was jealous. Charizard? What's going on? Even if Charizard becomes the leader of the valley, it will only make she happy, right? After all, it was she who suggested to Ash that Charizard stay in the valley, and Ash didn't think Charizard could succeed in such a short time. In the depths of the valley, there are many powerful enemies. Maybe one-on-one is no problem, but if it is a round-robin battle, it will be difficult enough. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. What do you want to talk to me about? Jiku finally talked about the business. It's like this. This time I happened to meet a good rival, and I want Charizard to fight. Ash replied, Okay, wait for me for a while. I'll go and call your Charizard over. Jiku readily agreed, and Ash also took advantage of this time to use the portable transmission device to return Ditto to Professor Oak. If possible, he never wanted to experience that feeling again in his life. It was really hard to adapt. After a while, Jiku also teleported Charizard over. Feeling the familiar Pokeball in his hand, a sense of security arose in Ash's body. Charizard was one of the first Pokemon Ash got. Ash's feelings for it were no worse than Pikachu. Both were Ash's most trusted partners. Having not seen Charizard for several months, Ash missed it very much. He ran directly to an open space and threw the Pokeball out. As the white light flashed, a mighty Charizard appeared in front of everyone. Without saying a word, it spit up a blazing flame towards soaring in the sky. This is also Charizard's old habit, and not just it. Many Pokemon have such habits. The purpose is to show their strength. This is Ash's Charizard. What amazing aura. It was the first time Annabelle saw Charizard. The flames rising into the sky attracted the attention of the residents of Mahogany Town. She couldn't help but be surprised. Charizard, long time no see. Pikachu. Lena and Pikachu greeted it with a smile, and Charizard nodded to them happily. Everyone had a good relationship. However, the person Charizard missed the most was Ash. You kid, it seems you are doing well. Ash stepped forward and punched Charizard in the stomach. How is it? Did you find a girlfriend there? Originally, Ash just asked casually, but Charizard showed a shy expression on his face, which made Ash dumbfounded. This disgusting look actually appeared on Charizard. Could it be that this kid really found one? Who is it? Who is it? Serena obviously noticed it and immediately asked with great interest. Stephanie was the most interested in the topic of love, and so was Annabelle. Together with Serena, they surrounded Charizard and kept asking questions. Poor Eruption. Manua Zhao. Dragon is so majestic at ordinary times, but once it encounters such a problem, it becomes at a loss and can only look at Ash for help. Unfortunately, Ash did not mean to help it out. Instead, he touched his chin and analyzed. I was wondering why Jiku's attitude was weird just now, and he said he was jealous of you. Could it be that you picked up her little Lisa? Little Lisa is Jiku's Charizard, just as a pet, but they have a very good relationship like sisters. Her little sister was seduced by someone, and she is still a leftover woman. No wonder she is psychologically unbalanced. But there is no way Jiku stays in Charizard Valley all year round, and all she can see all day is Charizard. Not to mention men. Even humans are hard to come by all year round. With such a narrow social circle, it is not surprising that she is left alone. After chatting with Charizard, Ash and his group immediately came to the door of Mahogany Gym, but they were turned away. Hello, is anyone here? I'm here to challenge the gym. Ash shouted several times, but no one responded. It seemed that there was no one guarding the gate of this gym. This situation is rare. Normally, Even if the gym owner is resting, there will be 1 or 2 apprentices left to guard the gym. But thinking of Price's nickname, and the fact that this is a remote town, I'm afraid few young people can tolerate the old man's strange temper. In desperation, everyone was about to go home, but suddenly a female voice came from the side. "Are you guys here to challenge the gym?" "But Aaron is out now." Lena and Annabelle were startled and turned around to see that it was an ordinary aunt next door with a friendly smile on her face. However, Ash was secretly shocked. This aunt suddenly appeared there silently and didn't even notice his wave power. 617. It seems that this lady is not ordinary at all. "Excuse me, who are you?" asked Serena. "My name is Seema. Normal people practice martial arts at the waterfall at this time." Her words made Serena a little unbelievable. Practice martial arts? But I heard that Price is almost 80 years old this year. Even if the human physique in this world is generally strong, it is only within the normal range. Practicing martial arts under the waterfall sounds difficult, and it is even more difficult to do. Not to mention an old man in his 70s, even a strong man would find it difficult to keep his body steady under the turbulent waterfall. This is really hard to believe. To be precise, she is 78 years old. Seema replied with a smile, "But this is nothing strange. We are called the hometown of ninjas here, and everyone in the town is a ninja." "Everyone is a ninja?" Asterisk 2. Serena and Annabelle couldn't believe it, but Seema said it with a solemn look, making it impossible to guess whether it was true or not. Pfah. But then Seema laughed again. "Haha, you 2 little girls are really cute. Of course I lied to you." "Really? Aunt Seema, how could you do this?" Saralina complained. Sorry. Seema said readily. "As an apology, I will lead you." "Thank you, Ash and others just wanted to thank her, but before they finished speaking, this Aunt Seema disappeared from their sight, which made them a little surprised. "Hey, you guys, come over quickly." Everyone looked over and was stunned. Seema, who was standing in front of them just now, appeared dozens of meters away in just a blink of an eye, shouting and jumping to call them over. "When did she run there?" Saralina's face was full of astonishment. Annabelle also smiled bitterly. It seems that what this aunt said is not all a joke. At least she must be a ninja herself. "Stop talking so much. Let's hurry up and catch up." Ash took the lead and ran first. He had seen ninja before, namely Koga from Fuchsia Gym and his sister Ayane. However, the brother and sister seemed to be half-hearted and did not show any powerful performance at all, especially Ayane, who was a complete half-baked ninja. However, soon, Ash saw what a real ninja was. Although this old lady Seema was a little bloated, she could jump on a pile of rocks at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Ash usually pays attention to physical exercise, but it is still not enough in front of Seema, not to mention Lena and Annabelle, the 2 Stephanie sisters. The 3 young men ran out of breath and barely caught up. Under the leadership of Seema, they came to a waterfall. Looking around, they saw a white-haired, shirtless old man with closed eyes, sitting cross-legged under the impact of the waterfall. Sure enough, Price is that stinky old man. Enemy? No, the 2 sides don't have much hatred, but Price did ruin Ash's good deeds, which made Ash look at him very unpleasant. "Aaron, there's a kid who wants to have a gym match with you," Seema said to Price. "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Please come to the gym match with me." Although a little reluctant, this self-introduction is still necessary. Hearing this, Price slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were quite majestic, flashing sharp cold light from time to time, and he was a strong old man at first glance. Price stood up and walked to the shore, picked up the towel, and wiped it. He looked at Ash and frowned slightly. "Aren't you the one last time?" "Yes, I really thank you for taking care of me that time." Ash's tone was obviously thorny. Price could hear it, but he didn't care. He just continued, "You should leave your Pikachu outside." Huh? Ash didn't quite understand what he said. What's wrong with leaving it outside? What does it have to do with you? It really doesn't matter. But from the look on your face, you just agreed to Pokemon's willful request. Price said lightly, "Can't we have a good relationship?" Pika. This old man really likes to meddle in other people's business. Not to mention Ash and Pikachu. Even Lena and Annabelle have some opinions about him. But out of politeness, The two did not show it, and Seema on the side shook her head helplessly and smiled bitterly. If that's the case, Price answered while putting on his clothes, I advise you not to waste your energy. It's useless to fight me. Are you afraid of losing to me? Ash looked at him strangely. Unfortunately, this provocation didn't seem to work. Price said slowly, Don't you understand? There must be a boundary between trainer and Pokemon. It won't work without that tension. Because if you're affected by the emotions of Pokemon, it's easy to lose sight of the situation in battle, unable to use strategy, and then suffer defeat. After hearing his words, everyone looked at each other. This was the first time they heard such a statement. Even Ash didn't know how to answer for a while. Ash couldn't agree with Price's words, but he didn't want to deny him. Everyone has their own ideas, and every trainer has his own style. The path taken by the predecessors may not be accurate. Ash always believes in his own judgment. In this way, even if he is wrong, there is nothing to complain about. Pokemon battles are not just about talking, Ash said, taking out a Pokeball from his waist and throwing it out. Roar! It was Charizard who appeared. As soon as it jumped out of the Pokeball, it immediately roared at Xiaobo and Dugong, and snorted from time to time. It seemed that it was going to give the other party a blow. How about it? After seeing my Charizard, don't you have confidence that you can beat me? Ash asked Price. For a stubborn old man like Price, only facts can shut him up. After Charizard's experience in the Valley, his strength has reached the elite primary level. Dugong is also an elite junior, and the strength of both sides can be said to be evenly matched. If they fight at that time, there will be a fierce battle. Price stared at Charizard tightly, not knowing what he was thinking, while Seema beside him sighed secretly. Aaron, are you thinking about that thing again? When he was young, Price encountered a duck-billed Charmander in a competition. The duck-billed Charmander was very powerful, and Price and his mammoth were not a match at all. Price was even burned by the duck-billed Charmander's trick to protect the mammoth. But what he didn't expect was that the mammoth lost the game because of Price and finally chose to abandon him. Since then, Price has become cold and ruthless and began to strictly train Pokemon, only using them for battle and no longer communicating with them. 19. Price snorted coldly. I've let that go a long time ago. If I fight Asha now, that old man won't be my rival at all. Asha? Hearing this name, Ash's heart suddenly moved, and he asked tentatively, The Asha you're talking about could be Blaine from Cinnabar Gym? Whether it is Price or Blaine, this title is a respectful title for them when they are older. Shima nodded and said, Yes, he opened a gym on Cinnabar Island. It seems that you know him. Have you seen his duck-billed Charizard? Well, that duck-billed Charizard is very strong, and my Charizard defeated it by chance. Ash replied. Hearing this, Charizard snorted a little dissatisfied, but did not refute. After all, it was really lucky that time. If it weren't for the duck-billed Charizard's fear of heights, Charizard would never have one. But Charizard is different now. If there's a chance, it really wants to compete with the other party again. You actually won? Price showed a trace of shock on his face, but he quickly retracted it. It seems that you are indeed capable. I accept your challenge. Come with me. Led by Price, everyone took a shortcut back to the door of Mahogany Gym. Price opened the iron gate of the yard and walked in without saying hello. Ash and others hurriedly followed. As soon as they entered the battle hall, they clearly felt that the temperature had dropped by several degrees. Then, with a bang, all the chandeliers on the top of the hall were turned on, illuminating the entire battlefield. Just as the theme of Mahogany Gym is ice, except for a circular pool in the center, the entire battlefield is covered with a thick layer of ice, and several icicles of different sizes stand around the field. This is the battlefield of our Mahogany Gym. Price introduced it lightly, and then walked to the opposite side of the field. It is indeed an ice field, but Ash will definitely be fine. He has experienced this kind of field at the Stone Tea Conference. Lena is as confident in Ash as ever. After both sides stood in their respective positions, Annabelle suddenly discovered something. Mr. Price, where is the referee for this match? As an official gym challenge of the Alliance, if there is no referee, the result of the match will not be recognized. Ha ha! At this moment, there was a sudden pretentious laughter, and Sima walked slowly to the referee position, with her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "The bold girl next door who is worried about the gym trainer is just my temporary identity, and my real identity is—" Ask for flowers 0. Like a magician normal, Sima suddenly pulled the clothes on her body, revealing the red referee uniform inside. Official referee certified by the Johto Region Alliance. Ash and the other two smiled bitterly at Sima playing tricks there, while Price scolded impatiently. "Don't waste time. Announce the start quickly." "TSK, you bad-tempered old man." Shima muttered a few words in a somewhat unhappy tone, but she did not forget her duties. She explained loudly, "The gym challenge will begin now. 2 Pokemon can be used. When both Pokemon of one side lose their combat ability, the game ends. Only the challenger can exchange Pokemon during the game." Seeing that both sides had no objection, Sima waved the red and green flag and announced loudly, "Then the game begins. Go, Dugong." As a gym trainer, Price was the first to throw the Pokeball, and the Dugong he sent was the one that Ash and others had seen before. It seems that the opponent did not intend to hold back the challenger, but this was in line with Ash's wishes. He didn't think about it and sent Charizard directly. This powerful rival was exactly what Charizard needed. Dugong is ice and water, and Charizard with fire and flying is at a disadvantage in attribute, but Ash is not worried. After all, he still has a trump card. Dugong. Freezing Ray. After receiving Price's order, the White Sea Master suddenly raised his head, and the horn on his head quickly condensed energy. A light blue energy ray with a biting chill rushed towards Charizard. Flamethrower. Ash's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Roar. Looking at the strong, freezing light, Charizard was not afraid at all, but seemed to be full of fighting spirit. It roared towards the sky and spit out a thick pillar of fire from its mouth. The ultimate moves of both sides immediately began to collide fiercely, and the two abilities offset each other, constantly making a sizzling sound. Charizard and Dugong were both unwilling to admit defeat. Seeing that the battle situation on the field was evenly matched, they immediately increased their energy output, trying to overwhelm each other. Since ancient times, water and fire are incompatible, and the same is true for ice and fire. As the output increases, the two opposite energies can no longer remain stable and suddenly explode. Boom! The strong explosion shook the entire gym slightly. Lena and Annabelle, who were watching the battle, were also stunned. It seems that the outcome of this battle is really hard to predict. While the smoke caused by the explosion has not yet dissipated, Ash immediately ordered, "Charizard, fly to the sky." Fighting on the ice field is very inconvenient for Charizard. He can only use his own advantage of flying to deal with the opponent. Price obviously knows this and quickly orders by Hyamian to stop it. Use the east wind. Dugong immediately blew a light blue 270 wind towards the sky. This cold wind seems to freeze even the air, and Charizard, who was blown by the freezing wind, immediately formed a lot of ice chips on his body, making his movement slow. Hey, he is still young after all. Price shook his head slightly, with a disdainful smile on his face. In his opinion, this result was predictable. Dugong Encore Freezing Ray. The situation was critical at this time. Although Charizard was flying in the sky, he was affected by the freezing wind and had no time to avoid Dugong's freezing ray. Seeing that the light blue energy ray was about to hit Charizard, Lena and Annabelle couldn't help but sweat for him. However, Ash was still calm and said confidently, "Charizard, use the flame to push." Roar! Charizard roared, and the flame at the top of his tail suddenly burned violently, and then gradually spread from the tail to the body until the whole body was covered. Not only was the ice on his body melted by the flames, but even the whistling, freezing ray was ineffective and could not break through the flame armor at all. Oops! Price immediately realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. After regaining his usual mobility, Charizard was like a burning flaming meteor, smashing straight towards Dugong with amazing momentum. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion, large and small ice cubes suddenly splashed everywhere, and a huge pit appeared on the ice field, and bursts of white gas floated up. Dugong was lying in the center of the huge pit. His body was charred, and Charizard flew back into the air immediately after a successful attack, staring closely at his rival. For a moment, the field fell into silence. Lena and Annabelle, who were watching the game next to them, and Seema, who was the referee, were all afraid to breathe for fear of disturbing them. However, Price clapped his hands slowly and praised, "Young man, you are really good. You could be ranked in the top 10 among the trainers I have met." "Stop pretending," Ash said with some disdain. "Your dugong must not have lost its fighting ability. Let it get up and continue fighting." Sure enough, Dugong jumped out of the pit in a second, staring at Charizard flying in the air with a bad face, and Charizard stared back without showing any weakness. In theory, ordinary Pokemon can't resist the powerful trick of Blazing Boost, but this Dugong's ability is fat. Price's Dugong looks fat, and the thick fat can effectively resist the damage of fire. In addition, it has the water attribute, which offsets the disadvantage of ice to fire. Therefore, Charizard's attack seems exaggerated, but does not actually cause much damage. The only thing to be thankful for is that from the appearance of Dugong, it must have been burned, and the balance of victory has slowly tilted towards Ash. Price also saw Dugong's injuries clearly, knowing that he could not drag it on any longer, and immediately launched an attack. "Dugong, use Aurora Beam." The horn on Dugong's head immediately gathered energy and fired one after another colorful light at Charizard, and Charizard flexibly flew in the air to flash all the attacks. However, it seemed that Dugong was doing useless work, but Price did not mean to give up, just staring at Charizard without blinking. Just when Ash was confused, he heard Price suddenly shouted, "Take advantage of now. Use the water column tail." At this time, in order to avoid a tricky angle attack, Charizard had no choice but to fly at a low altitude, less than 2 meters from the ground, and Price seized this opportunity very keenly. After receiving the trainer's command, Dugong immediately bent his body, relying on the reaction force to bounce up and leap towards Charizard, while a stream of water rolled up from his big tail and wrapped around him. "Don't be afraid." Ash reacted immediately. "Just go. Grab its tail and fly up." Roar. The water column tail hit Charizard's body, causing it to roar in pain, but also arousing its ferocity. It endured the discomfort of the water flow and grabbed Dugong's tail with its 2 claws regardless of anything, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky at the fastest speed. Being carried into the air by Charizard like this, Dugong couldn't help but panic, and his fat body shook desperately, trying to break free. But Charizard's 2 claws were like iron clamps, and no matter how the opponent struggled, they didn't move at all. Even one. Even when Dugong shot the water gun at him, he ignored it. "Charizard, good job. Use seismic toss like this." Ash looked up and shouted. Hearing this, Charizard lowered his head slightly, showed a wicked smile to Dugong, and under Dugong's horrified eyes, he firmly grasped its tail and began to swing it in place. Dugong felt like he was being swung like a sandbag, and soon he was dizzy and almost vomited. After Charizard felt that it was almost done, it seemed to be tired of playing normal, grabbed Dugong's tail, and threw it mercilessly to ground. With a bang, it was Dugong's turn to become a meteor and smash down, and a hole suddenly appeared on the ground.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.